So, explain a little about the organization. Which organization hosts this Power Woman program?
So
I think we're going live. Dr. Kim, do you want us to hold the question?
No, I think it's actually it's of echo.
Committee. And we really started off with this. I mean, Shenali can speak about it because she's the founder. So Shenali, if you want to speak, but we started off with an idea, and then it grew and grew, and now we're in collaboration with the C20. Shenali, he's Dr. Kim. He knows Dr. Bhavani. He's in C20 as well. So yes.
What is C20, please?
20 program? No.
You're muted. I'm sorry, Ingrid. I heard your question. I think we're hearing your echo.
You were giving these names of C20 and G20. I don't know any of them. What's the entities? How does that serve your group?
Well, I am interested in
so C20 stands for Civil Society 20, and it's an official engagement group of G20.
More about India, and then I came across one of the 11 engagement groups that is able to do policy recommendations and submit to G20. G20 is a group of 20 countries, and those are the 20 most powerful countries with the highest GDP. Meeting every year. CSW to represent
the recording.
So we presented remarks, the anthem, and
we're just getting it fixed.
engagement groups. There's Civil 20, Women 20, Youth 20, There are 11 of them. They are the official engagement groups that incorporates these entities to submit policy recommendations annually to G20. So they all come together and they say, hey, this needs to happen in the startup world. This needs to happen in the women's world, environment, to youth and civil society. So then the G20 takes that into consideration. And if it makes sense, they accept it. If not, I mean, well, it doesn't really become an official policy. But these policy recommendations are every year, they put so much work and they're incredible. And so that's the relationship in terms of Civil 20. So we are directly working, we are collaborating with C20. And this year, the chair is Amma Ji from Amrita University. And I think Dr. Kim, you're connected to Dr. Bhavani. It's an incredible group to be chairing Civil 20 because we are all a part of Civil 20. I mean, civil society. But how many of, I think one of you asked, how many of us do even know what C20 is? We didn't know. Ashley and I didn't know when we started. In fact, actually, David, I don't know if you're on the call, David. It was you who connected us to somebody. Yeah, you're the one who connected us to Sheva and Miriam, who was a part of the policy recommendation committee for Civil 20. And that's when we learned what it was, and we submitted applications to be a part of it, and then we were able to form a collaboration and be an official collaboration with C20 for G20. And that's how we got in terms of the connection. And how does it apply? Again, 50% of the population, they're female. And there's not enough representation. And the word history itself means history. And it's not to blame anybody, but women were not really allowed to write books or hold political positions about 100 years or so ago before that. So it's and we have been very narrowed down on the way we see the world. It's more of a patriarchal society that even men are a part of. I mean, it's not that men, we are all contributing to it. And how can we broaden the narrative? That means we need to know her story. That means we need to amplify the voices of more women.
I vote for that, yes.
And then when we know her story, I think it's about knowing our story. And it's time to know our story. There's a huge imbalancement. And we see that happening with the environment. The environment is really, I mean, we have a climate crisis and people didn't take it serious until this summer, until we all saw how hot it was. But I don't want to keep talking. I wanted to make a discussion. But yeah, just to give it an idea, it's a matter of when women are really in leadership, we really want to show how inclusive it can be. It doesn't mean it's just for women. That means a mother doesn't discriminate. I mean, I love my mother. She doesn't discriminate against like my brother or myself. She includes us no matter what. And that's the kind of relation, the leadership we want to bring forth. Even with Amma Ji being the chair of C20, she's so inclusive of all the organizations from around India and from around the world, whoever wanted to be a part of it. She made space, and she gracefully allowed us to be a part and really take our mission and vision to the world. So I think it's really important to have that matriarchy be a part of leadership. It doesn't mean we just have to have all women leading. That would be an imbalancement yet again, because we need the male perspective. It's just a matter of balance. How can we bring balance? Because we all have masculine and feminine energies within us, within all of us. So it's a matter of finding that balance.
Great. Awesome.
Thank you. Anybody else? Please, you guys should talk as well.
Can we introduce ourselves? I think we're a small group. I think we should go around and introduce ourselves. Ingrid, do you want to start? I know you spoke a little bit.
It will be my pleasure to start. My name is Ingrid Wang, and I've been a part of the Agape community in Los Angeles, Reverend Michael Beckwith, and I have been working and known each other for, I say, 35, 40 years. And Reverend Michael is the one that introduced me to this group, that sent me an invite, so that's why I'm on the call today. But for myself, I agree that, yes, I think that the empowerment of women is very much a really positive collective effort that we can all engage in to serve the greatest good, not just for women, but men of the, we all have men, feminine and masculine energies. And when we bring that to the table in the most positive, empowering way, then there's greater communication, greater understanding, and possibly greater collaboration. So if that's in that way, I am happy to continue to support, contribute, and participate in this group because it resonates with my heart. So I love the fact that Shenali, yourself, and Ashley, and also David, from what I hear, you all kind of just got this started. But I applaud you because it takes effort. It takes a commitment, a mindset, and a consistent follow through to even bring it to where you are right now. And that's leadership. And women leadership, yay, that's even more wonderful. We need lots more of that. So having said that, thank you for letting me share. And I'm right now based in the Philippines, but I've actually lived in Hawaii for the past 40 years in Hawaii. But I'm here building a wellness resort. It's all about sustaining health and well-being. And we are building the host would like to unmute you. Am I unmuted or not?
Very narrow. You're good. We can hear you.
Right? Can you hear me? Or am I talking to myself?
We can hear you.
Okay, so my point is, I'm now in the Philippines building wellness centers here because our goal is to help families, individuals, live a healthy, well-being life until we're 100, 120, without being free of diseases and suffering. So that's the one commitment that I've made. The other commitment I've made is that I've joined a group called the Co-op International Business, but it's a group that's on the blockchain. It's a cooperative that is about ending world hunger, ending world poverty. Yeah. So again, these are things that I do that I would love to contribute and share, and whatever else that we can share with each other to love and support and empower each other in this journey towards empowerment of women. Thank you for allowing me to share. And I pass this on back to you, Shenali.
I want to say something, Ingrid. You know, Reverend Beckwith, Michael Beckwith, is absolutely somebody that's near and dear to our heart. He's the one who actually, along with Sister Jenna, really believed in what we were doing. And he said it's called the Divine Feminine Rising. And he gave us the Agape stage to record, because the UN went digital this year, and the theme was digital, to record our first set of remarks and the anthem. So he's somebody so near and dear to us. So I'm so happy he shared and you're here. And everything you said, I think that's what we call edutainment. We use music, media, arts, and entertainment to create content, experiences, and events. So experiences-wise, I think that's what you're talking about in terms of the wellness retreats. That's an experience that can broaden your perspectives on even wellness. So that's amazing. Thank you.
My pleasure.
Anybody else who wants to go next?
Excuse me, everyone. It's Mark and the tech team here. I just want to ask everyone, because we are getting that echo, if somebody is watching or listening on another device and your microphone's on, that could be one of the reasons, because we've done everything here in the studio. So if everybody can please keep muted unless you're speaking. And if you have another feed or another device that might be on YouTube or Facebook or somewhere taking in the feed, if we could just ask that you cancel that out so there's only one device connected at this time.
Yes, I'm going to mute myself. but it's hard to hear you. Is that Mark that's speaking?
Yes, yeah, and that's okay. We just want to eliminate
unmute,
all possibilities. Yeah,
I'm going to mute myself.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Ingrid. That was so sweet of you to like share what you shared. Ashley, you're not unmuted. I hope you come back on, but anybody else who wants to ask us a question?
But
and I just want to point out that Marilyn King is here. She's also part of our conscious committee, who has also been so supportive and helping us build Power of Women as well. So we're happy that you are here joining us, MGD.
We need lots more of that.
I know MGD is a two-time Olympian, and she has introduced us to the Olympian mindset. I'm pretty sure every one of us who is watching or here are aware of what the Olympian mindset is. We just didn't know what to call it, but she went and named it. That is having passion and a vision and taking action to really succeed. That's the Olympian mindset. So I think welcome MGD. Thank you for being here and sharing all that with us. We're excited for your panel, by the way, with all the other Olympians.
And I'll tell you something, I mean, I'm not someone who sits in front of a screen for much time, but this has been, I started when you guys did this morning, so I've been here the whole time. One of the things I'm really excited about is putting together a number of aspects from some of the different programs, because I have a neuroscience background and understand how the mind works in terms of creating results. What I started to see was one of the speakers talked about our ancient history, the divine feminine, and for how many thousands of years all these things that happened, and then more recently with the patriarchy and all of that. And then between a couple of the other presenters, we started to see some of these historic moments when historic empowerment things happened, whether it's in this country or China or wherever. And what my brain did was, if we could literally see a visual of a timeline, and we could see for how long the divine feminine ruled, and then the period of time in which, you know, the patriarchy took over, and then starting to see from a timeline these things that are happening, what I believe will transpire in people's minds, instead of kind of the, oh yeah, you know, we really want to, but it's a long way, and you know, all of that rah mindset, it would create a different picture and a different desire to get engaged. And Barbara, I can see your head going up and down. I have so much resonated with so much of what you've had to say as an educator, so I know you understand what I'm talking about. But Shenali and Ashley, I'm really excited about the future, the moment that this movement is in, and that some of us elders have passed the baton to you younger people, and where it is you're taking it, and the kinds of things we can bring to the fore so people get inspired, engaged, and want to grab the baton and be part of this team. So I'm thrilled by what you have accomplished here. Congratulations.
Thank you. And I think it's so important to point what you said. Somebody had to get started so everybody else can join. I think it has been happening for a long time. I think we're just another group. I mean, you know, Ashley and I would say we are two people who believe in what we do, and we just want to get started and hold the space. So all of us can bring what we are doing together, because I think that's the most important thing. Together, we are stronger. And we might not have all the answers by ourselves, but I mean, the collective intelligence is something to really think about. And I mean, collective intelligence is everything. Together, we all have all the answers. We just have to come together and discuss them, create the space so we can share them in a respectful environment where we can recognize each other without trying to impose our own perspectives, but having an open mind to share what we have to share, and using really your heart and your brain to make decisions, not just using your brain to make decisions, using that compassion and love. Thank you, MGD. I know we love you so much.
Well, it comes from the heart, sure, but it's guided by what and how you think about what you care about that moves into action. But one of the things that I don't think that has been underscored enough in this moment with this D conference is that what's different now in terms of all the movements and the women's movement is our ability to communicate with everyone, everywhere, whoever's interested. So we have the ability now to say, we see who you are, we know what you're doing, and we can band together. There is transparency, and we can begin to hold you accountable. So it's a new day on the planet, and this generation of the women's movement is very exciting. And I'm old enough that I think I'm going to get to sit back in the rocking chair and applaud.
That's a good way to put it. Ashley, you're back.
Yeah, it was me who was the echo. Hi, Dr. Kim. Thank you for joining us. Please, we'll have two other ones throughout the conference. I hope you can join us.
I'd be happy to hear if he wanted to say anything before he went away today.
I need to go leave.
Oh, I can't hear.
Okay, thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye, Dr. Kim.
Dr. Barbara Ledger.
It's Leger, but everybody always says it in funny ways. I just wanted to catch Dr. Kim because I thought he had something he wanted to contribute. That's why I raised my hand, because it seemed like he got all excited about something, and then he was waiting. So anyway, it's a great, I've been here like Marilyn since 6:30 this morning, and watching and feeling and making notes, and it's been very powerful. And are you going all night long, like all night? So your programming goes to the other side of the world while we sleep, and this side while they sleep. Is that how you're doing it? Well, all I can say as a former event producer is that you're very bold and brave. And it's such a huge bite you took, and you have a great team, and you're doing really well, and it's an amazing group of people that are assembled here. Michael Beckwith was a teacher of mine 30 years ago, and I just love him. I was so excited to see him here too tomorrow, I guess. And I've learned something from every presentation, even when I thought, oh, this one's not for me. But I sat and listened and made notes, just practicing being open and willing and inclusive in my heart. And I learned something from everyone. The anthem is so rousing that, and I love how you do it. You have different visuals. What else? I think that's it. I've really enjoyed it. I've learned a lot and appreciated it, and practiced a lot too. So thank you both.
Thank you. I want to add something too. We're going to have a session how the anthem came to be. It's incredible how, again, it's two men who really came together along with the power of women to create it. So we will have a session that's talking about it. And to also address Dr. Barbara, yeah, it was pretty bold for us. I mean, we have never done a conference. I guess that's why it was, because we never knew how hard it was to do it. So we went head on first, and we decided to do it 48 hours, not even 24 hours. I mean, because we really wanted to, it's more about that being bold and doing it. And I mean, like the anthem starts, impossible says I'm possible. So why not try for it? Why not shoot for the moon? Because even if we miss, we'll land among the stars. Same thing with the climate crisis. It might seem impossible. Let's at least take a shot at it, because we don't have another choice. We don't have another green planet waiting around where all of us could transfer. So being bold go for it. I mean, we have to believe in it. You have to have hope. So,
well, you're talking to the choir, I'm a couple of generations older than you, and I thought it was pretty bold when I was 26 or 27 to be dealing with inclusivity and gender and sexuality and recycling of all things. And you know, and it was radical in the 70s. And I remember our little group, we started the second recycling center in California in like 1972 or 3. And people were so convinced that we were crazy, they would drive by while we were putting the green glass in the green bin and the cardboard in the cardboard box. People would drive down, they'd roll down their windows and they'd yell, "You hippie commie!" Those are the worst two things they could say, is hippie and communist. And they'd scream at us for recycling. But you know, it's all relative. When I would go and talk to my kids' schools about, you know, feminism, my kids would say, "Do you really have to do that? You know, could you let me off a block away? You know, could you not come to school and talk about those things?" You know, it's never seems easy. But I'm so glad to see feminism in the story again. Because I've been waiting for the women of the world to rise up and take to the streets or have a letter writing campaign to Associated Press or something to say we have to find a way to solve our differences differently. I work in Ukraine and I deal with it every day, and it's heartbreaking. And we have the power. I don't know what it's going to take, but there's not enough jails to put us all away. So, you know, I mean, I'm an old marcher. I'm a boots and bootstraps and marching down the street in my old days. And now I'm not against anything. I'm for things. And we have to be for a future that allows us to find our way out of this war that we're in. We have to do that. I don't know how, but if anybody's got ideas, I would say this is a good forum to at least catch them in a sidebar. I know it's not the purpose, but women, mothers and grandmothers of all countries do not want to send their children to war or have to bury them. So I think we ought to do something about this. And I'm getting close to being radical again. So I hope you save me from that, because, you know, I'm a little too old to be that radical as I would like to be. But I could if I had to. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you. Yes, let's hear for the men.
I know. I was hoping to do that.
Please go ahead.
Oh, we cannot hear you. Or is it just me?
He's not speaking. Andre.
We cannot hear you.
Oh.
In the meantime, we can hear Ingrid.
Yeah, we have Ingrid and Bonita.
Yes.
We cannot hear you either, Ingrid. I think you're on mute.
Yes, I love what each of you are sharing. I love what Shenali was talking about, the anthem. Is there any recording of the anthem or lyrics of the anthem that you would like to share with us? I would love to hear that.
Of course. Well, actually, like I said, we're going to have a segment with one of the writers and producers of the anthem, sharing how it came to be. So we will, I think, Ashley, you have the schedule. We can actually share on our social media when it's going to be, and on our website that will have it. And we'll share the lyrics as well.
Great. I have one other key question. In terms of this gathering, that how often is it? And what would be the ideal scenario? What is the it sounds like it's ongoing 24/7, 365. But I want to know, since I'm calling in from the Philippines, and I want to schedule it so that I could come in and participate on a steady basis. I just needed some parameters of how often does this group meet? What are the time frames? I mean, what is there any kind of scheduling? Please advise.
Ingrid, I'm going to tell you something because you're all here and I'm sure we're going to do more Zoom calls. I mean, there's 2 more scheduled. Let's decide how often we want to meet. I mean, we have something called power-up sessions. Let's come together and decide as a group instead of us saying, hey, we should meet this day, this day. I think let's talk and see how often we want to meet. This is a community, a network we're building globally. So we can all be apart from wherever we are. And we hope that every one of us can take that leadership and create that group even in the local community. So all the other women who might not even know, all the other men who might not even know can be a part of it. So this is just a start. So this is going on for 48 hours. So I mean, we are now 12 hours away. Now we have about 35 and a half hours to go. And we have some incredible people lined up. So that entire speaker network we want to bring together as a part of the network. One of our keynote speakers that's going to be up is the senior policy advisor and author, Dr. Deepa Narayan. So even her, she have created something called the Chup Circle. So we are going to be partnering together. We want to bring a network together and really start it. This is the rolling out of it. We started the discussion with the event. We want all women and men to be a part of it because that's the little turn we are taking in this women's movement. We are not just demanding for equality. I mean, you demand for something you don't have. We are already so powerful. Let's just step into our power and realize it and then be inclusive of men. Because I mean, I love my brother. I love my dad. And I love such incredible men that has been literally, I mean, half of the people who have been putting together this conference has been men. And we didn't, it was not our intention to make it half and half. It's just we were being so true to the mission and the vision. And it's just all the people who believed in this higher vision and mission came together. And it so happens there was balance. There was half of them were men, half of them were women. So I think that's the kind of leadership and perspective we want to bring to the world. When we are truly focused on a shared mission for humanity, because we all need water to drink, food to eat, air to breathe, we will then just automatically align and bring that 50-50 or like half the balance into the leadership making processes, having every person's voice be heard. So let's see, we'll all come together by the last digital town hall meeting. I think we should actually decide how often we want to meet, take the conversation outside of the conference at the end of the 48 hours and really see how we do it.
I see. Can I make some suggestions, please? I would love to see possibly this group, for starters, maybe 3 times a week, every other day, so to speak. And then also maybe the 3 times a week, maybe once in the morning, once in the evening, so that it will accommodate people. You know, I noticed that, you know, if I'm here in Asia, you know, it's middle of the night there in the eastern, you know, East Coast USA. So my point is, if we did this like twice a day on those alternate days, that gives people some choices of when to meet. And then maybe we can all, those of us who would like to, you know, share in the hosting or co-hosting again, so that there's some flexibility. So if for some reason Shenali can't make it that moment, or Ashley or whatever, myself or some of the lovely ladies on the call with us that I love and admire so much. I don't have your names yet because it didn't show up on the thing, but we can all just be part of the co-hosting, and you know, so there's a fluidity, and yet there's we're meeting enough on a like twice a day, every alternate day, so that there's some kind of flow, a consistency and a flow. So that's what I want to suggest.
Thank you, Ingrid. I think let's continue that discussion. And
yes.
And bye, MJD. We saw you leaving. Thank you so much, Ingrid, for that. And let's hear. I know Bonita, we want to hear from you. And then I think there's Ambassador Suman. We want to hear from you as well.
Shall we hear from Deandra first? Can we hear you now?
Yeah.
I'm back. I don't know. Can
Good.
you?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. So hello everyone. Sorry about that. I had to go through my thing, but let me just introduce myself. So I'm His Royal Highness Prince DeAndre, Duke of Hanuman-Teshwar. I am married to His Royal Highness Prince Manvendra Singh Gohil of Rajpipla. We are the first same-sex royal couple married out of India.
Wow.
2013, we've been married. So we're celebrating this year's our 10 year. I was invited and made aware of this through Dr. Sister Jenna. So she reached out to me this morning personally and was like, hey, you know, this is going on. And I was like, perfect, you know, I'll join in. So that's where I come in, and that's a little bit about who I am. So I've been here since 6:30 with everyone else following. And at the very beginning, you asked some questions about, you know, to think about like what the conference is meaning. And I had written answers to that. And so I was gonna, let me just pull that up, and then I would like to be able to share that with the esteemed panel based on that question that was asked at the very beginning. So let me just pull up that email, because that was hours ago. So I don't have it, but I have it written down. So I just want to share that from that point there. That will just take me a second just to close this down and pull up the right thing here. And I'll just read it out to us here. So here it is. So joining us in holding space for one earth, one family, one future at the Power of Women's Digital Conference. Dear conference community, as we come together for this inspiring digital conference showcasing the power of women, it's essential to reflect on the profound concept of holding space. This conference is more than just a gathering. It's an opportunity for us to hold space for one another, for our shared earth, and for a future that unites us all. What does it mean to hold space? Holding space is about creating a safe and nurturing environment where everyone's voices are valued and their experience and acknowledged without judgment. It's a gesture of empathy, compassion, and understanding, fostering a sense of belonging and unity. One Earth. We recognize that our planet is our shared home, a fragile ecosystem that sustains us all. Let's discuss how we, as women, men, allies, can lead the way in protecting and preserving this beautiful earth for the future generations. One family. In our diverse and interconnected world, we are one global family. Let's embrace the strength in our differences and explore how the power of women can break down barriers, promote inclusivity, and build bridges of understanding. One future. Together, we can shape a future where gender equality, justice, and sustainability thrives. Let's discuss the actions we can take today to pave the way for a brighter, more equitable tomorrow. Join us in this empowering journey of holding space and envisioning one earth, one family, one future. Together, we are the change makers, the leaders, and the visionaries who will make the difference. With unity and hope. So that was my answer.
Wow. That was so beautiful. Especially coming from, I mean, like you said, you know, it's the power of women breaking down for all of us, that those barriers. It just that transcends genders. Wow. Thank you for sharing that. That was so beautiful.
Thank you so much. And
that was
the audience out there, this ripple through the atmosphere. of this world.
That was the first question that was asked, or one of the very first questions that was asked. So that was the one I took on. And to the esteemed panelists who have spoken today, amazing. I still resonate with a scientist. I believe she's a scientist from the Kingdom of Jordan,
Professor Hanan.
And all that work that's going into taking biology to space and bringing it back down. I'm just like, it's just, we live in such a time of information and sharing, in which that something like this conference, bringing all these beautiful leaders together and showcasing their talent. I was just like really pleased to be able to just be, a witness of it. And so I will yield my time to the rest of the esteemed colleagues to continue the conversation, but thank you so much.
Thank you for joining us. That was so beautiful. Oh my God. And we are honored that you shared such a beautiful piece with all of us. I wish we could put it again so all our conference attendees can hear.
How beautiful. We want to hear from
I have a letter. I'll send it over. Like, I'll send the letters to you.
Please do. Please do.
I know Bonita has her hand up. She's been having her hand up. We need to hear Bonita now.
Thank you. And first of all, I want to acknowledge you, Shenali and Ashley, your combination of media and educating with media and art, and it's just wonderful, enriching education that engages people, and it's something that it'll be a model for. It will be for me and the projects that I'm up to. Very similarly, in fact, we may be teaming up. I just want to introduce myself. I'm Bonita Banducci, and my primary expression right now is teaching in the graduate engineering program at Santa Clara University in Silicon Valley, a class called Gender and Engineering. And what I focus on is bringing language to the competencies that relational people bring, and meaning that we have culturally and gender-wise, they're more individualistic people and they're more relational people, and that's not absolute. But the relational thinking, I like to frame as competencies rather than energy. I think it's fun, it's great to talk about feminine energy, but I have found that in the workplace, in the mindset of logic and tools and how do we get things done, a lot of people don't understand what do we do with energy. But if you tell them these are relational competencies, oh, I can use a competency. So one of the things that I've identified, and this was from my own experience as an entrepreneur before I pursued this as a sociologist. But my original research in Silicon Valley was with Sun Microsystems way back in the 90s, when Carol Bartz was second in command of Sun Microsystems. I interviewed her. Actually, one of the executives had wanted an offsite on what is the contribution women make that could be the strategic advantage in the global marketplace. And you can see that that's a very positive, way. What's the value of women? How can we value women? Anyway, I interviewed Carol Bartz and as to what she brought to the executive team. And she said that she brought an ability to see all the ramifications of a given issue, which is what we call systems thinking. And yet she said that for the most part, the men would take the highest priority problem, the highest priority solution, put the solution against the problem and fight any fires that happen. She said, I like to prevent fires. For the most part, the men would take the highest problem. I know we're getting feedback now, so I'll just try and talk over it.
Hi, Tom. There you go.
So she said, I like to prevent fires. And right there I thought, oh, fire preventer. That's different. You know, we always think of leaders as firefighters. We need fire preventers. And now in this day and age, you know, fire preventers, we're even listening to the indigenous people in California to help prevent fires because they are also more relational thinkers. But in any case, that was my big aha. There's systems thinking. And then she added in the, you know, about 10 seconds, she added, for this, I'm considered to be not a team player. And, you know, I was stymied. Oh, of course, because she's getting into other people's turfs. She was in charge of worldwide operations, but she's getting into R&D and finance and, you know, HR. She's getting into other people's turfs, and she's scattered all over the place. She's bringing a more complex solution that takes more time. And then, of course, she's just not doing things the way other people do things. So it's all understandable that these relational competencies have been misunderstood and even seen as being incompetent. And that's what my work has been, to name these competencies. One of my other favorite ones, I'll just be real quick and then I'll let other people talk. But one of my other favorite ones is, do you all know what devil's advocate is? No, you know, which is pretty much like, we'll bulletproof an idea. An idea is brought up and we'll question it, we'll poke holes in it to see where the weaknesses are. Well, this was with Deborah Tannen's work years ago that I identified in her video that the more relational people, the people that look through the lens of how do we connect, how do we build relationship, rather than how do we compete, they want to play angel's advocate. They want to build an idea.
I love that.
And we need to identify these competencies so that they can be understood and valued and promoted and included in what leadership is. So that's my way of, you know, I have a whole schema of that. And I would love to introduce that to you all. And I'm teaming up with Barbara Annis, who is a author of Gender Intelligence. She wants to bring my work into her work, which is using brain science for understanding the differences, like that often women have a more high context way, a more divergent way of thinking, which is consistent with this systems thinking. And men often have a more focused, convergent way of thinking. And we need to be able to use both, but not misunderstand each other. Just like I've had women say that devil's advocate they've dropped ideas. I've had women say that they've left their companies and left engineering because of devil's advocate. So anyway, that's an introduction. More to be said, more to be shared. And I started to say that Barbara Annis and I are planning on a major initiative for belonging. And you have such a great model. I already informed her and several other people. And I presume, I have cats on my table, they're part of my life. I presume that all the video will be available on the website, that you'll have it available. Isn't that true? Okay, great.
It's correct.
Right. Okay.
It's
thank you so much. It's great to be with you.
You should have been one of our speakers.
Well,
we need to hear what you have to say.
If you need me to fill in, let me know. But otherwise, another time. Okay.
I know. I mean, even the poem, I think what you shared, even you incorporating arts to what DeAndre shared, to everything, like, this is beautiful. I want to say something, relational competencies. You know, same concept, different words to express it so everybody understands. I think we need to start incorporating that, Ashley, right away to our vocabulary, and so that way everybody can understand the same thing we're talking about. So thank you so much for it. I think you shared so many amazing things. Ashley was right. You could have been a speaker.
We need to hear from Ambassador Suman and Tom Schneider as well a little bit before we go.
I know we have like 6 minutes. Do you want to unmute yourself?
Ambassador Suman, do you want to say something, or Tom?
Greetings to everyone. It's a very auspicious event. I am respect to all honorable leaders and honorable volunteers. Together we can to make a peaceful world. I am working with United Nations as an international event volunteer and also international director of SDC, La Baritonlos International Diplomacy Organization of Italy. I am also living in France. But today I am very excited to all leaders as a great speech and share each another. So our great contribution for sustainable development and climate change. Day by day, world have to face so many crises. And also we have to expect women's and gender equality. Thank you to all and nice to meet you again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, since someone brought up the subject of devil's advocate here, I'll take the conversation out with another piece, which is that in 1971, when I was 19 years old, I had, in order to get into college, I had to get a draft card. And you not only had to have one, you had to have it on your person. And no women in that time were ever drafted. And they weren't even sought. And the last couple of weeks, I've been out on the West Coast where I came as a draft dodger to the Queen Charlotte Islands and kind of connected with some other people. But it's, they think that conscription, involuntary conscription, happened in Africa, or whatever. But really, people Shenali's age and Ashley's age often don't really understand that within my lifetime, and I'm not that old, it happened. And so, I'm not saying to give men a break here or anything, but we've had some injustices done to us too. And I, have friends and family that, were never the same. And I had to make a choice at 19 to leave the country and not really know that whether or not I was ever going to come back and who I was going to see. And, my conservative Republican parents were pretty supportive. That's how unpopular it was. But, they missed my grandchildren. They got to see their grandchildren once or twice, a year. But, people don't understand that. And now in Switzerland and Israel, everybody's got to do a year of service or 2 years or something like that, and male and female, and so it's more equal. But I just that part of war is it's not known that was a big part of our lives. Other than that, what I wanted to say was that early on, and I remember whether it was Ashley or Shenali, but in some of your opening comments, the most meaningful thing at this conference said that, peace begins with me. For years, as I've been promoting Rotary peace things, I've always said peace begins at home, deal with your other Rotary clubs. And, we have a Mexican and a English-speaking Rotary club, and I've been doing that. But what you said is peace begins with me, not peace begins with us. And then it not only begins inside of me, it begins with my breath. And I know that maybe that sounds esoteric or something, but it really spoke to me. It really helps me to ground myself in, what I'm doing in the peace movement here. Oh, anyway, those are my thoughts there. Excuse me.
Thank you, Tom.
Thank you. Beautiful. Beautiful. We all shared a little bit of our perspectives, and we contributed to this conversation, making it so rich. This is what it is to hold space for one another. We're spread across different time zones, different parts of the world, but we still made the time to come together, get to know each other, and really connect. And this is really what Power of Women is all about. And thank you for coming in here and being a part of the conversation. And of course, we want to invite anybody else to participate. We have 2 other Zoom rooms as well, incorporated in the conference. So we'd like to keep the conversation going.
I would like to thank Tom for sharing from your heart and being vulnerable. I really appreciate that. I stayed a Canadian for the same reason, to be able to take my son if I needed to back home. So, you know, these things, this is just one more good reason why war is obsolete. You know, it's not a healthy way to handle most everything. And so you've lived with a lot as a result of that choice. And thank you for bringing it to the room, because it isn't often brought here. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you
I'm
so much.
glad I could give you that perspective.
Oh, well, you know, this part of this 1 hour Zoom discussion was also going to involve sharing the polling results, but maybe we'll just leave it for the next time, just to keep you coming back, because this was such a great discussion and getting to know all of you. So much love, so much deep respect for all of you, and thank you for coming here and really, you know, enjoying the program and getting to connect. This is really what it's all about.
Thank you so much, everyone.
When we do get the poll results, you might want to record the conversation that comes out of it. It doesn't look like you're recording this. So just want
It's actually been broadcasted.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So we go back to the website for the rest of the conference, right, for now, right? Okay.
Yeah, I watched the whole thing being streamed live for quite a while before I joined you. I just couldn't, you know, I got my first computer at 42, not when I was 4 years old like Shenali. So it took me a while to figure out how to be here. But yes, it was going out live. I was listening.
Thank you. That's awesome.
Tell myself I can't do anything. I'm turning history into her story here tonight. Oh, if we only got one life, we gotta live it right. We're the mothers and daughters, sisters and queens. If we lift up each other, we can achieve anything. We're the ones who are gonna make the change. We're the ones who are gonna flip the page. Spread love like
Dr. Sylvia Whitlock, welcome to the Power of Women Digital Conference. You are a trailblazer who shattered barriers as the first woman to serve as the president of Rotary Club. Your journey is an inspiration. Your insights will undoubtedly enrich our mission of amplifying women's voices and broadening perspectives through edutainment. Dr. Sylvia, we are honored to have you join us today. Please welcome once again.
Thank you. It's my pleasure to be here with you today. Really, to talk to you about a little bit about the edge of tomorrow, which is where we are. I call it the edge of tomorrow. The tomorrow that I'm talking about is going to be the tomorrow when we no longer have polio in the world. You know, there's never going to be a tomorrow when we don't have COVID, I don't think. But we're going to take care of polio. It's something we've been working on for many, many years. It's also a tomorrow when women will have been in Rotary 50 years, almost 50 years. Something we didn't think would ever happen. And I'll tell you a little bit about how it happened. I was working as an elementary school principal in a small town named Duarte, a little town, just a little bit east of Pasadena, where the Rose Parade comes from every year. And, you know, as most principals do, you're curious about the kind of community you're working in and you want to know about it. So I made an appointment to talk to the superintendent of schools, who was also the president of the Rotary Club, but I didn't know any of that then. So I went down to talk to the superintendent of schools, and my question was, what do I need to know about this community so we can serve the kids well? And he said to me, you don't need to worry about this community because we have a Rotary Club here. Rotary takes care of everything. Well, that meant nothing to me. I didn't know anything about Rotary. I knew about Kiwanis. I knew about Elks. I knew about So Optimist. You know what Kiwanis means? Kiwanis means waiting to get into Rotary. Well, that's a joke that was told me by somebody who was in the Kiwanis Club. And it was really interesting. Well, I learned about Rotary. What the superintendent said was, we have a club here, and he described the Rotary International. We're going to invite you to be a member. Our one concern is we don't have any women in the club yet. So I have to go and talk to the district governor, the governor of the club. And so he made an appointment to talk to the governor, and he went and presented his story. And the district governor agreed with him that women would be a help in the club. But he said, you know what? I don't know how we're going to do this. So I suggest that when you register these women with Rotary International, you don't use their whole names. You just use their initials. Hey, those of us who are Rotarians know that that didn't pass the four-way test, did it? Because it was designed to deceive. So Dick invited 3 women, 2 principals and a journalist, to join the Rotary Club. And we were duly registered with our first initials so that, you know, S. Whitlock could have been Stephen Whitlock, M. Elliott could have been Michael Elliott, or whatever. That's how we were registered with Rotary International. And we got involved doing all the things that Rotarians do. You know, Easter baskets, cancer survivors, all the rest of it. And then we had the 25th anniversary of the Rotary Club of Duarte. And you know what happens when you have an anniversary or a milestone. Rotary sends representatives to help you celebrate. And so the people came from Evanston to help us celebrate our club. And of course, during the event, the women were introduced as Rotarians. And the representatives from Evanston said, we don't have women in Rotary. We're introducing these women as Rotarians. We don't have women in Rotary. and somebody said, hey, this club does. Well, you could tell the representatives were in shock. But they stayed until the end of the party, and they went back to Evanston and reported that this renegade club had women members. And if you think the mail was fast then, you should have seen how fast we got a note from them telling us 3 things. Women are not at Rotary. You need to ask the women to leave Rotary. If the women don't leave Rotary, stop calling yourself a Rotary club, because you're not a Rotary club. Rotary clubs don't have women. Well, we listened. The club members listened. The men in the club listened. And they thought, we don't want to ask the women to leave. Heck, the women were doing more than half the work in the club. So Bill Brooks, who was worked for City of Hope at the time, said, I know what we'll do. We won't ask the women to leave, but we'll just call ourselves the ex-Rotary Club of Dwardy. And so we had a Rotary pin. I wish I had one to show you. We had a Rotary pin with an X over it. And we became the ex-Rotary Club of Dwardy. And you know something? We were the ex-Rotary Club of Dwardy for 11 years, but I'll tell you about that later. Rotary said, that's fine, but I tell you what, you're going to have to give up your charter. And so right to our breakfast meeting, they sent a representatives from Evanston to take our charter. And we had to surrender our charter because they weren't kidding. We're not going to be a Rotary club. So we thought, okay, you don't have a choice. The International says your charter is no longer valid. You turn it in. So we gave up our charter, but we continued to do the things we had learned to do as Rotarians. Reading for the schools, providing cancer baskets for survivors, and all of those things. The only thing we didn't do was international projects because, of course, we didn't have Rotary's cooperation to help us do that. But we did everything but that. One of our members said, you know, I bet we could take this to the courts. I bet we could go to the court with this. It's a problem to get women into Rotary. And so we gave international notice that we were going to go to the courts. And the first thing international did was petition that it be heard in the courts, because they didn't want it heard in a local court. They wanted it heard in not in a superior court, but an international court, because there had been a case there where a club in New York had been petitioning to get equal rights for inviting people, associational rights. And so they said, federal court is where we need to go with this. But the federal court said, no, this needs to be heard in Superior Court. And so it was heard first in the Superior Court in California. It didn't take long for the Superior Court to rule that Rotary was right in saying women couldn't join, that they were right. And so, we thought, who's going to fight over women coming into a club to do some good in the world? Well, Rotary did, and the Superior Court backed them up. And so we thought, we can't do this now. This is serious stuff here. It's getting serious. And so our attorney, who also was a Rotarian in a club in Arcadia, said, I need to look this up. So he went and he looked it up and found out that there was a law, not just in California, but in a lot of states, that really forbade discrimination in public accommodations. And Rotary was considered a public accommodation at the time. At that time, more than 80% of the members had their dues paid by their employers. And so he went back to the Court of Appeals, and the act that he used was called the UNRU Act, UNRUH, the UNRU Act, which forbade discrimination in public accommodations. and the Court of Appeals listened and agreed with him. And so they reversed the ruling of the Superior Court. Now, this is really interesting because, this is a California appellate court, and this is reversing a decision that came down from California. So this was the year that I was coming in as president of my club. This is way back when. And the California court said I could do it. And so, what happens to presidents who are coming in? They get invited to pets. And so I was invited to pets with, the normal invitation that Rotarians send to their members when they're invited to pets. And they didn't even bother to change the wording. They told me where and when the training would be. And they said, be sure and bring your coat and tie because directory pictures will be taken. Well, heck, this is what went out to men. Here I am, one woman. So I took my coat and tie. And there were 290 men at that training and one woman, only one woman. And it was interesting because the best part of that was during restroom breaks, what do you think the hallway looked like? Oh my goodness, we were at the Garden Grove Hotel and down in Garden Grove, and during restroom time, there's long lines outside the men's restroom and nobody in the women's restroom. I would go in the women's restroom and I would come out and I'd say, you guys can go in there now, nobody else is here. And they would go in. However, during the training, during which there were no women speakers, we were told that Rotary International was going to appeal the appellate court ruling to the United States Supreme Court. I couldn't believe they were going to, because, I was a school principal. The United States Supreme Court took care of Roe versus Wade, which has gone the way of all flesh, right? Or they took care of Board of Education in Topeka, Kansas, and so I thought, United States Supreme Court, I didn't think they would hear it. But see, what I was not looking at was the fact that this was a civil rights issue. It was discrimination. And so I took furious notes. I went back to Duarte. We changed the name of our club to the ex-Rotary Club of Duarte, and because one of the trainers talked about our club as the mouse that roared. He said it's just a little club making a big noise. And he called us the mouse that roared. So we became the Rotary Club of Duarte, ex-Rotary, the mouse that roared. And we went back and we continued to do our business and we just waited to see what would happen. Well, it didn't take long, and this is time for that. It didn't take long for the Supreme Court to really take the case. They did take the case, because it was a civil rights issue. And in May 1987, 11 years after all this started, the Supreme Court ruled that Rotary and all other clubs like Rotary had to accept women. There could be no discrimination, no gender discrimination, and they gave us all the rules for that. And so that's the first news that Rotary got that said they have to have women. And of course, after that, it had to go to the Council on Legislation, and it went there twice. They had to vote on it 2 times, because the first time it came up, it didn't come up as if women were going to be in Rotary. It was, did the Duarte Club violate Rotary's bylaws by inviting women? Of course we had. But the next time it was written, and I learned when I became a representative to the Council on Legislation how to fix those things so they say what you want them to say. And so the Council on Legislation passed it, because in the beginning, the appellate court ruling was incumbent only on California. But now when it came from the Supreme Court, it was all of the United States. And from the Council on Legislation, it became the entire Rotary world. And that's how women came to be Rotary members. Okay.
Wow. What a story. I joined Rotary for the first time. This is my first day as a Rotarian. just to hear the backstory of how women were even allowed to be accepted, this is just mind blowing. And this was what, Sylvia, what, 50 years ago?
This was 1987 was the Superior Court ruling. 1987. So that's almost 50 years.
Not even, it's about 36.
It's 40, a little over 40 years, yeah.
Oh my God. This is actually.
You have to count the 11 years that I was a Rotarian, an ex-Rotarian.
We had come a long way because, we had Jennifer Jones as our past president.
Right.
For Rotary International. So, wow. Just to think that. I think now it's over, 30% of the club, they're women?
Yeah, 30%. Yeah, 30%. That's 30% in the US. It's less than that around the world. But it's about 30% in the US. So you have lots of room. There are lots of women you can invite to grow your clubs. So just keep on inviting them. They do good stuff. And they pay attention to detail, and they take care of a lot of things that men don't want to do. So, you know what? Women are out there in the schools, they're in the workaday world, they're in construction places, they're in hospitals, they're everywhere. Why not Rotary? Why not Rotary? Yeah. So.
Thank you so much. I think you have what you just started innocently, how can I serve the community? Now it's a global solution you found for all of us. So thank you, Sylvia, and thank you for sharing such a captivating story with all of us.
It's been my pleasure, and hope you have a really good conference. It's been really good. I look forward to hearing what's going on.
Thank you so much for joining us today, and we hope to continue talking to you even after the conference to learn so much from you. Thank you so much, Sylvia.
Feel free anytime.
The theme of Power of Women embodies collaboration through edutainment across diasporas through the collectives alliances that support positive global change.
Hi, everybody. I can't tell you how excited I am today. As a young girl, we're always given things to play with as children, right? And we're given dolls. I was graciously given things to build with in my house. And so I was able to learn how to think outside a box and build something new. I went and took my kids to see the Barbie movie the other day, and I was reimagining what that space looks like for us to build a new paradigm for us as women. One of my favorite plays right now is Hamilton. And I love Hamilton and was discussing Hamilton with a friend of mine. And he said that his favorite part of Hamilton is talking about the room where it happens. And he always wanted to be in the room where it happens. And then we went into discussion about building the room where it happens. And today I get to build a room where things are going to happen. I have been blessed to be able to curate this amazing conversation with these amazing women who have not only been mentors to me, but that you all have been mentors to women and girls across the world since the beginning of your career. And so I don't know if any of you all really realize, so when each of your names are spoken individually, feelings exude, right? Feelings of admiration, feelings of joy and respect. And I get those feelings every time I get to be in space with you all. And so to have you all here at the same time, I'm fangirling. I'm sorry. I'm kind of excited. I'm a little, it's a little pat myself on the back moment that this was able to happen. So thank you all for being here. I'm going to give each of you an opportunity to introduce yourselves. And so, but I'm going to talk a little bit about each of you right before I introduce you. Is that okay?
Absolutely. Sounds good.
Perfect. Well, I'm going to start where I started earlier with my dear friend Agnes. Agnes comes to us directly directly from my heart. We met in New Orleans doing some collaborative work. It's very interesting, all the collaborations that have happened with each person. But Agnes and I met in New Orleans doing some collaborative work with other people in New Orleans, Black folks who are really working to restructure the paradigm of the city and the state in the best way we can from the sectors that we're in. Agnes is the chief strategist at McBride Sisters, marketing director. She Can program officer. Agnes, can you tell us a little bit about who you are, what you do, and where you come from?
Sure. So I work with McBride Sisters Wine Company, but specifically as their Chief Impact Officer for McBride Sisters She Can Fund. What we do is we provide women scholarships who are looking to excel in the wine industry. I am from San Francisco, California. Father's Nigerian, mother's from Mississippi. It's quite an interesting mix. I met the sisters while living in San Francisco. None of us quite fit in. And years later, here we are, we're changing the world together. So I'm just blessed that they chose to take me along for the ride, and what a ride it is.
I love it. Thank you so much, Agnes. So I'm going to jump right to Robin, since you are we're talking about McBride. Robin, I don't know if you know, but when I first started doing this work, we used to do a TV show called She Shows Up that we're now producing internationally. But the very first few episodes were done in a bar in New Orleans, Second Vine Wine. And Second Vine Wine would give us Black Girl Magic.
I didn't know that, but I know Second Vine very well.
Yes. And we would sit there and have conversations about Black women's issues around hair, politics, what does it mean to raise Black boys? And we would drink Black Girl Magic and toast to Black Girl Magic every week. And so I've been a fan ever since. And so to now be a She Can part of the She Can family, I will say in so many multiple ways. I just appreciate your vision, your ingenuity, you and your family. And so, Robin, do you mind telling us a little bit about who you are and what you do?
Absolutely. And thank you. And we are also a fan of yours now as well. I didn't know that background. That's amazing. But I am Robin McBride, and I'm the co-founder of McBride Sisters Wine Company that I founded with my sister, Andrea, about going on 18 years ago now. And we are the largest Black-owned wine company. We're also the largest women-founded wine company now. And as I'm sure a lot of people can imagine, wine has not traditionally been very diverse and has not been women-led. So we have, experienced a lot of things over the past 17 or 18 years, which led us in 2019. And we're the founders of Black Girl Magic Wines, McBride Sisters Collection Wines, and She Can Wines. And in 2019, when we launched She Can Wines, we also launched McBride Sisters She Can Fund, which Ms. Uboma is the Chief Impact Officer of. So I'm the chair of McBride Sisters She Can Fund, as well as McBride Sisters Wine Company, and based here in the Bay Area.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Robin. I appreciate it. Justine. So Justine Lucas, we've been friends for about a couple of years now, part of another group of women coming together to do some collaborative work and collaborative understanding and collaborative building. I met Justine. Some people within that group said, go meet Justine, and I did. And it's been incredible ever since. Justine's work spans the globe. Her ability to really contextualize what's going on with women and girls across different genres globally has been impressive and incredible to be a person to witness and a friend to collaborate on. And so Justine, do you mind? And is starting a new venture. And so Justine, do you mind telling us and what you're doing?
Of course. Thank you so much, Nia, for bringing us all together. I'm just honored to be in conversation with you all. As Nia mentioned, I just founded a social impact advisory called Q15 Impact. Essentially, I build strategies and partnerships and pathways for companies, for foundations, for nonprofits, for individuals to achieve massive societal impact. Prior to that, I was the executive director of Rihanna's Clara Lionel Foundation for 7 years. And as Nia mentioned, I've done work all over the globe. I've been a part of justice movements my whole career, from human rights work in Cameroon to reproductive health access to criminal justice reform, to climate justice in the Caribbean. I've had the chance to work alongside some amazing leaders. I am currently in Brooklyn, where I'm based. I'm originally from Chicago, and just excited to be here today.
I love it. Thank you so much, Justine. So, Teresa, the reason why I kept you last is because you are probably the one closest to my root and my footing. When I was a baby organizer, didn't even know if I had leadership capacity. I don't know if you know that when I wrote Citizen She, I wrote it for someone else to be in leadership. Teresa gave me guidance and would, like I said it earlier, but I'm gonna keep on saying it, would answer my calls in the car, just to teach me where it went from a 1-pager to a 20-pager to a 20-pager with the budget. And so the reason why Citizen She exists is because of mentors like Teresa investing in me before there was even no one even knew there was anything to invest in. And so, Teresa, I am grateful, and I'm also part of the Ms. family. And so, Teresa, do you mind telling us who you are and how you come into this room?
Sure. I love that story. Thank you so much for sharing it. And I'm super thrilled to be on this panel with these women. There's nothing better and no way better to spend your time than with women who are lifting up each other and lifting into the future. And I'm super excited about that. And that's why I support you. I'm Teresa Younger, and I'm the president and CEO of the Ms. Foundation for Women. I am the longest serving woman of color CEO in Mrs. history. Ms. is 50 years old, and I've been with the foundation for 10 years. And the work of the foundation is a public feminist foundation that supports women and girls, predominantly women and girls of color, to build movements and make change that needs to happen in the world. And we really live in a place of trust. So all of our work is considered trust-based philanthropy. And one of the things that I have done as a woman of color is I've stepped back and I've said, how are we making sure that we are modeling the world we want it to be? How are we changing philanthropy? How are we investing our money? How are we trusting the leadership of activists throughout the United States and in the U.S. territories? And how are we building also our team at the Ms. Foundation, which was started by Gloria Steinem 50 years ago, and now it is led by an all-women of color leadership team and is led by grassroots organizers all over the place. I oftentimes say I am an Air Force brat who grew up knowing more about farming than feminism, and thought GS meant Girl Scouts, not Gloria Steinem. So I grew up in North Dakota, and my parents still live there. And so I grew up in a space where I was the only one a lot of times and needed to introduce people to who I was and what I was doing. I also grew up as a Girl Scout. So I do get up every day just trying to make the world a better place. And that is consistent with our work. And then I always like to throw in that I now have Gloria Steinem on speed dial. So that helps round out the picture.
I love it. I love it. I love it. So this is like the best pot of gumbo that I could have curated and made a with, because this is going to be incredible. So each of you, I'm going to dive right in because we're going to go, Justine, we're going to go deep fast. And so one of the things that is really impressive about each of you is that you all move outside of any paradigm that people consider to exist for women and girls. Each of you are entrepreneurs in that you are the first, the most sustainable, the longest lasting, right? And that means that you have to move outside of traditional strategies, right? So how have each of you personally used creative strategies to reimagine your influence on global power structures? Who would like to go first? I'm going to call on you, Justine. You're loving me right now. You're using all that ingenuity to rebuild right now. So how did you make that shift from, going out on your own right now?
Yeah, no, I appreciate the question. And I think for where I'm at right now, the opportunity to build something that was representing my values and the change that I hope to create in the world was incredibly exciting. I think Teresa alluded to it. The nonprofit sphere needs change. We need to be moving differently. We need to be working differently.
And when you asked this question, the first thing I thought of was my time in Cameroon. And Nia and I have been connecting a lot about work in West Africa. And I had the great chance to work for a grassroots human rights organization while I was there. And the time that I was there really taught me most of the lessons that I carry through my career. I was 25 when I was there, and there happened to be an incident of torture in the local prison. And I spent that year working with the incredible team that was in this small town called Kumba on trying to get the prison superintendent prosecuted for torture. And in a country that has a dictatorship and faces such intense corruption, the creative strategies that were necessary to get that done were many. You know, we did a lot of creative things to get the facts on what had actually happened in that incident. We had to sneak into the prison. We had to talk with, different people that were engaged with the prison. We had to write an extensive report that was based in both local law and international human rights law. Then we had to get that report in front of all levels of government, which I know so many of you do such incredible policy and advocacy work, but getting people to pay attention and taking it to the top echelons of leadership, that was probably one of the most difficult things I had to do so early in my career, but it taught me so many of the lessons around how to get creative, how to create change, and how to be really grassroots, roll up your sleeves to get things done.
I love that so much. And I'm going to jump to you, Teresa, on this question to piggyback off of what Justine said, because you all both kind of like navigate what are considered traditional structures, right? Philanthropy, legal work. When we talk about, all the other pieces that you all move as a Girl Scout, right? Those are traditional structures, but you have moved it differently than other people I've seen. So how do you use creativity to move in those spaces?
Well, I think one of the things I oftentimes say is if it was easy, somebody else would have figured it out a long time ago. None of what we're doing is because it's the easy thing to do. And there is no right or wrong answer. And I know, having followed many of the women on this panel, we take the risk. And so how do you think outside of the box, which is the best part of the question, to make change happen, which is to look at it from a place of inquiry, not just a place of critique. So, what do we want it to look like? And then how long are we willing to invest to get it to where we want it to be? And those are some of the questions that I asked. And even at Ms., there are not many women of color leaders running, and there weren't 10 years ago when I started, running national foundations, raising the money, moving the money, trusting the grantees in the field and the partners in the field to do what they felt needed to happen, not what we dictated to them, and to say, we've got to just try. And if this doesn't work, it's okay. And being honest enough to know that, to say and to know that we don't always have the answers, but we're willing to try and put together a format or a shape to test it out in. And that's what I've done. That's what I've done with philanthropy. Call it out, but call it out with the solutions for what it can be, and what. Who's doing it successfully? Not that everybody needs to do it the same way.
It's real. I love that. I love that so much. And Robin, you didn't have a lot of examples of how to do this work, especially, with the wine industry, there's not very many women. There's not very many women of color at all. And so how did you come up with the idea to move in this way when there wasn't a space for you to touch, overwhelmingly touch as a structure on how to do this and how to move?
Yeah, well, we definitely didn't have a whole lot of people that we could find easily anyway. We learned later on that there definitely were people like us who had been in this space, but didn't quite know how to access them. And so when we started our business, it really was because me and my sister are just kind of geeky and nerdy about wine. We both grew up in wine regions. My sister grew up in New Zealand. I grew up in Monterey, California. So we grew up around wines, wine country, agriculture regions. And so when we started our business, it really was about that love and that interest that we had in the product. And when we took the step to start our business together, we were a little bit naive, I think, about just how archaic the industry was and how far behind pretty much everything else that I can find it was in terms of progress with diversity and women leaders and Black and brown people who were in the spaces. And so once we started to see how much work needed to be done in the space, we very much kind of shifted our thinking and our direction about our business. And so, making wine isn't easy, and making it at scale as we do now is even harder. But our toughest job by far has been advocating for both the consumer, who we think has the right to access, all products that they want, even when it's produced by non-traditional producers, and for other women and Black and brown people in business. And we have found the best way to do that is by being seen as business owners in the wine industry, being excellent at what we do, and being loud and not conforming. And it took us a really long time to get comfortable with the idea of being sort of representatives in this space, in wine and in business. But ultimately, strategically, we understand the importance of what it means to be seen, to have a successful business that's growing year over year, to have an impact on our retail partners' accounts, and also for the consumers, and how that motivates other people in wine and other people in business. So a big part of our strategy is really, it almost comes down to content a lot of times, making sure that people see us and see our products and see how you can be successful in this space. And also to, create a precedent. A lot of times when we're going into national accounts buyer meetings, they haven't sat with a Black-owned wine company before, right? So we're doing the work on the industry side and the consumer side, really to make people like ourselves commonplace in business and in this space.
I love it. And I will tell you, one of the things that's becoming commonplace in my life is going to restaurants and finding McBride flights. Do you know that's the thing? It's McBride flights, and you can get a little flight tasting of each different kind of wine, and then it ends with a glass of Prosecco. It's been my thing.
Wow. Yeah, I actually haven't personally seen that, but I love it. So you have to tell me where that is, because I need to go there.
Absolutely. I will give you the address of the first place I went to in LA.
Okay.
Agnes, one of the things that I love about you and the work that you do is you kind of put all this together. Because when we talk about philanthropy, we're also talking, and Black women led spaces, we're also talking about, we're business people as well. We're not always seen as business people, as leaders of nonprofits, but that's what we are. But you are leading this group of us that are all women entrepreneurs, and all of us think outside the box. And then you also remind us constantly that she can. And so how do you work creatively to facilitate the collaboration that we all do within the spaces that you influence?
Sure. So I know that I'm uniquely positioned because I've been tasked this responsibility by, the largest found Black-owned wine company and the largest growing women-founded wine company owners. I'm able to go to them and ask them questions directly as it relates to, how did you all scale your business? When the sisters tapped me in 2020 to build or expand the fund, that was literally the first email question that I sent over. And then I just remember either sister, can't remember if it was Robin or Andrea, saying, let's talk about this after, XYZ calls. And I just went directly into it with them. How did you know that you were a success? How did you set your benchmarks? What were the metrics year over year that you looked for to pursue funding from banking institutions, so on and so forth? So that's really the organic way that we go about whether it's grant making, whether it's direct scholarships to Black women entrepreneurs, whether it's giving scholarships just to women in general who are seeking to establish themselves as executives within the wine industry or within entrepreneurship within the wine industry. We take an organic approach to it. I feel like if it's good, for one, it's good for the next. So if I hear from the sisters, we're having problems with product and inventory. And again, this happened, they launched this, we relaunched it in 2020, right? So it's the height of the pandemic. And so I was literally hearing firsthand from them what were some of their challenges as it relates to keeping the doors open, whether or not to go to, online distribution, so on and so forth. So we pretty much applied that to women across the board and just said that, hey, these are some common areas in which women need support.
I love it. So I'm going to get a little personal. Okay. I hope you all don't mind.
I love it. I'm here for it.
How does it feel to be, because like we said, we didn't have a whole lot of examples. So you are the first you that little girls are seeing. How does that feel to be that, like to be some girl right now is dreaming to be you? What does that feel? And like, what kind of responsibility is taken in with that reality?
Wow. I don't know that I've fully digested that concept yet, to be honest, because we're in it, and so I feel like the work that we do now, we're taking arrows, to be honest, right? So anytime we walk into a room, we're taking all the heat in hopes that the next person who comes into that same room behind us doesn't have those same experiences. So it kind of feels like we're so entrenched in the process. I don't know that personally, like I've digested that I might become an example to young women. I hope to, for sure, but I don't think emotionally I've quite processed like what would that feel like, and what does that mean to me? And it's obviously very much a part of why we're doing what we're doing, but I haven't quite mentally or emotionally gotten to that space to be able to give you that answer per se, because we are. It feels like we're really in the trenches, to be honest. Like we're so deep into it, and we're working so hard to make sure that people are not kept out of these spaces. But I do hope that one day that some little girl somewhere does look and say, I want to do what those sisters did.
I love that. I actually want to jump in because I think, I don't want to do this work forever. I want to do it for now. And I want to build it so strong that somebody will come in after and take it to the next level. And I hope I've changed it enough that they see this as an option, because I grew up not knowing that philanthropy was an option. I would say it's the best job I never knew existed because I didn't understand philanthropy. I didn't understand entrepreneurship. I didn't understand nonprofit management. So I do feel, though, it is a weight. It is a weight, but not as heavy as the weight of the women who came before me, including my grandmother, Dorothy Ferguson, right, who worked in the front of a grocery store and was the first Black woman to do that, including, many other women who came before who had so much more to carry. But I'm just, I'm honored and I'm privileged. I may be a first or an only, but I will not be the last.
I love that. Robin, you brought up that reality around imposter syndrome, and how we no matter how big, other people think we are, and give us credit for, internally, we're we still are taking those arrows. What do you all do when you're feeling less than other people think you are? Right? When what we're feeling on the inside is less than what we're, the accolades that people are giving us.
I have an unconventional answer to that question.
I love it.
I actually don't have imposter syndrome because I feel like we haven't scratched the surface. So I know a lot of times we have awards and accolades and things, but in our minds, it's like there's so much more to do. It feels like we haven't really done that much, and we appreciate being recognized and admiration, but we know there's so much more to do. So I haven't, I don't think fully felt imposter syndrome necessarily, but we're motivated by what we see the potential of where we collectively all can be. And we have so far to go, to be honest. And that's the fuel, that gets us up every day and gets us to do the work that we do in our space, in the wine space, culturally, and with the She Can Fund.
That's real. I love that. Justine, you were talking earlier about and just piggybacking off this idea of like how we feel internally. And you were talking about some of the work, and you casually mentioned, being in refugee camps, as if that, but, in my head, there's a level of fear associated with going in places sometimes that, we're taking on something that actually can, has a physical. What do you do with that fear? How do you abandon, or do you abandon fear, trepidation, anything like that, when you're pushing forward and doing the incredible work?
It's such a good question. There's so much in there too, because there's so many emotions. It's not just fear that you have. I think in all the work that we're doing, when you're pushing bounds, there are the insecurities and a lot of emotions that come with all of it. So I feel like something that I lean on, and thinking about even the context of this panel, I was thinking it is the communities that I get to be a part of, meeting you, Nia, because of a group of women entrepreneurs from all over the country, getting to solve challenges with those groups and share our emotions and our journeys. And I think that has been one of the biggest things for me. And even looking back on the pandemic, I was really grateful that I created little pockets of communities. There were folks that I'd worked with for years and years, and we would create regular Zoom check-ins where we're doing like monthly check-ins, people that I didn't even know that well, but groups of women, groups of other entrepreneurs, and just to have those communities where I could feel safe to share in full transparency, like everything that I was going through. I think that really carried me through a lot.
I love that. And speaking of like curating communities, Agnes, let me tell you something. You are the curator of communities like nobody's business. Like even when I went to San Francisco, it was literally a random, offshoot trip. And she curated this incredible experience. I got to meet other women who are part of the program and the project. What does that mean to build something like that? Like, what is that? How does that feel to build it? What does it mean, and why is it necessary?
Well, I like to pride myself on saying I only know fly women. I only know fly. Robin's laughing because I say that all the time.
She does.
Regardless of your title, socioeconomic status, I don't care where we're at. We can be in San Francisco, the Fillmore. I could take you to an old woman's house who will make you the best upside down cake you ever ate in your life. We can go to New Orleans and we can go round by the second line, and they're the most fabulous group of people you'll ever meet in your life. Or we can entertain, a university president or, some type of magistrate. I only know fly people. I'm extremely intentional about spending my time with people who care about the condition of others around them, right? They don't have to be global leaders. But if you're a woman or a man who cares about your own household to the extent that you care about what books are at your child's school's library, right? That speaks volumes. It tells me who you are on the inside. So I trust people like that. So that's why when I have someone as fly as a Miss Nia Weeks fly into town, right? I could say, wait. Robin and I, we're doing this podcast. They're dope content creators. Come on by. Don't even worry about it. Well, don't even worry about it. Just show up, because I know that everyone that I surround myself with, they care about the next person. They care about humankind. right? And I think that in itself should be the mark. What should be the mark is what are you willing to do for those who you say you love and care for? And what are you willing to do for, that man or that woman who you see every day when you walk outside of your building? Do you ever stop and give them something to eat? Right? Do you ever, volunteer, and it doesn't have to be in lights? So that's why I think I'm able to curate these outside of professional. Yes, I've worked at museums and done all of those great things, but I just really like fly people.
I love it. I love it. I love it. Also, y'all make me feel so good. I can't I text my business partner right before this day. I was like, I'm so nervous about this panel because I'm a fan of all my friends. And I want to make sure that it goes well. And so I appreciate it. Teresa, I want to piggyback off of what Agnes has said, because, when I tell that story about you taking my phone call, but it means a lot because it was, I didn't have a name at that time. I was just, I just had an idea and that I felt needed to exist in the world. And I was like, oh, wait, someone else agrees that they need to exist. And it's Teresa Younger and, and everything else. But why is it so important to invest in other people's ideas and dreams? And, what is the global benefit to us doing that?
Well, I mean, I think the reality, it's so interesting that you said, you called and I picked up, or I called and you picked up. I'm not sure how, even when I may have called you back. But one of the things I always think about that Agnes touched on, which is we make choices every day about how we're going to spend our time and our energy and where we're going, whose space we're going to be in. And if somebody makes an offer, like call me, and you don't, then it's incumbent on that other person to make sure that they're there. So I said, call me anytime, and you did. Right. Mm-hmm. And so what that means is if I ask you, hey, how are you? Then I need to stand for a minute and hear the response. Doesn't mean I'm responsible for fixing it. It just means that we are going to be in relationship. We are going to be in community. It's going to be authentic. And I think, in this global world that we're all in, that, it's easy to make the Zoom all it has the end of a relationship, as opposed to, and when can I see you, right? And Justine, where are you in Brooklyn, right? And Agnes and Robin, when will you be here, right? So for me, it's really about how are we being intentional, putting out what we can do and being authentic about it as often as we can be. But we need to be in relationship with each other. And, globally, we need to be in relationship with each other because we're fighting for a better world. And as humans, we have an obligation to make that world better, not just for those of us in the United States or those of us on the continent of Africa or in New Zealand or in Europe. We have an obligation because we are all interconnected and we are siblings to each other. And when we understand that and we are willing to be in relationship with our siblings, it means we care and we trust and that we're authentic.
I love that. The authenticity too, within this space, it's really beautiful. It's each one of you has such a beautiful way of displaying that. And one thing, and Robin, you and I are getting to know each other, but I'm also learning that you are also traversing in the building industry, which I am curious about what that means to diversify that portfolio, but diversify that portfolio in another space that's outside the box, where there's an influx of women of color. What does that mean to keep building in spaces that we're making headway?
Well, a huge milestone for us is that we purchased our first vineyard property in Napa this year. We actually took receipt of the keys to the property on Dr. Martin Luther King Day this year. And that's a first for us because wine as a product is capital intensive. almost the entirety of our career as owners in the space. We haven't had commercial bank financing. We haven't had investors. And so we've built our business, on whatever we've sold. And so it's taken us a long time to be able to acquire our very first property, which we're about to harvest the grapes from that, I think, in about a week or so. So it'll be another milestone for us. And we're actually, I think, maybe the second Black-owned wine company, vineyard owner in Napa Valley. So it's very big. But with that property, comes a development that we're planning that's in conjunction with the fund, with the She Can Fund. So we're going to be developing property for our partnership with Southern University and other academic institutions. So it'll become a teaching property. We're doing planting projects. We're building labs. We're building winemaking facilities, and just going to have the property as a host for projects, for collaboration inside of business and academics. Through the fund, we have partnerships with the USDA, NRCS, multiple things that are going on. So it is a milestone to be able to to have land ownership, which is very important as women and as Black women, but also to be able to have that as a place to cultivate community and to foster professional development and academic resources. And as well, along with that, we're also looking at some within the Bay Area, having tasting rooms within the city that will be announcing in 2024. So it is a big change for us. It is a big step, property ownership, property development, and bridging what we've done to include a place for people to come and learn and experience and to commune together in spaces that are owned by us.
Nia, she's leaving something out. And she's not going to say it because she's modest and she's humble, and I love her for it. But sometimes we just need to say what it is. They signed for their property on Martin Luther King birthday, or day, rather. Less than a month later, a few weeks later, one of the women from She Can Thrive Sisterhood, right, in which we have over 100 women in that community, to whom which we granted $25,000 worth of advertising credit to, sent an email. And she sent me an email and saying, hey, I've been out of the country. I've been in Africa. I have some monies. I just purchased some land. I would like to develop a vineyard, and so on and so forth. In the midst of going back and forth, it was a huge undertaking for the McBride sisters. Do you not know that? Because they really, sisterhood is sewn into the fabric of the company, right? And on a personal level, sisterhood is sewn into the fabric of our friendship. So all I did was simply text Robin and said, hey, we have a She Can Thrive sister who's going to be in California. She wants to know if she can fly into the San Francisco Bay Area to meet with you, to talk about vineyard management, so on and so forth. And in the midst of all of that busy schedule and this and that and this and that, she took the meeting with her to help her out, and to further assist. And hey, if you're looking to develop a vineyard, and she was very transparent. I'm saying all that to say that character is who you are when nobody's around, right? She didn't have to do that, right? And that's why I'm exceptionally proud. I've done a lot of work that I'm proud of. But I'm exceptionally proud about the work that we're doing here at the She Can Fund, because it is a sisterhood. Much to what Teresa just said, if you call on us at the fund, right? Don't know how you're going to get through on the wine company side, right? Because they're moving, right? But if you contact us through the fund, we really are intentional about setting aside time to make that connection and see how to further grow your business.
I love it. Okay, so we are coming at the end of the time. Also, Agnes, thank you for letting know, because sometimes we don't give each other, ourselves our flowers. You know what I'm saying? This is what it is. And so it's
thank you, Agnes. I appreciate that. I just want to add really quickly, because I know for a fact it's true for everybody that's here, but we make ourselves available. A big piece of the work that we do in the communities that we're building and the networks that we're creating is because we make sure that we make ourselves available. So when I meet somebody, and Agnes to speak to this, if I go into a room or an event, I'm coming out with 10 new best friends. Sure. I've cornered everybody and been like, what are you trying to do? Tell me, how can I help? Here's what I'm trying to do. And it stays with me. And when I say you can reach out to me at any time and I'll make myself available, that's a promise that I keep every time. And I think that's something that's very specific to women and women in our spaces, that we honor, we say what we mean and we honor that, and we make sure that we're in whatever way needed, mentorship, advice, connections, networking, whatever it is, that we're here to support and uplift each other.
I appreciate that. And as a recipient of that, great that you all do that. Okay, so we're coming to the end of time. So I have one last question for everybody. And this is across the board. Because what you all are describing is legacy work, right? Mm-hmm. What is the lasting legacy that you want to leave with, for just on this earth, in this space? What is the lasting legacy that you would like to leave? Start with you, Teresa.
Knew you were going to do that. I was like, go to Justine. I think what I want, I always think of this like, what do I want on my gravestone? She tried, and on my worst day, she was there for me.
Oh, girl, she tried to make people cry.
Right? I love that.
That's beautiful.
Agnes, so you're next.
Oh, lasting, that's so loaded. Lasting legacy. This is part of it. Again, the sisters and I met casually, and you talk to your girlfriends about workplace frustrations, and I was just like, I just wish that we would care more about our legacy as a people and build institutions. Not knowing that years later they would say, hey, about that legacy and philanthropy building you were talking about, why don't you come over here? So ultimately, the legacy that I would like to leave is that I was able to become my grandparents, both on both sides, Mississippi sharecroppers, my grandparents in Nigeria, their dreams personified.
I love that. Justine.
Such good answers. I think mine would be that I showed up. I showed up for my friends, my family, and thinking about even Agnes, how you have relationships with fly women, it's because you show up. Right. And so I think that's how we are building these beautiful networks, is because we're showing up in these relationships as our authentic selves. And I think I just want to be known as someone that always showed up for everyone that was in my community.
Yeah. Robin, thank you.
I think that we're proof that everyone has the right to be in spaces that they're passionate about and to be active in spaces that they're passionate about. And nobody has the ability to keep you out. And that you deserve to pursue your passions and to be happy, and that everything is possible.
Thank you so much for that. Thank you so much for that, for each of you. Thank you for showing up. Thank you for sharing your passion. Thank you for sharing your time. And thank you for sharing your friendship with me. This has been a true honor and a true blessing. These gems are going to not just last in the universe forever, but they're going to reside in my heart for a very long time. And the fact that you all said yes to the dress on a holiday for me has me humbled, grateful, and I cannot wait for the world to hear these gems, to understand what real collaboration looks like, what true hearts look like for women and girls across the world. So thank you so much, and thank you all for joining us.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, everybody.
Bye. Thank you.
This song is for my mama, yeah. Esava ngori chimama, kugira ngumenye ishimwe riri mu mutima wanje. Nekishi wakose kugira ngo maondo wabwiwe nabi na benshi yuzura umunabi imbaraga z'umutima yo zirutisa amaboko yo ko wicaye mu ntebe y'ababiri uyuzura murunge yari ifite amaguru abiri wayibereye ukwa gatatu yicaramo sinayirima ay mama I love you so much, so much, oh, mama. I love you so much, oh, mama. Beautiful is what we call you, mama. Mighty woman, warrior, blessed woman, yeah. Peaceful at the same time. You're a fighter, mama. You're a giver, not a receiver. Forgiver, tell me, mama, how you do that? How you do that? Can I get more? Bless my mama. Igwe Oluwa. Thank you for my mama. Oh, mama. Mama, I love you so much. So much. Mama, mama. I love you so much. So much. So much, oh, mama, oh, I love you so much, oh, I love you so much, oh, thank you, Olúwa.
We have the pleasure and honor of having Dr. Sukhi joining us today. Dr. Sukhi is an award-winning doctor, best-selling author, and global speaker. Today, he's considered an authority on human potential and developing innovative strategies. He is a master at developing people through his neural integration and Activision techniques, touching the lives of hundreds of thousands worldwide, helping them heal, shatter their limits, and achieve extraordinary results in every area of their life. Dr. Sukhi today will be speaking to us about physical well-being and the interplay of physical and psychological well-being, a holistic approach. Hello, Dr. Sukhi. Welcome to the Power of Women Digital Conference. It's so great to have you with us today.
Awesome. It's great to be here, Ashley. So, when we talk about holistic health, the piece that we really come to is understanding that we are whole beings. I've literally spent the last 3 decades studying what I call the human nervous system. The human nervous system is the greatest technology on planet Earth. It controls and regulates every cell, every tissue, every organ, every system within your body. I want you to consider this for a moment. If you take the greatest minds, the greatest people, thought leaders that have ever walked the face of the planet, you put them in a single room and you ask them to create a single cell in a Petri dish, they cannot do it. It's too difficult to do it. We can replicate a cell, but we cannot create a single cell from a fresh start. The technology that lives within you, your human nervous system, it creates tens and thousands of new cells every single day without your conscious awareness. That's how potent and powerful that you are. So what I've learned as a holistic healthcare practitioner, having the gift of working with real people, guiding and mentoring physicians all over the world, speaking on different stages, is that we haven't been taught, because we do not understand how to nurture, how to cultivate this intelligence deep within us. You see, the human nervous system is a learning technology. It wants to learn. It wants to grow. It wants to create new synaptic connections. It wants to go through neuroplasticity, neurogenesis to increase its complexity. As it increases its complexity, your mind, your body, your cells, your tissues, your organs, they adapt, they grow. And when that happens, we increase our perceptual lens of the world. You see, the human nervous system is our perception system. It is the system responsible for our consciousness. So with this beautiful technology, with this beautiful thing that we have around us, within us, why is it one would even experience physical symptoms, mental, emotional angst, or even a disconnect from their purpose and their intelligence and their life force? That's what I'm talking about. Our physical, our mental, our emotional, our spiritual well-being. You see, the human nervous system, as it learns, as it grows, as it adapts, it changes like a little child that learns how to walk, how to talk, how to ride a bicycle. It creates a new neural network, a new neural program, and it has an unlimited capacity for that. Whenever we experience different things outside of our capacity within our nervous system's bandwidth, the nervous system says, I haven't learned, I haven't grown from this experience. I haven't fully processed and integrated this experience. I haven't created the new synaptic connections, neuroplasticity that this experience would give me. As a result, my cells, tissues, organs haven't grown, adapted, and I haven't taken an evolutionary step to expand my awareness and consciousness. So it holds on to that information. You see, the nervous system doesn't know the difference between past, between present, and future. In fact, something that happened to you 20 seconds ago, 20 minutes ago, 20 years ago, that you haven't fully processed and integrated. Your nervous system will wake up today trying to process, trying to integrate, trying to move through by holding on to the biology of that original experience. You see, when that happens, and let's say it's a physical injury and there's cellular damage, well, you have low physicality. You can't move. You don't have energy physically. That is naturally connected to your mental state, what you focus on. It's naturally connected to your emotions. On the flip side, mentally, emotionally, you wake up on the wrong side of the bed. You haven't processed and integrated through that sleep cycle. You're not feeling well mentally, emotionally, psychologically. Naturally, you're not going to have the physical vitality to move and navigate through your day. You see, this is an opportunity. It's the opportunity for you to grow, to learn, to allow your nervous system to move through that. This process, it's not about silencing the symptoms of our physical well-being, our mental well-being, or emotional well-being. It is about connecting to what this intelligent organism, what your nervous system is screaming at you to experience, to ask you to go into that journey, go into that process to have that experience. The reality is that as we move through life, years turn into a decade, they turn into multiple decades. And when my experience working with hundreds and thousands of people, by the time people hit their mid-30s and mid-40s, they are simply running on an automated set of pre-programmed experiences, living in yesterday, not being present in this moment, certainly not creating a future based on all these abundant possibilities. Instead, being locked in the stress, in the trauma, and what I call the sympathetic neurological tones that are creating cortisol, adrenaline, epinephrine, that low-grade fight or flight response, preventing us from creating that great opportunity. On the flip side, when we listen, when we open up to that possibility, we open up that healing process through our nervous system, through our mind, through our body, allowing the intelligence and life force that flows through our nervous system, creating those tens and thousands of new cells every single day, something beautiful starts to happen. You begin to elevate your entire physiology. When you do that, you move out of that low-grade sympathetic tone into a parasympathetic state of high coherence. Your body naturally starts to release oxytocin, serotonin, dopamine. Your perceptual lens opens up. We get into the physics of looking at the field around us to what's truly possible. This is when you move into creatorship. Creatorship for your physical health, for your mental well-being, for your emotional state, and also your soul and your inner being's ultimate journey to move through that process, to be there. To me, this is the ultimate journey of life, to grow, to evolve, to allow the essence of who you are through your intelligence, through your life force, through your nervous system, to fully experience life.
Dr. Sukhi, thank you so much for your insights and for educating us on how the human nervous system can really help us cultivate the deep intelligence that lies within our bodies, expanding our conscious awareness for overall well-being and high coherence. It was such a pleasure to have you with us today. Thank you.
You're welcome. It's great to be here.
Hello, everyone. We hope that you all are enjoying the Power of Women Digital Conference. We want to hear from you and interact with you. We want your voice to be heard. And all you have to do is grab your phone, turn on your camera, and scan the QR code to participate and share your thoughts through our polling questions. And stay tuned, because later in the broadcast, we will have a digital town hall discussion on all the results. And I will let the speaker take it from here.
So now I have these 3 questions specifically for you. Ask yourself, what would I like to experience in my life? What emotions would emerge from this experience? would your full sensory experience be?
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. I'm thrilled to introduce our next speaker, who is a bright point of light. She is an acclaimed spiritual mentor, author, and radio and TV personality, committed to bridging divides in society and building relationships between global influences. She is the director of the Washington, D.C. branch of the Brahma Kumaris, as well as the founder of the Brahma Kumari Meditation Museum. She's also the host of America Meditating Radio Show. She also serves as one of the evolutionary leaders in service to conscious evolution and was selected by Empower a Billion Women as one of the 100 most influential leaders of 2015. She serves on numerous advisory boards, including C Media Network, Epilogue Media, and Global Love Movement, to mention a few. She's the recipient of the President's Lifetime New National Community Service Award. And most of all, she is my beloved Dr. Sister Jenna. Sister Jenna, please welcome to the Power of Women Digital Conference.
Shenali, you are amazing. Do you know that? I don't think I've never been interviewed as a point of light. I love it.
You really are. You're such an important instrument. Oh my God, the things you do behind the scene, moving mountains.
I wish everyone knew there were points of lights, that there were these living energies that could make a massive difference in the world. But thank you. Thank you so much. Hello, everyone, and welcome to this very important platform, POW, this digital conference, Power of Woman, Power of the World, Power of Wisdom, Power of the Word. How many times have I sat in front of a camera to speak my heart and soul to an audience with the intention that I just want us to be better people, to be grounded, to come from a place of deep spiritual well-being. Maybe it's because I wish it for myself. My journey of 30 years of spiritual practice, each day I keep learning so much more about myself through your eyes, through your voices, through your actions, through your behavior, through your non-action. In the world today, we're also learning a lot about ourselves. We're seeing what side of the fence are we going to feed? The one of algae, anger, lust, greed, attachment, ego, an acronym that I've used many, many times. Or do we serve the side of purity, peace, love, happiness, and truth? What side of the fence are you going to serve? Who are you? Which God are you serving? I'll invite you a minute or two to think about that. Which God are you serving? Both are important. I'm not inviting you to be Pollyanny. I'm not inviting you to be a complete saint today, but what energy do you serve the most? The one that has you completely out of balance, or the one that inspires you to get into balance? Sometimes the algae becomes a means of pushing you into your balance, into your understanding and into your feeling, I need my emotional strength. I need to be emotionally clear. My mind should be my best friend, not my enemy. My neighbor should be my best friend, not my enemy. My environment should serve me, not show a lack or continue to burn or flood or throw winds in my face that I can't breathe. My finances should flow. My humanity should be better. What is it that we're doing? What God are we feeding? Algae, anger, lust, greed, attachment, ego, or peace, purity, joy, love, truth? What's the balance here? What energy is so deeply recorded in you that it's your nature? It's my nature to be good. It's my nature to create chaos. You might have a vision for your life, but if you put it at all into no action, you will have a life of chaos. Many times you look at the vision, the feelings, the thoughts, the ideas that they're trying to propel you into something better for yourself, but you do nothing for it. You just sit and you wait. Maybe you go as far as blaming, criticizing, judging the government, the environment, the people, the situations, my health, my well-being, my body. It's because of that I can't seem to find my peace or my freedom or my power. But there's a vision in you. It keeps tapping on the door of your conscience. It keeps telling you what's the right thing to do, but that other God, that algae, it has a way of pushing you back, pushing you down. It's where all of your past memories and emotions are stored. It's inside of you. It's a portal of memories. And you only remember those memories about the pain, the suffering, the hurt. Right before coming on to be with you now, I was speaking to a young lady. She comes in front of me and she says, he said she doesn't trust me. I says, why will you continue to play that record over and over and over again when you have heard another record of how good you are, how lovely you are, how courageous you are? And it just made me realize how sensitive we are, not only to words, but again to the gods that we serve. Which God are you serving? Algae? The minute someone says something negative about you, you hold on to it. You believe wholeheartedly in it. Your mind becomes crazy. Your words get crazy. Your body gets affected. You're not inspired to earn. You spend uselessly. Your environment is affected by the vibration that you're carrying. The society doesn't even know what to do with you because now you're useless because you can't even think positively for yourself. All you hear is the God of algae. That's all you invest in. At some point in time, you will reach a space in your mind where you can't take anymore. And you're just so out of balance. And the sign that you're out of balance is that your God of algae is who you feed. Despite the real God in you, your love, your peace, your purity, your truth, your joy, despite the fact that that God sits in you, wanting to be used, wanting to be served, wanting your attention of thoughts, to find that balance. It's like right now, the algae is just all over you. And everywhere you turn, there's somebody making a negative comment, looking at you without value, judging you, wanting something more from you. How many people in the world have you met that don't want anything back from you. They just want to help. How many have you met like that lately? Are you one of them? You just want to do charity? In the Gita, it states that you should perform karmas and actions without the intent of what is the return for me. Can you send your pure wishes and good feelings towards humanity without the expectation that it should give you a return? I'm still working on it. The reason why I know I'm still working on it, I still have moments of sadness for the direction in which our world is going. And even though I know that it is the inevitable, and I know that change has to occur, and I know that we have to go through what we're going through to evolve, I still get sad. Maybe it's my own sadness that I know there's still a little bit of that algae God that I too serve very quietly. But what I know for sure, it definitely doesn't have as much power over me as the real God, the peace, the love, the purity, the joy, and the truth, the opposite to it. There's a character in the scriptures where this cobra comes, becomes a canopy of a protection over this God. And I wonder if this is our watershed moment for us to think in this conference. Am I willing to transform my algae into the real canopy of protection that not only do I need from my life, but my loved ones and my society and my community? I leave this challenge in your hands to think about the energy that you wish to serve, to ground yourself at this time and to find your own emotional balance by thinking about the energy that you wish to serve the most. Think your truth, think your divinity, think your peace, or not. Thank you so much. All the very best, everyone. Take care.
Wow, which God are we serving? That's something for all of us to think about. I love hearing you speak, Sister Jenna. I come from such a grounded place. And truly, thank you so much for sharing your wisdom and insights with all of us today and being a part of the Power of Women Digital Conference. This is a question for us to think for the next few minutes, I think, or after the conference too. Thank you.
You're welcome. All the best.
We don't choose where we are born. We don't choose our mom and dad. We don't choose if we are rich or poor, or the color of the skin we have. Life's too short, there's no time to waste. Be the change you always wish you could make. So let's breathe in love and breathe out hate. If we spread our love like rings in the water, we can use our hearts to pay it forward. I was not done until we all become one world, one race, one color, human. way. So let's breathe in love and breathe out hate. If we spread our love like rings in the water, we can use our hearts to pay it forward. Our work's not done until we all become one world, one race, one color. Human. Love is love and it's always perfect. So don't you give up on it. 'Cause when it finds you, it's so worth it. It's never too late to start. If we spread our love like rings in the water, we can use our hearts to pay it forward. Our work's not done until we all become one world, one race, one color.
Hello, everyone. Our next guest is a 4-time Emmy-nominated, Grammy-winning composer who is also one of the board directors of SCAP and is a part of the executive committee of the Motion Pictures Academy and TV Academy. She's also the VP of Alliance for Film Composers. Sharon Farber, please welcome to the Power of Women Digital Conference.
Thank you, Shenali, and thank you for being here. I'm very honored to be a part of this global and wonderful empowerment of women.
Thank you. You're so incredible. I'm so excited to have you here today as well, my dear Sharon. And I have some questions for you. You have been working in the film industry for a long time and in the concert realms as a composer for many years. This work is traditionally known as, the male profession. Can you tell us a little bit about your experience?
Absolutely. Do you know that about 7% of all composers are women in the film industry? This is better than the 2% that we were. And it's last year we came to 5%, and now we are about 7 to 8%. So it is growing. It's growing better also in TV and in concert work. But as you can see, 7%, if we have 93% men and only 7% women, that means that there's still a lot of work to be done. I was very, very lucky to start my time here in Los Angeles and in Hollywood by winning the TV Academy internship. And after that, I was introduced to the pioneer of women composers, and her name was Shirley Walker. She was a wonderful composer, a wonderful human being, and she took me under her musical wings, and I started working in the business. And she really was very, very inspiring, and she showed me that although as a woman, and when I came to town, I think you can count us on one hand. It's not always easy. You can still do that. And today, as the vice president of the Alliance for Women Composers, we really try to encourage young composers, young women composers to pursue their dream and go forward for what they believe in, because it's still many parents still believe that A, you can't make any money from music, and B, this is not a profession for women and all these kind of things. But we prove them that is not the case, and I'm happy to see this grow in a very, very good and optimistic directions. In my experience, we all have had our share. I had one director, I was one woman in a group of 8, and he said something that he would never have he would never say to a man. I can't even remember what it was. It was in a recording session, the whole orchestra. He loved what I did. And so I had two choices, either to, you know, to say nothing or to say something. If I did say something next to everybody, I would be considered a hysterical woman. And what am I doing a big deal out of that? So I took him to the side during the break and said, look, what you said was not cool. And you wouldn't have said that to a man. And he said, well, did I hurt your feelings? Kind of mocking me and said, you know, see, you're doing it again. You chose me out of many composers because you loved what I do, and I'm giving you the best music and you love the music. Why would you do that? And then he got it and he said, you know what, I'm right. I'm very, very sorry. And it's never going to happen again. And it never did. But I'm strong, you know, and I can stand up for myself. What I like to do is to inspire the next generation to stand for themselves when something like this happens, and make sure that they are equipped with what to say back and how to say it in a way that is constructive and won't hurt them or even the person who said it, because sometimes it's just ignorance.
Absolutely. Wow, you're so brave. I love that. As part of something I love about you, you have a very strong personality that you really stand up for yourself, and it's very beautiful. And my next question, Sharon, do you think this is changing now, the attitude towards the female composers in Hollywood? Is it really changing? And if so, what is really contributing to this change?
I think it is changing. I think one of the main things that happened was the Me Too movement that started with the whole Harvey Weinstein, and then women got more and more and more encouraged to speak up. And that kind of created a wave of men look at themselves, including some of the people I worked with, and they hysterically contacted me and said, did I do anything wrong? Tell me if I wasn't, you know, and men all of a sudden said, hey, maybe the way that it was until now is not right. And there was also a big interview with Maria Gies. Maria Gies was the one who decided to investigate this whole thing about women in the industry. And she basically almost sued the big studios, and the big studios had to look at themselves and the way they've been working, and this is part of what we're going to talk about in a minute, and said, you know what, we have to change. So all of a sudden, there were more opportunities for women. Again, it's still not it should be, but there are more opportunities. There are women now being nominated for Emmys and for Oscar. We only had 3 women ever winning an Oscar, and the Oscar has been going on for many years. But we are, you know, finally seeing a light at the end of the tunnel, and I hope that this will continue to grow, because it feels like 2 steps forward and 1 step back, and again 2 steps forward and 1 step back, and we just have to continue building through constructive conversations and proving that we are as good as anyone else. You know, I just finished a TV series that is all crazy action and thriller and suspense. And, you know, it's not like women can only do romantic comedy or drama. No, we can do even the most ambitious music for any project.
Absolutely. And I think that's the most beautiful thing about women storytelling. And that's actually one of my next questions for you. You have worked on several projects that deal with women's issues. How do you tell these important stories through the power of music? And can you share some of these projects? Because I know you have done many of them, including winning a Grammy for Women Warriors. So please share some with us.
So yes, somehow social issues come to my door many times. So I scored a film called Honor Diaries about women in certain cultures who want to be free. Excuse me. I scored Women Warriors, for example, was a wonderful project that 8 women composers were invited to score short videos about social issues. So I received the one about the women of Iran who do not want to wear the hijab, they want to feel the wind in their hair, and about the mothers, African American mothers who lost their sons or their daughters to guns and to murder. So, and I had other issues. I wrote a concerto about a Holocaust survivor who was an amazing man. And I think that we have, as composers, we have such power under our hands to take a project and enhance its drama and enhance what the director wants to say. Because when you go to a film, you don't really, the music is an integral part of the movie, so you don't really think about the movie or the music unless you're a film music fan. You don't really pay attention to it. But if you try to look at this movie without the music, you will see that the emotions stay behind. It's like, where are the emotions? You see someone walking out in the dark. It can be very suspenseful. It can be very romantic. It could be very dramatic, or it could be even very comedic. Depends on the music that accompanies it. So we use these. We use the muse. First, we have a muse. When you watch a film and you start scoring it, is what does it give you to? Because everything in the film will determine the music. So it's the of course the acting, the dialogue, the interaction between the actors, the directions from the director, but even like the color of the movie. Is it more yellow? Is it taking place in a small place? There's so many things, and the music has really the power to make this happen. And one little thing, we don't have a lot of time. So, I also wrote a piece of music about Daniel Pearl, who was a Jewish journalist who was murdered for being Jewish. And, there were 4,000 people in the audience, and there was such a silence when the piece was done, because they didn't understand the lyrics. It was in Hebrew, but they felt it. And that's when I understood even more the power of music to make you feel. It's a huge and very powerful tool that we have to be very responsible when using it.
Absolutely. And you know what, Sharon, I think you said something very beautiful at the start of it. When you scored a piece for the women of Iran when they were not allowed to, and you're Israeli American.
Yes.
The power of music is also telling stories. Also, it transcends boundaries, right? It transcends all these boundaries of race, religion, color,
exactly.
gender. You feel it in the heart.
I've done stuff like that. I have pieces that combine all the major faiths, and of course, the film, a recent film of that I scored called "Brainwash: Sex, Camera, Power."
I want to talk about it.
Let's talk about that.
I want to, Sharon, I have to say, because I was going to tell you before I say that, I want to say something about it. Brainwash, you scored this movie, and I went to one of the screenings, a special screening you invited me to. This movie that you scored changed, I feel like, the way I see movies. It really was one of those powerful movies with the music that you did, really brought in the effect. It really made you feel, oh my God, this is what's happening in Hollywood. And can you please share about that? Because I think it's such a special movie, and you scored it so well. You did an incredible job. And this is one of those game-changing movies.
Yes. So the director is Nina Menkes, and she wanted to create something that will show how women are portrayed in movies. From the beginning of Hollywood, the camera angle, the body panning, all these things that we don't even as a woman, I was not aware of that. Only when I looked at it, I was like, oh my God. And she wanted music that will accompany this in a way that is really showing how this rules of Hollywood in cinema can affect this and the next generation, and how this can lead to the rape culture that we have, and unemployment and all this kind of things. So she used something we call temp track, which is temporary music, and she used Bernard Herrmann Vertigo. So I created something that is also very dark and very dramatic, suspenseful, because when you see this movie, you understand what a huge problem we have in Hollywood. And everyone who sees this movie is basically changed and understands that there are different ways, better ways that we can portray women. And I encourage everybody to see it. It's on Amazon, and it's called Brainwashed Sex, Camera, Power, because this is exactly what we're talking about, how to empower women and not disempower women.
Yeah, and that's using storytelling, and that's exactly what Power of Women is doing. How can we use music, media in all formats, in films and entertainment, to really re-narrate this perspective we have of women, because it's reiterating. And one of the most surprising things I learned during that movie, that you scored, because I've been because of you, and I was like, oh wow, some of these directors don't even realize they're following the same pattern.
Exactly.
They don't even realize it.
And exactly, and as I said, even as a woman, I didn't realize, how I was brainwashed to see all these things and not think that it's not okay. After that, I saw a film. It was about this couple, and he's in the army, and she's talking to him on the phone. She's far away. So the army man is standing, with his army uniform, and he's talking on the phone to her, and you can see the base and soldiers running. It's very masculine. And you see the other woman, his lover, they don't talk about anything, that is sexy or romantic. So she lies down on the bed, and she's with a t-shirt and her underwear. And the camera pans very, very, very slowly from the tip of her toes all the way, through her body until you see her lips. And it's like, why? Why? I mean, she's in bed. It's winter. It's freezing out. She will be covered in the blanket. I mean,
exactly.
And then I got it, this is just so normalized that we don't even pay attention to it until it's like, but there are ways to do it. Like the Barbie movie, for example, is a way to do it without sexualizing the woman. So there are ways to do it if you want. And look, as Nina says, because she says, I'm not the sex police. And yes, there are ways to show sex. That's part of our lives, and you want to show it sometimes, and it's important. But there are ways to do it that is not sexualizing it to that degree,
Yeah.
So I think everybody should see this movie and look at movies in a different way.
And what's so exciting, because you are in Hollywood, you are a music composer that's in Hollywood, you get a very intimate look at how things are. And even this movie, it changed everybody's perspective, whoever saw this. And I would love for us to see the trailer as well, because it's the one you scored it. So I would love to see it.
Yes, it's and I was very happy because Nina Menkes was encouraging and open to score it with real orchestra, which is very wonderful, because there's nothing like scoring real orchestra, like having real musicians, playing your music. It's just like the first time I ever conducted my own music. I remember I was doing this with my baton, and all the sound comes to me. I was like, oh my God, I was young, and it was so wonderful. And it's just really doing this. I feel extremely blessed to be doing what I do and to impact people's lives with what I do. So let's watch it.
The male gaze is definitely normalized in our society.
Almost all of us are familiar with the phrase, the objectification of women. What exactly is an object and what is a subject?
It's the stuff that I think you thought, and maybe I thought, well, everybody knows this. It's in the ether. And so to name it and to show it is something that I believe can change the world.
I personally see a very clear connection between this visual language of cinema, employment discrimination against women.
It's a visual medium, Kayla.
And an environment of pervasive sexual harassment, abuse, and assault.
In a visual culture such as ours, if the camera is predatory, then the culture is predatory as well.
This is the power of storytelling on the screen.
Women actors are often shot with fragmented body parts. Another thing that's very common is a female body on direct display for the audience without a specific person looking.
There's a saying that if people were to get rid of all the sexual predators, that there would be no film industry.
This cinematic visual language can really feel like the bedrock language of rape culture.
As Audre said, the master's tools will never dismantle the master's house.
So as you can see, and this is just the tip of the iceberg, there's so much for us as consumers of media to be aware of, so we can have a better society. And especially, I have a daughter, she's 12 years old, and I want her to live in a safe world and not have to look around her, shoulder all the time if there's someone who's trying to do something bad for her. So I think everyone should look at this amazing movie by Nina Menkes, who, it started Sundance and then Berlin. It won so many awards. I'm very, very proud to have been a part of this really groundbreaking film.
You're an incredible composer. I mean, you're groundbreaking anyway. You're breaking the barriers. Sharon, you have been doing that for a while, and I'm so inspired by the work you do. And like you said, I mean, I think last time we spoke, it was only 5% of the US's composers are women. And now I'm happy to hear it decreased since we last spoke.
Yes, yes. So
I
think it's going in the right direction.
I mean, with women like you taking the lead, I think we have hope. And with that said, I'm so happy you were here. And I know we have a little surprise that's waiting for us. And this surprise is actually really showcasing, again, what you just said. We are setting this for our generations and below, our next generation, and to see how everybody's a part of it, and especially young voices being a part of this movement, to really see how can we step into our greatness as women and having be a part of this, having men be a part of this movement. So yeah, do you want to tell us a little bit about the press before we leave?
Yes, and women tend to always be very hard. We tend to be very hard on ourselves. We work and we raise kids and we do all the work, and we're still so hard on ourselves. So Diane, my awesome friend, Oscar winner, Diane Warren, wrote this beautiful song called Applause, because sometimes we can just take a break and look at what we've done, and have a little bit of applause to ourselves for being strong, for being for going through so much. I mean, what we talked about, I went through so much in the industry, so many wonderful things, so many challenges, so many things that, are part of life and creation and career. And we don't stop to say, hey, you know what? Look at you. Good job. Not bad, you keep on going and you keep on going. So this is called Applause, written by Diane Warren. And it is sung by my daughter, who's 12. And I try to empower her and tell her how powerful she is. But not only that she's powerful, but she's also kind. And she has to look around and see if others need help. And if she's in position to provide it help, always to do that. So I try to raise her with values of self-empowerment, but also looking around and making sure that she's helping others. And this is, I think, the best song for all of us women out here, to give some applause to yourself, because you are amazing and strong, and we are making a difference in this industry and in this world. And I'm honored to be part of this change. Thank you for having me, Shenali.
Absolutely. Thank you. And I'm very honored. I love having you always. And I'm excited to hear this song and have everybody hear how amazing Eden is.
She's 12 years old. And she's the best.
Hi, I'm Eden, and I'm Sharon's daughter, and I'm so honored to be here to sing our friend Diane Warren's empowering Oscar-nominated song, Applause. Recognize who you are. Sometimes I know it's so hard, but you shine. You're a supernova superstar. They can't stop you. You were born unstoppable. Dare to know that you're remarkable. Stand up, raise your hands up, yeah. Give yourself some applause, you deserve it. Give yourself some respect, cause you've earned it. Give yourself some love, cause you're worth it. You're worth it, yeah, hell yeah. Let them know you know it. Go and show you own it. You're bold, you're bad, you're strong. So give yourself some applause, applause, applause. Give yourself some. Realize how far you've come. This time you won't be undone. You're on fire. It's your time to know your time has come. Yeah, believe it. You're the queen, you wear the crown. Feel it. Take it in and take a bow. Stand up, raise your hands up, yeah. Give yourself some applause, you deserve it. Give yourself some respect, cause you've earned it. Give yourself some love, cause you're worth it. You're worth it, yeah, hell yeah. Let them know you know it. Go and show you own it. You're bold, you're bad, you're strong. So give yourself some applause, applause, applause. Give yourself some. Pat yourself on the back. Somehow you found the faith to make it through to another day. Times got tough, but somehow you survived. You kept your head high. Give yourself some applause, you deserve it. Give yourself some respect, cause you've earned it. Give yourself some love. Yeah, hell yeah.
The theme of Power of Women embodies collaboration through edutainment across diasporas through the collectives alliances that support positive global change.
I could only somehow imagine that I find myself being born into this position for a purpose. But I started 22 years ago as something that nobody really wanted to know about except a few people who thought it was pretty crazy.
Hello, everyone.
The ozone layer, marine pollution, toxic waste, acid rain, global warming gradually become part of our daily lives.
We used to hunt, now we fish, because there's no more land at all there. It's just open water.
This is an historic moment. Just as mankind had the power to push the world to the brink, so too do we have the power to bring it back into balance.
The only way everything can work together is if you have the circle going. Everything is connected to everything. If somebody's left out of the circle, you're not going to have harmony in all this.
Imagine a healthier, safer, economically robust world.
We can do this. We can do this, but I don't think we can do it alone. How shall we live is the question that we're trying to ask.
Remember that our children and grandchildren will ask not what our generation said, but what it did. So let us give an answer of which we can be proud.
Le sexe biologique, c'est ce que les gens appellent la féminité, et ils en parlent quelquefois très drôlement. J'ai souvent vu des hommes avec un air très angoissé vous dire « Vous n'avez pas peur de perdre votre féminité ». Ils en parlent comme s'il s'agissait d'un sac à main ou d'une écharpe ou d'un bijou qu'on allait laisser traîner sur sa commode. Mon Dieu, qu'ai-je fait de ma féminité? Ça, on ne peut pas perdre sa féminité ou la retrouver à volonté. Et puis il y a le sexe social, c'est-à-dire tout ce qui est plaqué sur la féminité, qui a été plaqué à travers les âges. Et ce sont là alors des différences véritablement artificielles qui continuent depuis très longtemps. Je ne vois pas qu'elles aient tellement diminué. Je vois bien que la situation des femmes a changé, mais je vois qu'il reste un écart très grand entre la situation des femmes et la situation des hommes. Ce sexe social, il nous colle à la peau.
Courant de l'année 2013, le secrétaire général de l'ONU, M. Ban Ki-moon, a exprimé des inquiétudes vis-à-vis des objectifs du millénaire du développement. Il soulignait le risque que ces objectifs ne soient pas atteints en 2015, notamment parce que les droits des femmes reculent un petit peu partout dans le monde. Quand j'ai entendu cela, j'ai été fortement interpellée. Bien sûr que la question des droits des femmes n'est pas résolue, loin de là, mais tout de même, j'avais la sensation qu'on allait dans le bon sens, qu'on progressait. Et voilà que j'apprenais que sur le terrain, de façon globale, eh bien en fait c'est tout le contraire qui se passe. On recule. Facing multiple crises such as famines, wars, climate change. Why is gender equality such an important issue for the United Nations?
For the same reason that the world is facing all of these 21st century problems, I would include poverty, inequality, peace and security. All of those big 21st century challenges cannot be solved without empowerment of women and gender equality. Because in order for the world to address poverty sustainably, the lives of mothers have to improve because they are able then to address a quality of life of their own children, and they are able to give a better life to their offsprings and the next generation. If you don't address that with women, women will give birth to the next generation of poor people. And in that way, we're not going forward, we go backwards.
Alors toutes les études montrent qu'il y a une pauvreté spécifique aux femmes. Alors au-delà du différentiel de niveau de salaire, où les femmes peuvent se retrouver avec des contrats fragmentés et avec peu d'heures qui leur offrent un niveau de vie économique qui est très faible. Donc on observe de manière constante et de manière aggravée avec la crise des situations de précarité importantes chez les femmes qui ont des conséquences directes pour les enfants dans le niveau de vie et jusqu'à des conséquences graves qui peuvent aller à ce que des femmes se retrouvent à la rue avec leurs enfants, ou même si elles ne se retrouvent pas à la rue, des femmes qui ne peuvent plus assumer seules leurs enfants. Et on a observé dans le champ de la protection de l'enfance un nombre grandissant de placements pour des raisons économiques. On est dans un cercle vicieux de la stigmatisation, mais on est aussi dans un cercle vicieux de la reproduction. Ces difficultés rencontrées par les mères depuis 2 ou 3 générations exposent les enfants à des dangers, à des mises en danger quasi automatiques, simplement pour des raisons économiques. Et c'est regrettable de constater que malgré les progrès sociaux, que malgré l'évolution de la société, on n'arrive pas à enrayer ce phénomène de reproduction. Quand on a des chiffres aussi frappants d'une femme isolée sur 3 qui vit en dessous du seuil de pauvreté, on prend conscience de l'ampleur de ces difficultés. Aujourd'hui, dans un pays développé comme en France, on sait que parce que des mères sont en dessous du seuil de pauvreté, leurs enfants n'accèdent pas à la santé. Quand on se projette au XXIe siècle, pour moi, c'est proprement scandaleux.
Pour avoir une vision plus globale concernant la pauvreté des femmes dans le monde, je suis partie pour Rome. C'est là que se trouve le siège de la FAO, l'Agence des Nations Unies, dont le but est de lutter contre la faim dans le monde.
Within every single culture, you see that there are huge gender inequalities. At the same level of education and experience, a woman will have a salary that's significantly lower than a man's salary. This is not only an issue of the poor countries, it's poor countries and rich countries. This is all over the world. Another big body of evidence shows us that women tend to use their income and their earning in a much higher way, much more significant way, to feed their homes. The proportion of a woman's salary that goes for food is higher than the proportion of a man's salary. So if women's salaries or in general, their income increased, we know that a lot of that increase is going to go into their children's health, their well-being, their nutrition, and therefore, basically, it's an investment in a society's future. Here in the Food and Agriculture Organization, of course, one of our objectives is to see how we can eliminate hunger from the world. Today, we're talking 2014, we have more than 840 million people who are hungry. It may sound surprising, or actually I know it's surprising for some people, but gender equality is very closely linked to the reduction of poverty and of hunger. Our statistics show that women are 43% of the agricultural labor in the whole of the developing world. If you look at who has access to productive resources in agriculture, you will see throughout the world, every single country, north, south, east, west, that women and men both participate in agriculture. However, it is the men who have most access to everything that you need to be productive in agriculture. Land, of course. Land is probably the most important. Even in Europe, even in the United States, you will have most land titles belong to men, not to women. Less access to fertilizers, to inputs, to water credits, knowledge, access to improved seeds, access to new methodologies to produce better and quicker. All of that is concentrated in men's hands. A man farmer is more productive, say, in general terms, than a woman farmer. These differences in productivity are not because women are less productive, are worse farmers than men. It's simply because they have less access to what they need to be productive in agriculture. What if women had the same access that men already have? Of course, women became more productive. Those increases in productivity would take to a major increase in overall production in food. What effects this could have overall in the society, they're huge, they're enormous. We believe that more than 100 million people would be lifted out of hunger if women had the same access to productive resources in the agricultural sector as men already do.
Je réalise à quel point le sujet est bien plus vaste qu'on l'imagine, et il n'est pas d'ordre idéologique. Je décide de monter plusieurs équipes de tournage, caméraman, ingénieur du son, chef opérateur. Toutes et tous répondent à mon appel et décident de m'accompagner de façon bénévole dans cette aventure.
I think The inferiority of women, which seems to be a worldwide phenomenon, has been that for a very long time, going back to at least 4,000 years ago. The Great Mother was worshipped everywhere in the agricultural communities. She was the focus, she was the deity. Now that lasted at least 25,000 years before the rise of the patriarchal civilizations. The imbalance began to come in when you had the movement to the cities, you had the growth of population, you had a warrior culture coming into being, and war becoming a way of life, because there was rivalry between the cities. And that new kind of society overruled the older agricultural society. This caused a huge disruption in the lives of men and women. And gradually the idea developed, particularly in Babylonia, that women was the property of man. That is one very important point, the shift from the Great Mother to the Great Father, and the rise of the male god, and eventually the rise of the Great Father, Father God of the patriarchal religions that we still have today. This was encapsulated in a myth which came into being, the myth of the fall of man, came into being around 800 BC. This myth, which assigned to woman an inferior position in society because she was seen as the cause of the fall. It wasn't really Adam who was the cause, it was Eve. And Eve has carried the blame ever since. If anything goes wrong, it's woman who is to blame. This great split had a great effect on the psyche of men and women, because men began to feel that they were the superior gender. And they associated woman with nature, with all that was chaotic, because nature was regarded as chaotic, because they were trying to master nature. They were trying to irrigate the fields. They were trying to tame the rivers and things. So nature became not exactly the enemy at this stage, but certainly a force to be mastered. And this was carried through to the idea of mastering and controlling woman.
Le fondement de l'inégalité entre les hommes et les femmes, c'est que dès la naissance, les garçons sont dirigés vers des destins de garçons, tels qu'on se les représente, et les filles vers des destins de filles. C'est-à-dire que leur corps est forgé affectueusement, amoureusement, par leur environnement, dans une direction ou dans une autre. On ne tient pas les bébés garçons et les bébés filles de la même façon. On ne les allaite pas de la même façon. Les mères, elles ont tendance à allaiter ou à donner le biberon aux petites filles à heure fixe et aux petits garçons à la demande. Alors évidemment, c'est des grandes tendances, mais on voit bien les représentations qui sont derrière ça. C'est-à-dire que la petite fille, elle doit être sage, elle doit obéir, on doit la modeler d'une certaine manière pour être obéissante. Et le petit garçon, par contre, il doit plus exprimer son désir et sa volonté. L'anatomie est là pour signifier une différence, mais cette anatomie est muette tant qu'elle n'entre pas dans un système de représentation consciente et inconsciente sur le sens de cette anatomie. Or, le sens de cette anatomie, il nous est donné depuis la nuit des temps. C'est une femme soumise qui attend un homme guerrier, une femme tournée vers l'intériorité, vers le care, vers le fait de s'occuper des autres, de son époux, de ses parents, de ses enfants, et un homme tourné vers l'extérieur, vers la conquête et vers la domination. Expliquer des millénaires de domination masculine, ça demande évidemment un petit peu de nuance. Mais pour dire les choses de façon très tranchée, je pense qu'il y a une explication un peu simpliste, qui est que l'homme est sans doute le seul animal de la création qui a conscience de sa propre mort, qui est donc, par rapport à cela, et l'angoisse que ça suscite, dans un souci de transmission, dans un souci de revivre à travers sa descendance. Il y a une pulsion de transmission vers les générations futures qui assurent une illusion d'éternité, et qui donc accompagne aussi la création sociale, la création des sociétés et la création de la culture. Or, par rapport à cette transmission, il y a une inégalité fondamentale entre les hommes et les femmes, c'est que les hommes ont besoin des femmes pour s'approprier leur descendance. Et que donc s'approprier les femmes pour s'approprier leur descendance a été un souci masculin depuis la nuit des temps. Je pense que c'est à mon sens l'explication la plus rationnelle sur le fait que il y a une terreur ancestrale à revenir sur les conditions de cette domination.
La démocratie telle qu'elle s'installe à la fin du XVIIIe siècle, en France, en Angleterre, dans un certain nombre de pays occidentaux, la femme est une mineure civile. Bien sûr, elle n'a pas le droit de vote ni d'être élue, mais elle est surtout sous la domination masculine. Si on remonte à 1789, les droits de l'homme, c'était les droits des hommes avec un petit H. C'était les droits des frères. Et les sœurs n'étaient pas incluses dans cette fraternité. En 1848, en France, quand est proclamé pour la première fois le suffrage dit universel, donc le suffrage uniquement pour les hommes, c'est au même moment où, dans la devise de la République, on écrit liberté, égalité, fraternité. Et la fraternité, c'est le règne des frères, dont les sœurs, encore une fois, ne sont pas comprises. Il a fallu attendre 1945 pour que l'égalité des femmes et des hommes soit actée dans un texte de portée internationale. C'est à la conférence de San Francisco, qui a créé l'ONU, où pour la première fois, il a été dit que dans un texte, les femmes doivent être les égales des hommes. Et ça a été une bataille pour que ces quelques mots soient écrits. Il y avait dans cette conférence, en marge de la conférence, des associations de femmes, des ONG, comme on disait déjà à l'époque, qui ont fait pression pour qu'on ne dise pas les hommes sont égaux, mais les femmes et les hommes doivent être traités à égalité. Il a fallu en France attendre les années 70 pour qu'une femme puisse ouvrir un compte en banque sans l'autorisation de son mari.
L'histoire nous montre que l'égalité passe d'abord et avant tout par le droit. Nous partons pour Genève, direction le Palais des Nations Unies. Nous allons à la rencontre de Nicole Hamlin, présidente du CEDAW, et de ses équipes d'experts juridiques.
CEDAW is the highest legal international instrument that oversees all aspects of women's rights as human rights and covers every and all issues that have to do with women's lives everywhere around the world and conceptualizes them into legal provisions and legal obligations. It is really the primary and the most important legal document that deals with women's rights in the world.
Si on veut une véritable égalité de droit dans les faits, il faut un cadre juridique précis. Comment faire passer ce message-là? Parce que pour beaucoup, et notamment pour beaucoup d'hommes, on se dit c'est une question de bonne femme, de féministe, et puis voilà.
Oui, le droit des femmes a souvent été considéré comme une question de femmes. D'abord, c'est une question de société. C'est même plus que cela. C'est une question de démocratie. Je dirais même de paix. Car on n'est pas du tout, et pas seulement, en tout cas dans le rééquilibrage social, on est dans une démarche de progrès, d'humanité. Et donc, ce qui est important, c'est d'en faire un sujet universel. N'oublions pas que nous sommes dans un monde d'hommes, construit par les hommes, pour les hommes. C'est un vrai sujet. Cela va très loin parce que très longtemps, les femmes ont été des objets de droit et pas des sujets de droit. Et aujourd'hui, la grande différence est là. C'est la grande idée d'Hannah Arendt, le droit d'avoir des droits. Et cette conscience d'être un sujet de droit n'est pas encore, malheureusement, assez ressentie dans le monde. Y compris d'ailleurs en France, où pendant très longtemps, les femmes acceptaient d'une certaine façon les violences conjugales, n'ayant pas d'abord la conscience que c'était totalement illégitime, mais en plus n'ayant pas les voies de droit qui leur permettaient de porter plainte et d'avoir réparation.
Equality is first of all a legal principle. Obviously it is a moral principle, it is an ethical principle, but primarily it is a legal concept. You first have to have the legal instruments there in order to have a duty, in order to have an obligation, in order to really engage in commitment and then be able to claim your rights. Without legal framework, there are no rights to be claimed. Unfortunately, it is a universal global reality that women are very, very far from equality. There is no gender equality nowhere in the world.
Pour pouvoir tenir la promesse de l'égalité, il faut faire changer les esprits. Et les esprits sont bourrés de stéréotypes. Comment on fait pour extirper ces stéréotypes?
Les stéréotypes sont un poison pour la société et l'évolution sociale. Ce qui est grave, c'est que les stéréotypes ont inspiré ou se sont appuyés sur le droit aussi. Les lois de l'Empire, le code civil napoléonien a été la consécration d'une forme d'infériorité des femmes vouée à l'obéissance et dépourvues de capacités juridiques et citoyennes. En leur refusant le droit de vote, en les plaçant au même niveau de statut que les enfants ou les fous.
Le code civil Napoléon de 1804 a été copié, y compris après les indépendances, dans les ex-colonies françaises. Dans beaucoup de pays africains, aujourd'hui, c'est encore le code Napoléon qui est appliqué et les femmes se battent comme nous sommes battus pour faire changer ce droit.
Lorsque le MLF et tous les mouvements concernant les droits des femmes ont agi dans les années 70, il y avait quelque chose de subversif. L'idée était de renverser la table. Ça s'est arrêté aux portes du pouvoir. Et si on veut vraiment inverser le cours des choses et rééquilibrer la société, il faut que les femmes se sentent hors normes au meilleur sens du terme, c'est-à-dire en aucun cas prisonnière d'une norme.
Quand on parle de féminisme, on parle de vagues. Ce qui veut dire qu'il y a des vagues qui viennent, mais aussi qu'il y a des reflux. La première vague est considérée comme étant celle de la demande suffragiste, de l'accès du droit des femmes au droit de vote et au droit d'être élu. Il y avait d'autres choses dans ce premier mouvement, et en particulier aussi des revendications en matière d'égalité civile.
À un poste officiel, Madame Louise Weiss préfère l'action. Avec ses militantes, elle manifeste sur le champ de course de Longchamp avant le départ du Grand Prix pour rappeler au gouvernement son devoir.
Et puis il y avait eu un reflux dans les années 30 et jusqu'aux années 60, jusqu'à la fin des années 60. Et la vague des années 60, c'est celle de « Mon corps m'appartient ». Celle de « Mon corps m'appartient », c'est je ne veux pas être battue, je veux que mes droits soient reconnus et disposer de mon corps. Mais ce qui est très intéressant de voir dans cette deuxième vague du féminisme qui a été formidable, c'est qu'il y a un aspect qui n'a pas du tout, en tout cas en France notamment, été revendiqué. Les droits politiques, par exemple. La parité, c'est en quelque sorte, la demande de parité, c'est en quelque sorte une troisième vague. Cette demande d'égalité, pas seulement d'ailleurs dans le domaine politique, mais de la parité dans toutes les sphères de décision. Et ça, c'est aujourd'hui le mouvement qui fait bouger la société.
Pourquoi est-ce que c'est un enjeu si important de réussir à avoir des femmes à des postes de gouvernance?
Parce que le pouvoir est déterminant. C'est la dernière Bastille à conquérir, mais c'est la plus importante. Que ce soit d'ailleurs à la tête d'une entreprise ou d'un pays, il est essentiel que les femmes soient présentes. Et moi, je fais de la représentation politique un point absolument central. Il faut que les femmes se disent que le pouvoir, c'est pour elles. C'est par elles que les choses vont changer. Si elles se contentent d'avoir des postes, y compris importants, mais pas décisionnels, nous ne changerons pas durablement nos démocraties. Le pouvoir doit être aussi féminin.
UN Women is about gender equality, of course, but it's also about empowerment. Can you tell us what is this empowerment question all about?
You know, empowerment is about those rights that are entrenched and intractable. Education, for instance, is empowerment because once you have it, no one can take it away from you. Not a man, not a government. It belongs to you. Rights are empowering because if your right is being compromised, you've got recourse. So empowerment is about something that fundamentally changes your life, your status, and enhances intrinsically, the quality of your life.
Most of the time we say that have the knowledge is also to be able to have the power.
Yes, absolutely. And also economic empowerment is about owning your own economic resources. If women do not have their own bank account, if they cannot sign contracts, if they cannot own land, they are not empowered. Whereas if they have all those things, they can make independent decisions. So an element of empowerment is also the independence to make your own decisions.
Par rapport à ce système de quotas et de discrimination positive, certaines personnes finalement le prennent comme une humiliation. Des femmes sont capables de hurler par rapport à ça. Et puis aussi, évidemment, il y a cette caricature d'opérer une parité de façon très mécanique. Comment est-ce que vous voyez toutes ces notions?
La question est simple. Est-ce qu'on attend des siècles encore la montée en puissance des femmes dans la vie politique ou dans la vie économique? Ou on force le destin et on considère que la démocratie a besoin des femmes. Et dans ce cas-là, on se donne les moyens d'y arriver. Ou on considère qu'au fond, on peut en avoir quelques-unes qui sont autant d'objets de curiosité, mais qui, je dirais, ne peuvent pas être considérées comme représentatives de l'ensemble des femmes. Parce que la démocratie, c'est la loi du nombre. Et ne pas être présente en nombre revient à ne pas exister du tout. Et encore une fois, les freins, les obstacles face à un système qui se construit, mais surtout qui se reproduit sur lui-même. Comment voulez-vous dire à des hommes qu'ils doivent laisser leur place à des femmes? Personnellement, je pense qu'il faut être volontariste. Alors, la vraie humiliation, c'est de ne pas compter.
Arrêtons-nous sur les deux pays les plus peuplés du monde, la Chine et l'Inde. Ainsi que sur le continent qui, de l'avis de tous, représente le réservoir humain de demain, à savoir le continent africain. Qu'en est-il du destin de ces centaines de millions de femmes?
I'm from Sudan and live with this contradiction of being both Arab and African. Through traveling with my films, I've met many African women from different parts of Africa. I think one thing that we all share as women in Africa is this issue of the importance of a male heir. In every African society, I think, whether it's Muslim or Christian, the idea of a son is very important. And I think women, whether they are Muslim or Christian, whether they are from West Africa, South Africa, or North Africa, face this pressure of producing a male son. And I think this is something that is damaging to families. This pressure damages families, damages communities, and it is something that we should interrogate more. She may feel compelled to continue having children, even if physically it's not productive, not healthy for her. Some women have to have cesareans and continue in search of a male child. And so, you don't feel you have become successful as a woman until you have achieved this. It's another reason why her husband could take a second wife if she is not able to produce a male son. I think as African women, we all share the experience of male dominance.
As you know, China is a Confucius society, and Confucius has said altogether about two sentences about women. One is that an intelligent woman is an immoral woman. The number one, that's number one. Number two is that women and children are just difficult to deal with. Given the fact that China is a Confucius society, it more or less culturally lays the foundation of gender inequality. What happened in 1949 when the communists took over China was the fact that Mao, at least administratively, believed that women should be equal as men. So this was a tremendous change in China in the fact that Mao had said women can hold up half of the sky. But I think it stopped at culturally changing. Deep down, culturally, there's still this huge stigma against women and equality of genders. Although structurally, China has, since 1949, placed women on an equal footing as men. Since Deng Xiaoping's reform, we have imported the market economy in the West. Unfortunately, when we imported the market economy and accepted the fact that capitalism is not all bad, it's just democracy that's bad. And so ever since then, there's been a backlash in some ways against women. The fact that, once upon a time, men and women earned the same pay in China is really in past tense. It's no longer in present tense. Chinese women have a very clear glass ceiling when it comes to boardrooms and when it comes to especially high government positions. Chinese government does a very good job in window dressing, in packaging women and gender issues and so on and so forth. But basically, if you look at the real power base in China, for example, there's no women in the Politburo. There are 7 members in the Politburo, and these 7 members are 7 people who decide on the most important things in China. And below that, there are various committees and ministries and so on and so forth that are at the policy-making level. And you find very few women. The only women, most likely you will find women a lot in execution level. For example, as bank branch managers and executives. I think the female voice is not heard enough in Chinese politics.
It's a tragedy that India, my country, even though it's the one where for thousands of years, women were considered the center of society. We believed in the primordial goddess, Shakti, which means, as a word, energy. The paradox is, in every kitchen, in every house, on every street, women are being killed, tortured, burned to death for dowry-related reasons. Now we have a new phenomenon which did not exist even 20 years ago, and it's female feticide. The leading security organizations are beginning to recognize that what they call evicide, literally murdering a genocide of women before they are born, and we realize that this was pervasive across classes, across castes, and across religions. What I find particularly shocking about the problem of female feticide in India is that one would imagine that it's the poorest people, the least educated. And what we find is it's in the rich neighborhoods. It's amongst educated middle-class people, amongst, for example, school teachers or government workers, where you would not expect to find it. The figures are shocking. 37 million more men than women in the country now. 10 million fetuses aborted in just the last 10 years. Think of the consequence. It's like thinking of a country of 37 million with only men. Can you imagine what that means in terms of the prospects for life? What are your chances of finding a girlfriend? What are the chances of getting married and founding a family? India is as bad, if not worse, than China.
For Chinese families, there's something called passing down the incense of the family. And it can only be passed down through the male line and not the female line. So it is so important for Chinese families to continue to have a son. And that has traditionally been that way for thousands of years. And it continues to be like that. In the countryside, there's this horrible situation where during the one-child policy, if you have a girl, people will try to have a second child in order to try to have a boy. Now, if the second child happened to be a girl, they either have an abortion, if they can bribe the doctor to find out, or they refuse to pay the fines for having a second child, which means that baby will be not allowed into school and medical systems, and they will literally be a second-class citizen. Or sometimes these babies are just thrown away. I mean, they're just abandoned, and they're usually left on either in front of hospitals, in front of orphanages, and sometimes even in garbage dumps and on the side of the street. If you go to very rural China, you will realize that women are very much objectified, treated like a commodity that it can be traded off. Women can be sold from one place to another. The fact that if you live in a very far remote area or you're a coal miner, you can actually buy a wife. And in that sense, women is still at the bottom of the totem pole of Chinese society.
Now, some would think, according to the law of economics, that when there are less women, their value would rise. The problem is no. Because there are less women, they're being treated in worse ways. Women are being abducted from tribal areas, from poorer countries. One woman is forced to share, is shared between 5 or 6 men. And this is a horror. Women are being kept as captives because of this reason. And this is only going to multiply over time. I, as a security expert working in international security, from my side was beginning to realize this is actually a major security threat, because if you start eliminating women in all these ways before they're born, you are creating a disequilibrium in society, and it starts manifesting on the streets in terms of violence, within society in terms of economics, at every level, politically. So there are major factors that make us aware that we have to treat this as a security issue.
Culturally, there is no gender equality in China. I mean, culturally, I think Chinese women is still suffering. Culturally, I think both men and women believe that the most important job for Chinese women is to please men.
Pourtant, les femmes ne cessent de prouver qu'elles savent faire bien plus que plaire aux hommes. Elles excellent dans bien des domaines où on ne les attendait pas.
When I founded the Oxford Research Group, it was extremely difficult to be a woman in the world of defense decision-making. I often found myself the only woman in a room full of 200 men, many of them in uniform. The job that I set up for myself was to understand how nuclear weapons decisions are made, who makes them, and why. I had to earn my credibility. And it also, I have to say, helped quite a lot to become Dr. Elworthy. Because if you're just Miss or Mrs. In 1988, we published a book called Who's Who in Nuclear Weapons Decision Making. And of those 650 biographies, only 5 were of women. And when I interviewed those 5 women, decision makers, I found that they had completely taken on the ethos of the male environment in which they worked. In other words, they were completely indistinguishable from their male colleagues in their attitudes. And that is very different from what one finds in the world of peace building.
From 2005 and 2008, you were Deputy President of South Africa. You were the first woman to hold such a high position, and at that point, this is the highest ranking position in the whole history of South Africa. So was it easy to be a powerful woman in Africa today? And also, was it easy to be respected, to be taken seriously?
Of course, you have to assert yourself. Don't give people an opportunity to treat you differently. If you're hesitant about utilization of power, man or woman, people will actually take chances on you. So I did not give people a chance to take chance on me. I used my power, I used my authority. Not in a pushy way, but in a very assertive way. And I think this is something that I want to emphasize, especially to younger women. Be assertive.
Vous êtes considérée comme étant une des femmes d'affaires les plus puissantes du monde. Est-ce que vous avez conscience que vous pouvez certainement, pour de nombreuses femmes qui ont une certaine ambition, eh bien, être une source d'inspiration pour elles? Et dans ce cas-là, est-ce que vous avez des conseils à leur donner?
Alors, je pense que ces classements sur la puissance sont à prendre avec beaucoup de modération. J'y vois l'effet de la longévité de ma carrière et du fait qu'on était très peu nombreuses et que finalement on est resté très peu nombreuses. Donc c'est ça qui donne un peu le côté un peu singulier. De savoir ce qu'on veut, ce qu'on peut faire et de ne pas avoir crainte de le dire. Il n'y a pas de trajectoire unique, il y a de moins en moins de trajectoires uniques. Dans la génération qui était la mienne, en dehors du petit nombre, on avait l'envie de pouvoir être là, pouvoir concourir, mais au fond on voulait faire un peu comme les hommes. On n'imaginait pas que le système pouvait complètement changer.
Vous connaissez bien les marchés financiers. Là encore, c'est un milieu dont les effectifs sont quasiment, à majorité masculine. Est-ce que la crise qui nous a frappé, la crise de 2008, à votre avis, est-ce qu'elle aurait pu être évitée ou en tout cas être moins forte si finalement, dans les effectifs, il y a eu plus de diversité de genre?
J'ai entendu Christine Lagarde dire si les Lehman Sisters n'auraient jamais fait ce que fait les Lehman Brothers. Je crois que c'est assez vrai, peut-être parce que des regards différents, des personnalités différentes, des aspects différents auraient pu donner plus d'éthique, de réalisme et moins de concurrence avec les uns et les autres qui ont entraîné un peu les marchés financiers vers des excès. Le monde du business et le monde tout court a intérêt à promouvoir énormément l'éducation, la formation et l'accès à la vie professionnelle des femmes. Si les femmes japonaises se mettaient à travailler, je crois que la croissance japonaise repartirait, ne serait-ce que par l'apport que ça représenterait. Et c'est sûrement vrai dans tous les pays. On ne peut pas se priver de la moitié de la planète en termes d'intelligence, en termes d'engagement, en termes de capacité, et considérer que c'est sans importance.
Studies have found that the Fortune 5 companies with the highest number of women on the governing boards were far more profitable than those with the fewest number of women. That's you can check with the Fortune 5 companies. Today, many look to the world of social media. The majority of those who use it are women. And the chief operating officer, CEO of Facebook, is a woman. Young women are potential engines of economic advancement. They are drivers of democratic reform. Yet far too often, a combination of obstacles, including discrimination, social pressure, early marriage, hold them back. These forces set in motion a chain of unequal opportunities that last a lifetime. Young women must have the tools to participate fully in economic life and to have their voices heard in decision-making at all levels.
Pour moi, quand j'ai commencé, c'était très compliqué. On envoyait des hommes, on n'envoyait pas des femmes. C'était très difficile d'accéder à certains terrains, notamment le reportage de guerre. C'était très compliqué quand on était une femme. C'est un handicap. Les femmes sont très courageuses. En tout cas, moi, je trouve qu'elles sont très courageuses et elles travaillent énormément parce que nous, les femmes, quand on est sur le terrain, pour gagner notre place et nos galons, entre guillemets, il faut prouver 2 fois plus qu'un homme pour nos rédactions, envers nos confrères. Et donc, on en fait 2 fois plus. Et on va, j'allais dire, on y va, quoi. On a moins peur, on n'a pas peur. On peut pas se permettre d'avoir aussi peur. Être une femme, c'est important quand on part en reportage comme ça dans des pays en guerre et notamment dans des pays musulmans. Parce que les femmes nous ouvrent leurs portes et se confient à nous ce qu'elles ne feraient jamais avec un homme, et notamment avec un homme occidental. Je pense qu'une femme, notamment quand elle est mariée, quand elle a des enfants comme moi, c'est pas un désavantage, au contraire, c'est un atout dans ces pays-là parce qu'on est très équilibré. Et je pense que quand on va dans des pays chaotiques, dans des pays en guerre, on a besoin d'être extrêmement équilibré. Plus on est équilibré, plus on comprend les gens, plus on est à leur écoute et plus on dure sur ces terrains difficiles.
J'ai toujours cherché à étudier, même si je ne m'imaginais pas encore engagée dans une voie rabbinique, j'ai toujours étudié le texte et cherché à l'étudier de plus en plus sérieusement. Et puis est arrivé un moment où, souhaitant étudier le Talmud, c'est-à-dire la tradition orale et les textes à un certain niveau, j'ai commencé à taper à des portes, à différentes portes. Et bien souvent, c'est la même réponse qui m'a été donnée. On m'a dit, il y a certes des cours, mais pas pour vous en tant que femme. Et les cours d'un certain niveau étaient réservés aux hommes et n'étaient pas des cours mixtes. Et la possibilité d'une mixité n'était pas même envisagée. Je suis partie à New York pour cela, pour trouver des lieux où on m'accepterait en tant que femme, où je pourrais étudier à l'égal des hommes, avec les hommes, ces textes sacrés. Je crois qu'on assiste aujourd'hui à une véritable révolution. Il y a de plus en plus de femmes qui ont accès au texte, qui revendiquent cet accès au texte, qui étudient. Ne pas permettre aux femmes d'étudier, en réalité, c'est garantir un certain statu quo social et politique. Avoir accès au savoir conditionne l'accès au pouvoir.
Le pouvoir. Il y a le pouvoir politique, bien sûr, mais il y a aussi le pouvoir suprême, le pouvoir divin. Nous voici face à la question fondamentale de la religion.
Toutes les cultures, toutes les traditions, toutes les coutumes, à partir du moment où ces droits fondamentaux sont respectés. Personne n'a à l'esprit d'uniformiser la situation des femmes dans le monde. Et je crois que la diversité, le relativisme culturel sont quelque chose de tout à fait essentiel. Nous considérons par exemple que l'islam est parfaitement compatible avec les droits des femmes. On l'a vu avec Atatürk, on l'a vu avec un certain nombre de grands dirigeants dans le passé. Un certain nombre, et en Afghanistan, les femmes ont été pendant très longtemps parmi les plus érudites du monde. L'incompatibilité vient du radicalisme et de l'extrémisme et d'un certain nombre d'interprétations. Et notre position de ce point de vue est claire.
The Islamic Republic of Afghanistan has decided to ratify the CEDAW Convention without any reservations. So it means your country has had no hesitation. So can you explain to us why?
Obviously, Afghanistan wants to be part of the international community. So we follow the guidelines in the international community.
But I'm sure you are aware of all the challenges in front of you.
Well, obviously we are aware of it. You know, we've got so many challenges in Afghanistan. This is one challenge. It's among thousands. So we were tackling it. You know, we were just trying to find a way for the full implementation of CEDAW.
The Islamic Republic of Afghanistan is an Islamic republic. And with many studies, we have noticed that question of culture or religions are very often obstacles to progress on gender equality. So do you think the Islamic rules and the gender equality, the whole concept of gender equality is compatible?
Well, it depends with whom you're talking. There are various groups of people, some people with but moderate form of opinion. Some of them are rigid, some of them are very orthodox. First of all, I should say that no provision of SIDA is in direct conflict with Islamic principles. Like, for instance, that provision about determining the age of marriage. There's a provision in Islamic law which is, in fact, goes concurrent with the provisions of SIDA.
Je suis tombée sur un discours de Nasser en 1953, un discours du jeune colonel Nasser qui s'adresse en fait à l'élite du pays, les dirigeants du pays, donc surtout une assemblée d'hommes, et il leur raconte qu'il a eu une conversation avec le chef des frères musulmans et que celui-ci lui a suggéré que toutes les femmes soient voilées en Égypte. Et là, éclat de rire général, on est en 1953, l'idée paraît absurde, ridicule. Et donc, même Nasser lui-même se met à rire. Aujourd'hui, on est en 2013, toutes les femmes musulmanes d'Égypte, quasiment, sont voilées. Donc, voilà, qu'est-ce qui permet d'expliquer ce basculement?
Je crois que c'est une très bonne illustration de ce que nous disions, c'est-à-dire que le fait que l'islam, et surtout l'islam moderne, est parfaitement compatible, mais qu'il y a une instrumentalisation de la religion dans certains pays pour, justement, recréer cette inégalité entre hommes et femmes.
I'm struggling for equality and justice for Muslim women, and I'm struggling to end the use of Islam, the use of religion to justify discrimination against women. That's my big struggle.
I realized that religion was just being used as a smokescreen, really, as a barrier, an artificial barrier to stop women from realizing their full citizenship rights. The kind of feminism I engage with is the feminism that tries to show that the argument constantly used, the religious argument constantly used to deprive women of their full rights is a false argument. It's just an excuse. It's not real. And that we know better. And so stop using religion as an excuse to deprive women of their rights.
Sisters in Islam first began really because, as a response to the endless complaints and problems Muslim women face when they go to the courts, the Sharia courts, when they go to the religious department to complain about their marital problems. You know, their husbands have taken a second wife and they're told that's his right in Islam. Their husbands beat them up and they go and complain and they say, oh, but that's his right in Islam to discipline his wife. Maybe you've been a bad wife, you've not been a good wife. That's why he beats you up. The husband demands obedience and he demands sex from the wife, and the wife, you know, it's not a happy marriage. She doesn't want to have sex with him. She's told, oh, that's his right in Islam to demand sex from you, and you as a Muslim wife must obey him. We were getting the same message over and over again that a man is superior to a woman. So all these misogynistic, unjust pronouncements made against women in the name of Islam. And as a believer, as a Muslim who utterly believes that my God is a just God and my religion, Islam, is a just religion, I was just outraged. You know, like, how can God be God if God is not just? It just doesn't make sense to me, you know? So my utter belief that God is just and that anything done in the name of Islam has got to be just really then led me to deal with this issue. You know, is this really Islam? The obvious next step is really to find out for myself whether what these mullahs, ulama, men are saying that they have a right to beat their wife, they have a right to four wives and all that, whether that's really in the Quran. So that's really how it began, and I wasn't the only one. When we opened the Quran again and read it with critical eyes, it is amazing. I mean, for us, it was actually the most liberating journey that we went through. It talks about the relationship between men and women as one of mawadda wa rahma, compassion and kindness, of men and women being each other's garment, as close as, the cloth on your skin. It talks about men and women supporting each other. It is amazing for us to find these wonderful verses in the Quran. When there are a few verses in the Quran that's used to justify discrimination. For example, the verse on polygamy. The verse on polygamy says, if you marry 2, 3, or 4. But if you fear you cannot do justice, marry only 1. And that will be best for you. How come marry 2, 3, or 4 becomes a source of law and a practice? Who has the authority? Who decided?
C'est pas intéressant de se demander si les religions sont misogynes. Ce qui est intéressant, c'est de se demander si les traditions religieuses sont misogynes aujourd'hui, au début du XXIe siècle. Eh bien, malheureusement, il faut être honnête et admettre que bien souvent, aujourd'hui, ceux qui parlent au nom de ces traditions, les représentants officiels de ces traditions, bien souvent, en 2014, le sont. En tant que rabbin, bien souvent, effectivement, je me demande pourquoi le domaine de la synagogue ou de l'église ou de la mosquée reste le seul lieu où on attendrait finalement que rien ne bouge. Il faut réhabiliter un sens d'un sacré qui serait un sacré qui accepte le changement, qui accepte l'évolution, qui n'encense pas la finitude, le figé, mais qui au contraire se perçoit à la manière d'un organisme vivant comme étant dans une évolution constante.
So this whole issue of authority then, because throughout the history of Islam and Islamic scholarship, there's diverse schools of thought, schools of interpretation. We, as human beings, come up with different and diverse interpretations and different and diverse understandings of the Word of God. So it is an interaction.
Imaginez ce qu'aurait pu être l'histoire si tout simplement on avait opéré des traductions exactes. Si la première femme est née non pas de la côte d'Adam, mais à côté d'Adam, eh bien on est là dans une possible interprétation première du rapport homme-femme radicalement différente de celle qui a été donnée à travers les siècles. Si le féminin premier est une côte du masculin premier, alors il s'installe dès les origines dans un rapport d'objet à sujet. Si on est capable de revenir au texte et de percevoir que la première femme est en réalité créée dans la Genèse à côté du masculin premier, alors on peut inscrire le rapport homme-femme dès les origines dans un rapport de face à face, dans un rapport d'altérité et d'égalité, et non pas de soumission, un rapport de sujet à sujet. Les traductions, tout comme les interprétations, sont éminemment politiques.
If religion is going to be used in the public sphere to make public policy and public laws, then it should be available for everyone to talk about it, to contest it, to come up with new interpretations, but to say no, religion is one thing and feminism is another, and we can't, mix these two. I'm sorry, then take religion out of the public sphere.
Ceux qui vous affirment que les femmes ont toujours porté un voile intégral ou une burqa ne disent pas la vérité historique. Qu'en réalité, il y a certaines traditions qui se développent assez tardivement, mais le discours religieux fondamentaliste leur donne un cachet d'ancienneté. C'est qu'au nom de la pudeur, on fait des textes, une lecture obscène. Je crois qu'il faut revendiquer la pudeur, mais dans son sens véritable, dans son sens profond. La pudeur, dans nos traditions religieuses, elle nous enseigne qu'aucun d'entre nous n'est complètement visible, qu'aucun d'entre nous ne peut prétendre à voir l'autre entièrement nu, mais que quelque chose de l'autre nous échappe, que quelque chose de nous-mêmes nous échappe.
Toutes les religions appuient leur premier texte, leur première représentation mythique sur cela, sur le sens qu'un dieu ou plusieurs dieux ont pu donner à cette répartition entre les sexes. Dans certaines religions, ça va très loin, c'est-à-dire que du coup, le corps des femmes appartient aux hommes, que le corps des femmes est dangereux. Il est dangereux pourquoi? Parce que si elles ont accès à une certaine jouissance et à certains plaisirs, ça va les rendre plus autonomes. Elles vont être maîtres de leurs désirs. Donc il s'agit de leur couper le clitoris, il s'agit de les infibuler, il s'agit de leur faire porter des voiles, des burqas qui vont dissimuler leur corps, pour que surtout leur corps ne soit pas leur possession d'être humain à part entière et d'être autonome, et que surtout la domination naturelle des hommes sur les femmes puisse continuer à s'exercer.
Là est la clé d'un certain paradoxe que le discours religieux n'arrive pas à déminer. Pourquoi continue-t-il à percevoir le féminin comme étant une menace? Continue-t-il à exiger que ce féminin soit caché, comme si sa présence face à lui était problématique, était anxiogène?
I'm just so sad that we actually have gone backwards. The Muslim world has gone backwards. You know, the Western world was as discriminatory and patriarchal as the Muslim world. What has happened in the past, 20, 30 years with the rise of political Islam, you know, when you see the Muslim world, that trajectory of moving forward in the Muslim world, going backwards because of the rise of political Islam, because of the rise of conservatism and the use of a very conservative interpretation of Islam, in order, to resist the changing realities on the ground.
In a way, it is a crisis of faith when you are confronted with so many negative aspects of your religion. And statistics reveal that 1,500 babies are abandoned in the streets of Khartoum every year.
والله الطفل ده وجدناه في التنبخيت في الغرفة دي يعني محطوط في الغرفة في الشارع الآن حتى له غيارات ملابس.
It is a criminal offense to have a child outside marriage, and so if you get pregnant and have a child outside marriage, you face the possibility of Sharia law being imposed on you and receiving 100 lashes.
مثلا بنتي تبلغ نفسها عن الإجراءات شنو حتتعرض لمحكمة؟
نعم حتتعرض لمحكمة،
لا بلاغ بتاع الزنا.
البلاغ بتاع الزنا اللي هو عندنا في القانون الجنائي هي المادة 146.
اشرح لي ما فهمت.
يعني عندنا في القانون الجنائي المادة 46 اللي هو يعني الزنا، يعني انه عقوبة الزنا
وبعدين هي بتتعاقب القاضي يعني بحاكمها بالجلد حسب الشرع، يعني حسب
الشرع.
ولكن الرجل طيب ما بتتنفذ فيه القانون ده.
ايوه، لان هي طبعا هي اللي بتكون متحمل المسؤوليه. هي الرجل ما بيمارس معاه الفاحشه وبيهرب، او تاني لما يعرف انها هي حملت ما حيلاقيها تاني، يعني حيكون متهرب منها وكده.
It is illegal for women who are unmarried to have access to contraception. Abortion is illegal. So there is no recourse. So many women, because of the law, but also because the society will stigmatize them and reject them, end up abandoning their babies or actually killing the baby. It is a travesty and an inhumane situation. The ones that are found alive are the very, very lucky babies, and many, many more actually find their way into the morgue, either because the families have committed infanticide or the babies had died from exposure to the sun, to animals, or to just malnutrition. It is an enormous tragedy, not just in Sudan, but in all traditionally Muslim societies. I think there is definitely a crisis of intellect in our religion, in Islam. There is a crisis of ethics, and I think it is to do with not confronting modernity.
Et on a tendance finalement à faire habiter la religion de façon presque autiste dans un monde qui la garderait soit complètement séparée des problèmes de notre temps, soit capable d'y apporter uniquement des paroles ultra conformistes et conservatrices. Et c'est pas ma croyance.
I make a distinction between political Islam and the Islam of the traditional orthodoxy and the Islam that I practice in my own private life. And those two are sometimes will not recognize each other, I think. And I think this is the experience of many Muslims. They are silent voices in a way.
Tout va si vite autour de nous, le monde va si vite. Et pourtant, sur cette question des droits des femmes, de leur autonomie, tout semble si lent, presque immuable. Je réalise la chance que j'ai de pouvoir faire une chose aussi simple que déambuler dans les rues, aller et venir où je veux. Je pense à toutes celles pour qui cela est encore impossible.
Violence against women is universal. From Sweden to Togo to Colombia to the Pacific, all women in all countries suffer violence against women. There has been a study, 1 out of 3 women in the EU countries suffer physical violence, most of which is with an intimate partner. A husband, a boyfriend, a member of the family. But in some countries, it is more violent. For instance, in Africa, genital mutilation is violence against women which happen to children at a very early age. So obviously that is even more traumatic. Child marriages are more traumatic. Trafficking is across the world, and in some countries, in larger numbers, especially in countries that are more sophisticated. In Latin America, we've seen economies that are growing, but it's not inclusive growth. But violence against women there, it is a big challenge. The society there has got strong machismo, and therefore violence against women is an issue for all of the countries.
Mon père frappait ma mère, et c'était pour lui normal. C'était probablement même pas un problème éthique, un problème d'inégalité. C'était simplement un homme qui avait un problème avec sa femme, pouvait la frapper, pouvait la battre, devant les enfants, casser la vaisselle, brutaliser, et puis revenir quand ça lui chantait, pour des raisons autres que des raisons proprement familiales. Simplement, il avait besoin de retrouver une femme.
Les violences contre les femmes sont multiples, particulièrement horribles. Et on ne les voit pas diminuer, on les voit se déplacer, se reproduire. Les femmes en situation de guerre sont les premières victimes de la guerre, les viols, les meurtres d'enfants, les meurtres devant elles, le non-accès à la nourriture.
Je suis en train de faire un reportage place Tahrir au Caire, juste avant les premières élections libres depuis la chute de Moubarak. Et brusquement, je vais devenir victime. La foule se déchaîne, vous savez, vous avez l'impression d'être un morceau de viande jeté dans une foule comme ça de milliers d'hommes. On n'est rien, on peut rien faire. J'ai juste pensé, il faut pas que je tombe, parce que si je tombe, je suis morte. Et jamais j'aurais pensé qu'une chose comme ça m'arrive. Je vais penser aux enlèvements, je vais penser, bien sûr, les bombes, les tirs, les enlèvements, mais je vais jamais penser au viol. Et en fait, ça m'est arrivé. Et j'aurais jamais pensé que ça m'arrive comme ça en plein jour et sur une place publique, en plein reportage.
J'ai eu des accidents du travail dans mon métier de grand reporter. Une fois, j'ai été très près du précipice. Ma culture musulmane m'a aidé parce que ce jour-là en Libye, j'ai dit à ce dictateur, et là encore c'est sans, vous n'avez rien au dos, vous êtes le mot dos au mur, mais peut-être que dans votre âme d'être humain, il y a des signaux et des feux rouges qui s'allument. Une idée m'est venue et j'ai dit en anglais, comme c'était hier, c'était en février 1984, I can't, I'm ill. Pour m'entendre dire, how many days? 2 days. Je ne peux pas, je suis malade. Il m'a répondu combien de jours? J'ai dit 2 jours. Donc je n'étais pas... J'étais haram, péché, pas concevable. De qui je parle? De Kadhafi, c'est connu. C'était en 84, j'étais en reportage en Libye et j'avais fait une interview avec le lieutenant-colonel Kadhafi. Et à la fin de l'interview, de fil en aiguille, avec la complicité de son interprète, il a cherché à m'égarer dans la caserne à Scindia. C'est l'ultime défense, c'est la survie. On est dans le domaine de la survie.
Et donc j'ai parlé, j'ai raconté ce qui s'était passé ensuite. Et on m'en a voulu. On m'en a voulu d'avoir parlé. C'est des choses qu'on ne raconte pas, c'est l'intime. Je dis mais non, c'est pas intime parce que quand on est violé en plein jour en reportage sur une place publique, c'est pas de l'intime. Et j'ai été sauvée. Et j'ai été sauvée. Si j'ai été sauvée, c'est aussi pour parler. Et je ne vais pas me taire. Je risque pas de me taire. Parce que quand on est journaliste, si on se tait, ben, qui parlera à notre place? Et je comprends tellement bien après le combat de toutes ces femmes très courageuses, qu'elles soient en Égypte, en France, toutes les femmes violées partout. Aujourd'hui en Syrie, il y a plein de femmes qui sont violées. On n'en parle jamais. Et c'est une honte pour elles. Elles sont exclues de leur famille. C'est une tâche indélébile. Ça a toujours été une arme de guerre, le viol. On en a parlé pendant la guerre en ex-Yougoslavie, en Afrique, partout. Le viol, les femmes, on les viole pour les faire taire. Et là, si vous voulez, je pense que nous, les journalistes, on a été des cibles parce qu'on voulait aussi nous faire taire.
The international community has spared no effort to address the question of sexual violence, to address the gendered impact of conflict. The Security Council has come up with a large number of resolutions, one after the other, to address these issues. And when I see what's going on around me, that rape is still used as a tool of war, that women are not spared, that violence against women has become an entrenched tactic of war, this is very disturbing.
The physical violence done to women before they are born all the way till their death is paralleled by the structural and systemic violence embedded in our societies. The fact that the richest countries in the world, the most secure and democratic, still have 70 to 75% of women who will experience some form of physical violence in their lifetimes, and at the same time will be earning 30 to 40% less than their male counterparts, will not have as many chances to be in the boardrooms, the CEOs, the heads of state. There is a direct relationship, and we need to look at the whole range of issues and the mindset that even in educated Western democratic countries holds women back, keeps them in the kitchen or in the lower echelons of power, and when they come home from work, beats them up. 1 woman out of 3 here in England, in Oxford, where we are sitting, across Europe, and in the world at large. So we need to look at these as parallel issues.
So you've been fighting apartheid. Can we compare this issue to the gender equality? Because after all, gender equality is about social justice, human rights.
Apartheid affected every aspect of one's life. It determined where you stayed, where you went to school, who you socialize with, what rights you have, and basically what kind of a life you're going to have. The same thing happens with gender discrimination. It permeates every aspect of life, and that is why just like fighting apartheid, it has to be fought at all levels and by everybody. Fighting against gender inequality is not a responsibility of those that are suffering gender inequality. In other words, it is not just for women to fight. Just like apartheid was not just fought by black people, just like slavery was not fought by slaves. So it unites people who believe in the same values, who must stand on the same side. Unfortunately, we have not reached that level in terms of the commitment of society when it comes to gender. In apartheid, it was different. No one was willing to be associated with being an oppressor. No one was willing to be friends of apartheid. Now, we've never seen a country where they say, we will disinvest from a particular country because they oppress women, because they kill women. That comparison, I think, is very much appropriate in this context.
Would you say that sexism and racism have the same roots?
They are the two sides of the same coin.
It's very important for us as women, as feminists, to involve men in the project of advocacy for our causes. We live in a society which is not just about women, it's also about class, it's about race, and the whole issues intertwine in very complex ways.
All of that will change when men see it as their responsibility to bring about the change. When men realize that as fathers, as brothers, as sons, they have a stake in ending violence against women.
The fact that you have strong women in the family does not have to mean that the men in it are not strong. Actually, if anything, it means that the men in this family are quite something, because they have the confidence to allow the women to flourish and be themselves. And my definition of feminism means working towards having women being treated as human beings. For me, this is feminism. And obviously, as a man, you can be a feminist. As a woman, you can be a feminist.
Si hommes et femmes unissent leurs forces pour endiguer la violence, alors peut-être pourrons-nous enfin envisager la paix.
Bravest and most powerful initiatives against war throughout the century had been taken by women. Now, of course, we're beginning to estimate, to measure the importance of women's role in peace building worldwide.
Women are most likely to be consensual and to be peacemakers than war makers. In Central African Republic, it is the women amongst the Muslims and the Christians who are working together, who are not interested in being divided, who are saying, when we experience a crisis, when a rapist attacks you, they don't ask you that you are a Christian or a Muslim. We suffer the same way, and therefore we must be able to be together and not to allow ourselves to be divided. The same thing in Liberia, we saw that in Sierra Leone. In Rwanda also, we do not want to have our children growing up obsessed with revenge.
They are extremely courageous, particularly when it concerns issues like terrorism. I'm thinking of a young woman in northwest Pakistan called Gululai Ismail. When Gululai was only 15 years old, she started an organization called Aware Girls, in order to make sure that young women in that area, which was really monopolized by the Taliban, to ensure that young women could go to school. Threats have been made on her life continuously, and she goes out every morning and continues her work. And she has even now taken her work into the madrasas where young boys are educated, and identified those boys who are being trained as jihadis and going back with them to talk to their families about why the Quran would not approve of suicide bombing. And she has had the most remarkable success in persuading young potential terrorists to desist, to stop. She has my total respect.
Today, the fact is that we have more conflicts which are recurrent conflicts, so not new conflicts, but conflicts which break out after an ostensible, hard-won, long-negotiated peace agreement. Why?
The key thing to know is that 50% of peace agreements fall apart within 5 years. Why? Because 50% of the population affected by war are not at the negotiating table. This means that the experience of those who suffer most in conflict, women and children, is not brought into the discussion. And this is absolutely crucial.
However, when men who fight decide to stop fighting and sit at the table to make peace, they prefer to talk amongst themselves. In other words, being a killer qualifies you to be a peacemaker. I mean, how bizarre is that? That those who don't fight, those who don't take an arms, are not trusted as the ones who can craft peace. And those who fight and those who kill are rewarded by being the one who must determine the destiny of everybody.
So the people that tend to be round the table to argue out the terms of a peace agreement are the generals, sometimes the terrorists, sometimes those who stand to claim, who profit from war, and sometimes simply career foreign service people. So the people for whom war is most injurious, where war hurts most, aren't there. So what's missing is all that suffering.
If it's only men who are trying to find a resolution to the conflict and they're only looking at the political, the military solution, and all the rest of what makes up society is ignored, and half of the population of the country, we can never have a peace agreement that's going to last.
If you leave women out of the peacemaking process, some of the very specific atrocities that are suffered by women are not attended to. Some of the reparations that are paid do not address some of the pain and suffering that was caused on women.
When it comes to the absence of women at negotiating tables, there are, as far as I know, only 7% of negotiators are women and only 3% of mediators are women. This is absolutely unforgivable because there are now women who are trained, who are able, women from Iraq to Afghanistan to Sri Lanka to Nepal to Pakistan, who could perfectly well represent not just the interests of women, but the interests of humanity at the peace table.
What we need is not simply a ceasefire or a military solution. We need to see how will we rebirth this cradle of civilization? How will we rebirth the values that make life desirable and possible between people, however different they may seem to be culturally, because we are all one in our human spirit.
Cette année d'enquête, jalonnée de rencontres, de questionnements et de découvertes, nous avons pris conscience, mes équipes et moi, de l'ampleur du sujet et surtout de sa gravité. L'histoire est en marche et c'est à nous tous de l'écrire. Pourquoi pas avec un grand E comme égalité? Nous, on y croit. Et vous?
Il y aura des hauts, des bas. Ça va reculer, ça va avancer. Mais tout compte fait, même si on avance d'un tout petit peu, on marche. C'est comme pour les mouvements de la décolonisation. Ça se fera.
Ideally, I would like to have just maybe 1 year, just 1 year in China, where the Politburo, the 7 members of the Politburo, are still communist members, party, but they're all women. I just want 1 year to see what would happen to China if we just had a Politburo of 7 female communists rather than 7 male communists. That's all.
What we really see the need for is a new paradigm of how men and women could collaborate creatively to create this new world in the future. For men who can be full men, you could say, expressing their creativity, their compassion, their flexibility, and women who can be leaders at the same time as their mothers.
In the summer, my mother would be sitting beside me on the train and on the underground, and she would be wearing her hijab, completely covered. I would be in my little sleeveless top, and we would be sitting side by side, and neither of us is condemned. And really, that is my ideal world.
deserve it, and we deserve it to feel the moonlight, embrace the promise that we can work it out. You deserve it, and we deserve it to feel the moonlight, embrace the promise that we can work it out. and we deserve it to feel the moonlight.
The theme of Power of Women embodies collaboration through edutainment across diasporas through the collectives alliances that support positive global change.
Hello everyone, our next panel is with Mahanaaryaman Scindia, also known as the Yuvraj of Gwalior, India. He is a prominent and forward-thinking young leader known for his commitment to social change and entrepreneurship. Born into Scindia dynasty, he embraced his family legacy of public service while forging his unique path towards positive transformation. Mahanaaryaman's deep sense of responsibility towards the environment and empowerment of all people has been a driving force in his work. And his insights and initiatives have resonated with us because he's a young leader that is bringing a fresh perspective and a dynamic approach to addressing pressing societal challenges through his startups. Aryaman, please welcome to the Power of Women Digital Conference, and thank you for being here with us today.
Thank you so much for having me and selecting me as one of the speakers on this panel. I think it's a real privilege for me to be a part of a panel that empowers women. And yeah, thank you for having me on this panel.
Of course. So let's get right into it because I have a few questions for you today. So I want to start with your innovative startups. Let's get started with MyMundi. Could you share with us the inspiration behind MyMundi and how it is providing sustainable solutions for the existing card pusher community?
Sure. So the whole idea of MyMundi was that, when we were on the ground in India, I came back from the US and spent some time in BCG, a consulting firm. And I realized that, a lot of us young, leaders or young going to be leaders or young population, youth in our country always get excited about, building something. And when we get excited about building something, we always think about revolutionizing something or disrupting something. To us, that's what's really exciting. But for me, when I really went down to tier 2, tier 3 India, I realized that, there's so many areas where revolutionizing is not the way to start a startup. We can even work on facilitation enablement and rebuild a whole ecosystem and even provide strength to an ecosystem. And that's where the idea of MyMundi really fits in, is when we analyzed the distribution system of India today of fresh produce. We realized that the cart pusher community and the small retailers in tier 2 and tier 3 India really know how to sell vegetables and how to procure vegetables efficiently. It's just the enablement that hasn't been done properly. Now, when you have so many cart pushers and so many suppliers, and for each SKU you have to deal with so many people, it becomes difficult. It becomes time consuming. It becomes very energy consuming. So what we realized that we could do is that instead of creating a new company, like many companies that are present in India today, where we build this whole platform where we're doing under 5-minute deliveries, where we're trying to get the best quality produce. I said, let's not do that. Let's try and work with the existing system and revolutionize them. And that's where we said, let's provide them with a procurement system. Today, they spend so much time going to procure vegetables, going to procure fruits from the market. Why not provide a system where we provide it straight to their doorstep so it makes it easier for them to sell in the long run? So that's one platform, one service that we provided through MyMundi. The second service that we thought about is why not bring them online? Today in tier 2 and tier 3 India, and actually largely tier 1 in India as well. The problem is that everyone, looks at time and they're like, okay, yeah, we want it super fast. We want, our vegetables in 2 minutes. And then when they use this app that allows them to get this produce under 2 minutes, under 5 minutes, they realize that many a times they aren't happy with A, the quality, or B, the price. Now, when we enable these cart pushers and small retailers, what they allow you to do is they allow you to bring the cart to you. So therefore, you are allowed to pick and choose your own vegetables. And you are allowed to a certain degree bargain with that retailer. Now, in the Indian context, saving even 1 rupee is some very, very joyful moment that you have when you go back to your family and say, my neighbors bought something for 100 rupees, I bought it for 95. And, that is something that is really joyful. And you got to really pick at, what the Indian context really wants. And for me, that's what I believe. I said, there's no need to kind of rebuild this whole distribution system. We can just work with the current people who are in this system and provide them with these facilities, such as procurement, bringing them online, microfinance, an app that allows them to keep inventory and a POS system that allows them to bill to the customer. So through this enablement, I truly believe that we can really provide strength to the largest distribution system of fresh produce in India today. And be a part of their journey and expand their horizon. And through that, also build a strong business for ourselves. So it's a win-win situation. That's how I believe we can really provide impact through My Mandi efficiently.
That's amazing. And I know when we were talking before, there's 40% of the food produced in India, or not in India, actually in the world, goes to waste. So this is a solution for that. This is to really reduce food.
Solution, Shenali, because if you look at the way companies, and I don't like to take names, but the way companies procure fresh produce in India today, it's not a demand-based system. It's a supply-based. So what happens is that I will buy whatever there is in the market, and then I will create the demand for it. And what happens in this context is that in the process of creating that demand, your shelf life is lost. So that creates a lot of wastage in the whole supply chain network in India today. So, for example, what we do is that we actually don't buy whatever stock there is. We only buy the amount we require, which actually has minimized our waste to below 2%. Whereas the industry standard today in the fresh produce sector is 18 to 20%.
Wow, that's incredible. I think My Mandi is an incredible startup. So I know you have another startup as well that called Pause. I know we talked about it, and I think it's very much connected to edutainment. So I want to hear more about it. How do you believe the power of storytelling and curating journeys that can contribute to education and awareness in unique ways can really expand people's narrative, or rather perspective? I know Pravas is the second startup you have, so please tell us about it.
So, Pravas is something that's very interesting because, again, it's another phenomena that came to existence after I came from college, and I realized there was something else missing, in what I was passionate about. And when I came back from the US, I was very passionate about a couple of things. Number one, of course, is exploring. You come back from college with this whole mindset of, I love exploring. I love, going to new areas. I love going to these treks. I love going to music festivals. I love going to food festivals. And I love going to these unique locations. And I love the way also abroad, we are able to integrate technology into these festivals, food events, how you may want to call it. And that may be in terms of how you pay for things. That may be in the terms of how things are visualized around you, how things are created and produced around you. And when I came back, I felt like that was really lacking in India today. And I was sad because I saw so much diversity in my country. And I felt like we weren't, as Indians, as young Indians, we weren't excited about exploring that diversity and knowing more, about our country. We today know about a few places. We may know about Rajasthan. Okay, we may know about a little bit about a city called Agra, where the Taj Mahal is. And we may know about a few cities that people go to, like Kerala, in states like Kerala, states like Tamil Nadu that people go. But out of that context, people are not really educated in what India holds in terms of its cultural richness. And I really wanted to unearth that and wanted to make it interesting for young people like me to explore that. And the way I, perceived it is through experiences, right? I'm a firm believer that if you ask me to go to a class, I will not be able to retain the amount of knowledge that I have, learned in that class for a long time, because it's not something that I've experienced. When you experience something, it's etched in your memory. So your brain is rewired to kind of go back and say, oh, that memory reminds me of this fact, and therefore this is what happened. And that's what I wanted to really create with Pravas. And what we do with Pravas is really, scratch underneath the surface of food, of music, of journeys that we can create, of unique destinations, and also the history and culture around it. And we create these really special experiences for 2 days or 3 days, where people can come to a unique location in India and really experience that region's diversity. And what we do is we co-create. So we co-create with brands, either local or Indian brands that are also looking to explore the horizon of their creativity and enhance their knowledge about India and introduce that knowledge into their brand identity. So that's what we do by, working together with brands and curating these experiences of food, music, culture, history around the most unique locations in India.
I love that, because when we talk about edutainment, I think we spoke about this as well, Aryaman. It's utilizing music, media, entertainment to create content and experiences, and that's what I loved about Pravas. And I want to mention you went to Yale University, so that's a part of, I feel like, your perspective of bringing this to India and really creating that edutainment experience. So that's absolutely incredible.
I really think that's extremely important, because again, in India, it's a very different education system than the US or Europe, for that matter. Where we are used to mugging up things, right? You're used to like going to a class, teacher talking about a mathematic formula, and you just being like, yeah, that's the formula. No one asks, how is that formula created? How do we get there? What is the application of that formula? We will just be like, okay, this is the formula. This is what we have to use. This is the equation, and that's about it. And when I was in the US, that's what really caught me is, the ability to think out of the box and really question everything. Question where it comes from, question why it's there, question how it can be used. And that's, the real difference in terms of education and how it can impact you in today's context.
I love that. You're such a dynamic entrepreneur. And Aryaman, I want to actually, address another thing we spoke about the last time we spoke. We talked about creating a safe space for female workers, and I loved what you had to share. Can we get into that? Because you're an entrepreneur with the creation of your business or startups, I want to hear what your perspective is as a young leader.
Absolutely. Well, today, in the context of not only India, but the world again, we see that obviously women participation in the labor force is much lower than the men's participation in the labor force. Let's address, that aspect first, because it's important to understand why that's taking place before we actually address it as a problem. And in my view, I may be wrong. We obviously, this panel, your panel has dynamic leaders who are empowering women from different aspects. But this is my personal view, but I'm just going to throw it out there. In my view, from my understanding of why this happens, there's a couple of reasons, right? Number one, let's talk about the cultural reasons. in terms of the world, there are various continents and cultures in the world today that are agricultural based, right? When we look at a country or a continent that is very heavily based on agriculture, much of the employment that happens is often not counted because it's very difficult to quantify it. Because it's maybe very rural, it may be difficult for a statistician to get there, it may be difficult to analyze. So that's point number one. And that also is in the Indian cultural context, because India is a very agricultural based economy. And because it's an agricultural based economy, many of the women who actually participate in the labor force are not counted. Because they may be working part-time, so 4 to 5 hours in the day in the process of cutting, or in the process of cultivation, or in the process of sewing, or in the process of packaging. And many a times that part is not really counted. And we then assume that, yes, women are not participating in the labor force, when they actually are. That's the first part. The second part is that if you look at it in a historical context, right? When you analyze history, you come to realize a trend. And the trend is that when there is a time of crisis, economic crisis, you see a very high participation of women in the labor force. And that's because there's a certain sense of urgency when I need money. So therefore, it's not enough for one person in the family to work, but both parties in the family need to work. And that's the second area where you see a huge influx of women in the labor force, right? That's another point that you really have to know, because what happens is that when you have a family, right, often one partner, now it could be either the male or the female in that relationship, it could be either, tends to want to give time to family. And I feel that's absolutely normal. Like, I think that in my family as well, my mother is a working professional. She manages our museum, she manages our properties, etc. She's a working professional. However, her priority is her children, right? They come first. And often at times, we don't count that as productivity. We don't count that as we don't count that as females working, right? But actually, it should be counted as productivity. Because unless women or men take part in the life of their children, in making sure that the children are able to work on what they're passionate about, or do what they're passionate about, or equipped to make their own livelihood or make their own life, the whole world will come to a standstill and there will be a crisis. And there will be a fundamental breaking down in values, because your value system is foundationally created by your parents or your grandparents or your family as an ecosystem. And if that's not present there, the whole idea of a family and the whole value system will come crashing down. And I can tell you from a personal experience, if I had both my parents as working in terms of the manufacturing sector, in terms of managing their own business, I myself wouldn't be the person I am today. Right. So I also feel that the third challenge in context to that part of one person staying at home not counting as productivity, I feel that too should be counted as productivity, because you are participating, you are developing something. You may not be going to work and participating in the economy as such, but you are participating in producing the future assets of that economy.
I love
that is a very important part that I think everyone, as people who are addressing this challenge of empowering women, of being very vocal about women being a part of that labor force, about women going to work, I think it's very important to also keep in mind that you shouldn't bring down someone if they are not going to work but spending time with their children or their family, I think that's equally important. And I think that's equally productive. Because many times, I don't know, I mean, you can maybe elaborate on this a little bit better, but if suppose you're a working individual, a young working individual, but someone your age, has a child, and she decides that, you know what, I'm going to give my time to your child. It may be that, okay, you're like, oh, how can you do that? How can you just give up your life? How can you just, not work? But I feel that that is a part of work as well. I feel that that is a very important part of work.
I agree with you. Aryaman, actually, when you look at the stats, that childcare and actually adult care, women, that's the biggest unpaid workload that happens in society. Exactly. It's an unpaid, a huge sector of our entire world. If women didn't take care of children, like you said, the women are raising the future assets or the future generation, the future of the country. That's very great, and I'm so happy that you brought that up as well. And the last part about this, in terms of the challenges that I just want to put out there, is that a lot of people often feel that yes, the government has to enforce this. The government must mandate and put down policy. I feel that this works retrospectively, as in like it works inversely to what the result should bring out, because what it does is it creates friction. When it doesn't come from the heart and you mandate something and you enforce it upon people, things like quota, right? People don't understand, but things like quota and things like, giving free employment to a certain part of the economy, a certain gender of the economy, can actually affect the economy inversely. Because what happens is, and that works all the way around. Sometimes, in India, you look at it in the context of giving a particular caste, abroad also you see that, you see certain sections, you see, the Asians, the LGBTQ, this, you see a lot of these quota systems coming up where everyone needs to give a certain quota. I'm not totally against it, but I'll tell you what I also feel is that to a certain extent, people take advantage of it also. And, that creates misrepresentation of the best. Okay, that's number one. Number two is that it creates societal issues. Because, I may actually love a person from the LGBTQ society, right? But if you now enforce some quota, and someone's, now this quota is coming in, now it's affecting me, my children, affecting my livelihood, then it creates a societal issue. Instead, it needs to come from within. It needs to be a part of an awareness program. It needs to be a part of an educational program. That's where the investment needs to go into. I agree, that's... And companies themselves need to do it. It's not only the government's responsibility. Everyone likes to blame the government. Oh yeah, the government must do this. Sometimes it must come from you as well, right? What are we doing as proud citizens of a country? Everyone's proud citizen. You're a proud citizen of Sri Lanka. I'm a proud citizen of India. What are we doing as proud citizens? We should do it ourselves. If we're so proud of our country and where we come from and how we are so diverse, then we should be doing it ourselves as well, right? Everything can't be at the behest of the government. We must take our own initiative. And that's the third, point that I really wanted to bring up before I come to the solutions and what I do personally in terms of bridging that gap. So I know I went on an extensive monologue, but I'll just finish with a few short solutions that, I see as a young entrepreneur. So in my sector, right, let's talk about my sector particularly, where I have, the most amount of exposure and experience. Number one is that people often believe that women cannot participate in warehousing. Women cannot participate in, manufacturing. That's why you see in the data, clearly you can see it, right? Because you see a huge domination of men in manufacturing, in warehousing. You see that. It's the data is in front of you. And
people often feel like, especially in tier 2 and tier 3 cities, it's a societal thing. Women shouldn't be there. Women should not go there. So I've done something actually opposite. I've worked on kind of internal communication with my teams in each city through our HR on holding weekly sessions where we actually work on bringing family. Suppose someone is a young guy who's working in my warehouse. I say, bring your sister. Why don't you tell her to work? We have sorting. Women can come in sorting. Women can come in packaging. I love women. If she has a accounts background, why can't she work in the accounting office? Why can't she take up HR? These things are equally as equal as men can do it. Women can maybe do it even better. Especially things like sorting, accounting, HR. Like they can dominate that space. So we have actually worked on building that foundation of people who are working with us saying, why don't you bring your family in? It's better for your livelihood. 2, 3 people working in your family, brother and sister working in your family, working together. Sometimes people are afraid that, my sister is traveling alone. I don't feel comfortable with her going to work alone into this place. So then I said, okay, fine, your brother's working here. You bring your sister, no problem. Ask her to come work here. You're working here as a young warehouse employee. Bring your mother. Ask her to come and work here. No problem. She can work in, fine, she may not be as skilled, but she can work in sorting. You can work in packaging. You can work in accounts. She can work in packaging. That's not a problem. So number one, we promote and help build that confidence in people that, yes, if you come with your family, it's a safe family environment. You have, their visibility close to them. That's part of one. Part two is upskilling. I think that a lot of people in India today call themselves educated, right? We call ourselves, I went to, high school, I went to college, I got like 85%, I got 95%. But, when you ask them the basics, and this applies a lot, I'll tell you from my own experience in accounting. People have no idea of accounting. They come with their degrees, they come with this, that, but they have no idea of accounting. So a lot of our process is also built on upskilling. So I will take a person who's working in sorting and upskill them to take them to packaging. I will take them from packaging and upskill them to take them to delivery. I will take them from delivery and upskill them into warehouse manager. I will take them from warehouse manager and upskill them, take them to regional warehouse manager. From regional, I'll take them to a central level. So each pathway from warehousing to sales, to accounts, to HR has an upskilling and upleading pathway which is integrated into various verticals. It's not like, I am from accounting, I can only go up accounting. No. If I see potential in you in another department, I will pull you in and I'll make sure that you are upskilled into that experience. Because again, like I told you earlier, I don't believe in what grades you got. It doesn't matter to me. In my company, in my mandi, we don't look at grades. We look at effort. We look at the ability to learn. We look at the passion. We look at the fire. These are 4 key competencies that we look at when we hire someone and when we upskill someone and we bring them up the curve. These are the only 4 requirements you need as a successful My Mandi employee. And we work on that. I'll be more than happy if whether a man or a woman from my company is upskilled and is taken to even bigger companies. Yes, people value attrition, etc. I'll actually be more than happy. I'll try and keep them, of course. But it will actually make me happy that someone who had no education in procurement, in warehousing, etc., we have been able to upskill them, bring them to a certain level, and then another company actually wants them and poaches them. I think that is something that's of huge value, right? The third thing, of course, is...
I want to address something you said. You said a few things. It's about people scaling more than the gender. It's more about like human development. It's the individual developing.
Yeah.
And also, I want to address something you said. I know I cut you off. I want to say something because move to the next point. You said about especially in India, I think it's very important having having that safe space, you know, with if your family members are in that working area, working space, that's a very safe space to have. And also it's the cultural, it's not really putting all the weight on a government. It's about internal. I want to really address that because that's something Power of Women is about. So I really want to touch upon that because I thought that was a very important point brought. Because it starts with self, taking accountability as individuals. How do we want to be treated? And then also respecting others and treating them with respect. And if we were to really bring change, especially with balance, you know, when we talk about equality, it's not about having 50% of the workforce being male or female. It's a matter of how can we have a balance of perspectives. And I think this is more of a cultural shift we are talking about, you know, how we approach and how we create, how we even view females and males. I mean, it's not about just, because you're a woman, you cannot be in accounting. It doesn't matter. It's about what skill sets can you bring to the table. And I think this is really important that you are bringing this perspective as a young entrepreneur to really put, I mean, of course, there are certain things physically that won't be possible for a biological female because it's just impossible, maybe the bone structure to whatnot. But essentially, when you talk about skill sets, it shouldn't be exclusive to a certain gender like we witness right now. And the fact that you're coming from a more of a logical perspective is very important. So I wanted to touch upon that as well before we go to our next question.
I think the last part was that I think that environment part we talked about is also in terms of, you know, firstly making sure in a company, you know, you're making sure that, yes, there's segregation of men and women bathrooms. That's a big problem in India today. You know, a lot of companies don't have separate men and women's bathrooms. That is important. Yes, that is important. Second is, of course, within the women's bathroom, like we talked about, you need to make sure that there are certain aspects that are looked into in terms of cleanliness, in terms of sanitary pads, in terms of all of that. People don't really talk about it, but I think it's really important that those aspects are also looked into to make the woman feel comfortable in this place that she's coming to. It doesn't matter if there are more men in the working force, but even if there are more men, but that area, it makes me comfortable in terms of takes care of my needs, maternity leave, you know, all of that kind of stuff. It's important, and that's the last thing that I want to touch upon.
That's amazing. Thank you so much, Aryaman. I think that's really important, these perspectives of how we see the world. I think it's our generation as young leaders that we are going to really change the way how the culture is, how we even see women at the workplace, or how we see... And I didn't know that in India, for the most part, I mean, I'm talking about maybe like where, you know, it's a huge country, that there were no separate bathrooms for
No, I think that this is more if you go down to rural India. You know,
rural areas.
Yeah. Obviously, if you go to a Bombay or a Delhi, you're not going to find that. But I'm saying that if you go to rural India, you know, in manufacturing area, you know, everyone's trying to cut corners and cut costs, right? You know, that's something that is prevalent, and we have to make sure that that is also looked into and taken care of. And that is not only something that should be mandated by the government. See, that things like that should come internally. It shouldn't be like, yes, you have to do this. No, it should come internally. You need to, that's basics that you need to learn. And that's a part of awareness and education.
Yeah, I think that's so important because, like you brought a great point, cutting costs is actually, without even realizing, is contributing to this gender equality we are talking about. Based on like financials. So that's amazing. And I know we have one more question left for you before we wrap up. I had a few questions, but I wanna jump into our next question. You as a young entrepreneur and a leader, how do you think, what is the advice you want to give the youth and this way of seeing the world? Because really we cannot keep catering to this old way of thinking. And I think this is a much needed topic we need to address. How do we really see women and men working together, even collaboration, partnerships too? What kind of advice do you have to give to the younger generation?
That's a really good question. And the advice that I want to give is, number one, I wanted to be an example, right? Normally, a lot of people like us young leaders like to talk a lot. We like to come on the stage and we like to give a lot of advice. But I actually felt that it's better to act rather than talk. So I'll tell you, I like to give advice from my own experience, and considering I've taken that plunge and I've gone down and got my hands dirty and built 2 companies. Number one is, of course, never feel worried about building a company with someone. I think that's one of the strongest points to have is a support system within, your company. Sometimes everyone feels like, oh, I have a startup, I got to do it myself. No, you don't have to do it yourself. You can have someone, it may not be your best friend, but someone who you share an ideology or a passion with on that business idea. I think it's important to have someone working with you side by side. Why not share the burden? And I actually benefited from having really strong partners because, yeah, we both have our strengths, but it was so much fun actually, again, learning from someone else what their expertise is. For example, in my Mandi, Suryansh is my co-founder. And I have learned so much about technology. I had no idea about coding, no idea about web development. I learned so much about technology over the past year that it's unbelievable, the impact it can have. Number two, in Pravas, I had no idea about events, right? How do you put together an event? No clue. But I wanted to start a startup. So I partnered with a person who went to my school, a senior actually. His name is Nagpur. And he had exposure in that area, in that sector. And I said, I have, exposure in terms of what kind of experiences we can build. Why not do it together? And I learned so much about how to build an event, what goes into production, what goes into marketing, what goes into branding. So that is another core skill that I learned from my co-founder. That's point number one. Point number two is take advantage of all the opportunities that are available to you. Now, today in India, we have so many schemes when it comes to the startup ecosystem. It is unbelievable the amount of schemes we have. Most recently, the Prime Minister launched a scheme where each startup in the textile industry can avail 50 lakhs worth of funding from grants, which is huge. I mean, that could really propel a startup. So read, learn. Today, you have the internet. You have the access to the world. So read, learn, see what's happening in your sector, see what you're passionate about. You may touch upon something that benefits you. Take advantage of it. Always be aware of what your surroundings are. And don't be worried of learning and inculcating something that your competition is doing. Okay, that may be a strategy. That may be a mistake. In my context, I learned so much about the companies working in my industry over the past 4 years that I said, okay, I'm not going to make these mistakes. I'm going to build a company that avoids making these mistakes. So learn about that. Thirdly, it's a very important point. Be passionate about what you're doing. Because if you're just doing it for the kicks of it, it's not going to be a long-run project and you're going to burn out. So you have to have that fire and you have to have that passion, to kill it. You have to have that attitude that you're going to do it. And lastly, for women who are out there, I really feel like unless you guys take the plunge and really be a part of this ecosystem of building something on your own and generating employment, that's when the real impact will come, because you understand firsthand of what the issues in society today are. You understand firsthand and experience firsthand more than us how to change it, what kind of impact you want to bring. So while you are thinking about your startup, thinking about what you're passionate about, thinking about making that $1 billion unicorn, also think about what you can give back and how you can impact change within the women empowerment ecosystem, because you guys are the future, and you guys actually are the forerunners in making that change. Although it has to be something that's unified, since you guys have experienced it firsthand, you guys are best suited to kind of really make that impactful change. And as more the women, startup co-founders, and more women are part of this journey, the more impact we can create together.
I love that. I want to summarize exactly what you said during our entire conversation, Aryaman. I think that advice was so amazing. You touched upon everything what even Power of Women is doing in terms of creating sustainable solutions with My Mandi, really addressing the food waste, and then the second one with Pravas, that's edutainment, that's really contributing to the edutainment as how can we learn from experiences, expand our narrative, or expand our perspective so we can really understand each other, be knowledgeable, and then as an entrepreneur, creating that safe space as well for women to be a part of it, and really taking that gender out of the equation and saying, hey, let's treat you as an individual who is really bringing something. And I really love how you tied everything together, and even with the advice you gave, about partnerships. That's very important. Collaboration is key. And also everybody working together. It doesn't matter it's men and women or like people. I think it's important for us to find solutions collaborating. So
absolutely.
This was incredible. Thank you so much, Aryaman.
Thank you for inviting me on this panel.
Of course, thank you for joining and sharing your insight, and thank you for the things you're doing. I think we got this. I think there's a lot of shift and change happening, transformation, and thank you for being a part of that transformation and being a young leader. That's so inspiring.
Thank you. It was lovely talking with you and meeting you, and thanks for inviting me to this panel. I really enjoyed talking to you.
Thank you, Aryaman. I hope you enjoyed this as well, and we'll speak soon. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
The theme of Power of Women embodies collaboration through edutainment across diasporas through the collectives alliances that support positive global change.
It is with great delight and an esteemed privilege that we welcome Richard Kokholm Eriksson, distinguished as the head of the Humanity Awareness Learning Center. With a profound commitment to global development, Richard's visionary contributions paved the way for a united human collective, one that embraces a shared identity encompassing not only our own species, but also every living being and the entirety of our precious planet. Today, we have Richard speaking to us about the Humanity Awareness Initiative. Hello, Richard. Welcome to the Power of Women Digital Conference. It's so nice to have you with us today.
Hello, and thank you for being part of this event. I'm really honored to be able to speak to the Power of Women at this digital conference. And what I will talk about today is about the Humanity Awareness Initiative, which is part of also the Barrett Academy for the Advancement of Human Values, where we want to discover, incubate, and develop ideas as concepts that support the evolution of human consciousness. The Humanity Awareness Learning Center is to accelerate the evolution of human consciousness by creating education and training programs that lead to the emergence of a new, more holistic worldview. What if we could create a world where women and men are equals? Where children can meet their emotional need for belonging, feeling safe and protected in the parental framework of our existence. Where leaders hold the space for diverse developmental needs of citizens, supporters, and employees by developing governance practices and policies that enable people to live fulfilling and meaningful lives. We can create such a world when a sufficient number of people has developed their level of consciousness to enable them to reach the worldview humanity awareness so they can live a conscious, values-driven, and purposeful life. At this level of consciousness, and from this worldview, we can identify with all humanity, and find ways to tackle our common global challenge, like climate, poverty, human trafficking. What we are working with is to promote the psychological development of the human species by supporting full human self-expression. It means that when we look at these developmental of psychological development, where we start with surviving, conforming, differentiating, individuating, with humanity awareness, we are at the self-actualizing stage, where we can self-express, where we are authentic, integrity, have meaning, can be creative. We will get to that point by delivering education and training programs designed to accelerate the evolution of human consciousness. For far too many people, these ideas are still a fantasy because they live in nations where the dominant worldview is what we call state, nation, or wealth awareness. All these countries you see with a red color are living in what we call state awareness. I'll come back to a little bit later what that is. All the blue countries, you see, the red countries are in majority. The blue countries are living in wealth awareness. The green countries, which are just a few, are living in people awareness. And the next level would then be humanity awareness. So there are more worldviews that had been part of the world. There's been clan and tribes, but these four, state awareness, nation awareness, wealth awareness, and people awareness, are those that are still in the world today. State awareness is security where we want security through power and strength. So where power and strength plays an important role. State to nation awareness is security through authority and education. State with wealth awareness are security through status and influence. People awareness, freedom through equality and accountability. And the next level will be self-expression through personal creativity. And what we are seeing is that our survival depends on that we arrive at the humanity awareness level. A quick run through the different levels, especially on gender. In the state, awareness is authoritarian, people are controlled, ideological discrimination. It is for the leaders' needs, and women have no rights, are treated as personal property. At nation awareness, we've reached flawed democracies, possible that not everyone gets to vote. And women are second-class citizens controlled by men. In wealth awareness, it is full democracy, two-party systems with wealth discrimination, big discrimination between rich and poor. And women do not still have full equality because they can't get past glass ceilings, and they are still sexual objects. In people awareness, we have a liberal democracy, coalition governments, consensus building, and the focus is on social welfare and freedom for all citizens. And gender, full equality, and no discrimination. And when we reach humanity awareness, it will be self-expression through the exploration of creativity. We will have direct representation by age groups. We will have focus on basic and growth needs for all humanity, be it transnational and global, and we will have full equality. Because when the level of consciousness of a group of people expands, their worldview increases, and the governance system changes to reflect the new worldview. And the new worldview becomes more inclusive. Part of it is, who do we identify with? We must find a higher order identity And right now, most of us are only identifying with our family, our company, or our nation. What we need is to identify with all humanity. The training programs that we are offering through Humanity Awareness are one where we can living a conscious life, living a values-driven life, and living a purposeful life. And we offer that through 11 e-learning courses that are right now available in English, Spanish, and Portuguese. So, first group of courses are, what is the Humanity Awareness? Second group is self-discovery, personal development, levels of personal consciousness, or the evolution of decision-making. Sharing my gifts and talents, soul awareness, living a conscious life, living a values-driven life, and creating global well-being. So these are the courses that are accessible through our website. And how to get involved? You can become a student where you just register and start studying the programs. You can become an advocate where you spread the word about the initiative. You can become an ambassador where you enlist other advocates and sponsors for Humanity Awareness Initiative. And you can become a trainer where you train others in how this works. And you become a sponsor where you can be part of the funding necessary to continue this work. We have a website, the Humanity Awareness Initiative, where you can log on, and this is all for free. I will quickly jump through the next part because we are busy, but we are talking about a shift in leadership from I to we, shifting from becoming best in the world to become best for the world. I will quickly go through this because the important question is, how can leaders hold the space for the diverse developmental needs of the citizen supporters and employees by developing governance practices and policies that enable people to live fulfilling and meaningful lives? They can do that by embracing the core principles of humanity awareness and thereby creating a new worldview. The last part is, I would ask you, do you find it important that women and men are equals? Do you see a connection between the Humanity Awareness Initiative and the developing regenerative paradigm? Do you see a connection between the Humanity Awareness Initiative and the business leaders' ability to create a working culture where all stakeholders thrive? That is, employees, investors, customers, society, and planet. Thank you for this opportunity to be part of the power of women.
How do we shift from I to we? That is the question. Richard, thank you so much for offering us practical solutions through the Humanity Awareness Initiative and for sharing about how we can identify with all of humanity. Thank you so much for your insights today and for sharing your wisdom. It was a pleasure to have you with us.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. We hope that you all are enjoying the Power of Women Digital Conference. We want to hear from you and interact with you. We want your voice to be heard. And all you have to do is grab your phone, turn on your camera, and scan the QR code to participate and share your thoughts through our polling questions. And stay tuned, because later in the broadcast, we will have a digital town hall discussion on all the results. And I will let the speaker take it from here.
I have a few questions to the audience. Do you find it important that women and men are equals? see a connection between the Humanity Awareness Initiative and the developing regenerative paradigm? Do you see a connection between the Humanity Awareness Initiative and the business leaders' ability to create a working culture where all stakeholders thrive? Employees, co-workers, investors, customers, society, and the planet.
മാനവരാശിയെ പലതരത്തിലുള്ള വെല്ലുവിളികൾ നേരിടുകയാണ്. ഒരുപക്ഷെ പ്രത്യക്ഷത്തിൽ കാണാനോ അറിയാനും കഴിയാത്ത ഏറെ പ്രശ്നങ്ങൾ സൂക്ഷ്മതലത്തിൽ ഉണ്ടായേക്കാം. ഈ അവസരത്തിൽ മനുഷ്യ 2 കാര്യമാണ് പ്രധാനമായി ഉണ്ടാകേണ്ടത്. മനുഷ്യ തിരിച്ചറിവും തിരുത്താനുള്ള മനസ്സുമാണവ. നിർഭാഗ്യവശാൽ പരീക്ഷയുടെ തലേദിവസം പഠിക്കാൻ തുടങ്ങുന്ന കുട്ടികളെ പോലാണ് നമ്മൾ. കാര്യങ്ങൾ കൈവിട്ട് പോകുന്ന അവസ്ഥ എത്തുമ്പോഴാണ് മനുഷ്യൻ നല്ല ബുദ്ധി തോന്നുന്നത്, എന്തെങ്കിലും ചെയ്യണമെന്ന് ചിന്തിക്കുന്നത്. ഭാവലോകം സിംഗിളിൻ്റെ അല്ല, മിംഗിളിൻ്റെതാണ്. സിംഗിളാകാൻ ശ്രമിക്കുന്ന രാജ്യങ്ങളും സമൂഹങ്ങളും താഴോട്ട് പോകും. ഇത് പ്രകൃതി മനുഷ്യ നടത്തിയ താക്കിയതാണ്. അവിടെ സിംഗിളല്ല, മിംഗിളാണ് നമ്മുടെ മന്ത്രം. പണ്ടും ഇന്നും എന്നും ഭാരതമണിൻ്റെ മന്ത്രം ലോകമേ ഒരു തറവാടെന്നാണ്. ഈ സത്യം മാതൃകാപരമായി ലോകത്തിന് കാട്ടിക്കൊടുക്കാൻ കിട്ടിയ മഹത്തായ അവസരമാണ് G20യുടെ നേതൃത്വ സ്ഥാനം. അപ്പം പ്രധാനമന്ത്രി ശ്രീ നരേന്ദ്രമോദിയും ഇതിൻ്റെ നേതൃത്വത്തിലുള്ള സർക്കാരും ഏറ്റെടുത്ത സംരംഭം ലോക ജനതയെ മാറി ചിന്തിക്കാനുള്ള ഒരു പ്രേരണമായി തീരട്ടെ എന്നാണ്. അതുപോലെ പരിവർത്തനത്തിന് പുതിയൊരു ദീപനാളം നമുക്കിവിടെ തെളിയിക്കാം. അതിലുള്ള ലോകമെമ്പാടുമുള്ള എണ്ണമറ്റ പ്രകാശനാളങ്ങൾ രാജുല്യമാകട്ടെ. G20 എന്ന ഈ മഹായജ്ഞത്തിൻ്റെ ശംഖനാദം ലോകമെമ്പാടും സ്പന്ദിക്കട്ടെ. അടഞ്ഞ മാനവ ഹൃദയങ്ങളെ മലർക്കെ തുറക്കട്ടെ. ഈ പ്രകാശം ലോകമെമ്പാടും പറക്കട്ടെ. കൃപ എല്ലാവരെയും അനുഗ്രഹിക്കട്ടെ. നമസ്കാരം.
Hello, Tanya. Welcome to the Power of Women Digital Conference. Tanya is the visionary CEO behind the international organization Sistership Circle. Tanya, we look forward to hearing what you have to share with us today about sisterhood and building long-lasting friendships.
Thank you so much. I am so excited to share on one of my favorite topics. And that is because I have talked to thousands of women around the world, and I have trained thousands of women around the world how to lead women's circles. And what I have found from being in so many circles and training so many women is that we deeply desire connection with other women. We want partnership. We want to have fulfilling friendships and relationships with other women that go beyond the surface. And yet we feel so disconnected and isolated. And part of that is because of the conditioning. For centuries, women have been pitted against each other. And there is good reason for that. If you think about it, not so long ago, women did not have any rights. We were completely dependent upon men for our survival. And even if you look back in history at the witch burning years, the witch hunts, even though that was a small minority of women, it has affected all women on the subconscious level of this is what happens when you speak out. This is what happens when you're different. And that this is what happens when you come together with other women, because women would actually turn themselves or turn their neighbors in to keep themselves safe. So there's so much mistrust. And what I call this is the sister wound. The sister wound is where we feel disconnected from other women. And it's rooted way back in our history, but it's also rooted in our childhood and some of the ways in which we have been hurt or we have hurt other women. And it keeps us separated from one another. So today I want to share with you the 7 sister wounds that I've identified. And there's so many more, but these are the main 7. And I also want to share with you 5 antidotes. And these antidotes are ways that you can start showing up in relationship with other women to create those partnerships that you're desiring, to have that real and authentic sisterhood. And this relates to all women in our lives. This is our friends. This is our daughters. This is our mothers. This is our coworkers. It shows up everywhere. So let's dive in. So our first sister wound is jealousy. And it can be very challenging to admit that we're jealous of other women because it makes us feel less than, and we don't want to actually admit that. So the question for you to ask yourself is, who do you feel jealous of? And what quality within her or what accomplishment has she had that you feel like you don't? And what are you saying about yourself? Our second sister wound is cattiness. And cattiness are those little snarky remarks, and they can be very subtle or they can be very malicious. So, I remember someone said this once. How did she get on Oprah? And this was spoken about Gabby Bernstein and Marie Forleo. And this person said, she's not the first person I would pick as a spiritual leader of our generation. That's a catty remark. So cattiness is part of this mean girl culture where we're putting other women down, sometimes outright, sometimes subtly, again, to make ourselves feel better. So the question that I want you to ask yourself is, how has cattiness shown up in your relationship with other women? And what's the earliest childhood memory that you can remember where you experience cattiness? Our third sister wound is exclusion. And this happens in sororities, in clubs, in unofficial girl gangs, and sports teams, and the cheerleading squad, right? We've been conditioned to include some women and exclude others. And this creates more division and separation in our world. So the question I want you to ask yourself is, in the past, did you witness your mother being excluded or excluding other women? Were you part of a club or sorority growing up that excluded other women? And in present time, have you excluded another woman from your current group? And I invite you to look at your mother, because so much of what we learned in terms of how we show up in relationship with mother is what we saw modeled by the women of the generation that raised us. So whether that's your mother or your auntie or your grandmother, whatever you witnessed is what you learned is acceptable, right? So by us looking at what our mothers did, we can start to see some of the conditioning that we learned in relationship to other women. Our fourth sister wound is contraction. And you could think of this as where you're contracting or closing your heart instead of expanding into love, or when you're contracting your energy because you feel like you're too big, too much, too good, and you don't want to let other women feel less than you. This is where we dim our light and we shrink ourselves in order to fit in or to have another woman not feel left out. And so you might feel like, oh, well, that's a good thing, right? I'm not being exclusive. But what it's doing actually is having you not be your true authentic self in order to please other women. So really looking at how you can expand into your leadership, expand and shine your light without feeling like you're going to have other women feel less than. So question to ask yourself is, did you dim your light or shrink back as a child in fear of other girls feeling less than you? What reaction were you most afraid of? Our fifth sister wound is judgment. And we actually see this a lot in the spiritually conscious women community, where other women are made wrong because they're not conscious enough. And so we could see this in any type of community, right? Where we are one-upping and putting others down in order to feel better about ourselves. We're judging women for their appearance. We're judging whether they're good enough for the man that they're with. there's a little bit of similarity, right, with cattiness. So the question I want you to ask yourself is, who is a woman you are judging in your life right now? What are you judging about yourself that you are projecting onto them? Because at the heart of the matter, whoever you're judging, they are just a mere reflection of you. And if you look back, right, if you're pointing a finger at someone, there's 3 fingers coming right back at you. What are you judging within yourself? Number 6 is comparison. And in social media today, we have this distortion, right, with the highlight reels. And most of the time, we only see what other people want us to see. And they only want to show the positive. And so we compare ourselves. And we have become obsessed as a culture with this comparison, with how we look and how we are perceived by others. So the question I want you to ask yourself is, who are you comparing yourself to? Why? And what are you saying about yourself? And then the last sister wound is competition. And this is everywhere. We see this in movies today of competition against women, The Devil Wears Prada, Black Swan, Bring It On, Mean Girls, Single White Female. There's so many movies out there that portray this. It's everywhere. And, we, like I said earlier around, we depended on men for our survival. And so competition was built into the framework where you might be in competition for a man, for status, or for your own survival. And then we see this with our jobs today, with friend groups. And the question I want you to ask yourself is, who do you feel in competition with? What's her gift? And then what's yours? How can you shift that to see this woman actually as a future collaborator? And on the flip side, who's in competition with you? So when we are looking at competition, what we are failing to see is our own gift, and that no 2 women are alike, that there really is truly no competition, because we each are attracting exactly who is a vibrational match to our energy. And while I'll use an example, to acupuncturists, it might look like on the surface that they are 2 acupuncturists in the same town, competing for the same market. The one acupuncturist has special gifts and may have that specialty that the other one doesn't, who actually focuses on something else. And so when we focus on those gifts, we can see that these sisters are not our competition, they are our allies. So let's flip this, shall we? Shall we flip this and have some antidotes here? So the first antidote here is compassion and humility. To seek to understand other women from their shoes. Imagine what other women are going through. And a lot of times this comes when we're judging other women and we forget that they might actually be hurt. They might be trying to make themselves look a certain way to hide insecurities. And so we can start to come from eyes of compassion for our sisters and know that we are all good women doing the best we can. Number 2 is vulnerability. Now, I know this can be so hard. And like I said with social media, we only want to show the highlight reel, but that creates more disconnection. And when we can actually be authentic and we can be vulnerable with other women, we can start to create the deep and more meaningful relationships. We can have the more deep and meaningful conversations that we're looking for. That's what creates real and authentic sisterhood. That's what creates relationships that feel real versus superficial. So here's a simple formula for you to share your hurt feelings from vulnerability, because that's one of the things that keeps us separate. is we get our feelings hurt by another woman, and then we shove her away, we cut her off, we cancel her. But here's what you could do instead. I feel whatever emotion when you said or did X action. It reminds me of what's the past event or past person or experience that this is reminding you of. I'm curious as to what was going on for you when you did that so that I can understand if this was intentional or not. So I'll give an example. I felt sad when you ignored me when I came into the room. You didn't come over and say hello. It reminded me of when I was a little girl and I would walk into the house and my mother wouldn't greet me. I'm curious as to what was going on for you when you didn't say anything to me so that I could see if this was intentional or not. Our next antidote is acceptance. And this one comes from within. Can you accept yourself as enough without needing approval or to be liked? Because all of these sister wounds are coming from you not fully valuing and accepting yourself, covering up insecurities. And so once you have that acceptance for yourself and you can see that you are enough, you can start to grow that out to accept others. Our next antidote is collaboration. And this goes with that competition, where what if the women who are your perceived competition are actually your collaborators? So there's another organization called Global Sisterhood. And from the outside, it looks like the competitor to Sistership Circle. But I don't see them as my competition because I see what they offer is much different. Even though we're both training women how to lead women's circles, we do it differently. And so I have this book that I created, and it's collaborator book. So there's 40 rituals from 40 different women, and it's called the Women's Circle Ritual Handbook. And I invited them, the founders of Global Sisterhood, to write a ritual and contribute it to the book, because I truly see us as collaborators. And then our final antidote here is to celebrate one another. And this is what happens in a women's circle. This is my favorite part of the work that I do in the world, is the celebration that takes place in real and authentic sisterhood when women are gathering in a safe and sacred container together. They celebrate each other and they celebrate themselves without feeling like they're going to have someone else feel worse than. And that's because we shift into the mindset of one woman's win is a win for all women. If she wins, that's a win for me too. And in fact, when she celebrates herself, it can have me see what else is possible if I'm feeling bad about myself in this moment. It can have me get out of my own way and stop dwelling in my own self-pity and get into her world and celebrate with her. So when we can truly celebrate ourselves and be happy for each other's success, we can heal the sister wound. And we can see each other not as a threat or not as someone to compare ourselves to, but we can see that if she can do it, I can too. And together we will rise. So I hope that these antidotes help you to develop partnership with other women and with other powerful women who are up to big things and who are consciously living their lives, empowering one another. So thank you so much for having me. And I hope that you will go out there and do the work to heal the sister wound so that together we can rise.
Wow. I think, Tanya, what you just shared is so powerful. And I don't even know where to begin, from the sisterhood wounds to the solutions you provided, you know. I think a lot of girls can resonate, a lot of women can resonate. And this is what the power of women is about, stepping into your innate power, and also recognizing other women and men for their value, and also the collaboration component. I mean, it's not competition, it's about collaboration and each of us bringing our gifts to see how we can work together. So thank you so much. This was a beautiful, beautiful piece.
Hello, everyone. We hope that you all are enjoying the Power of Women Digital Conference. We want to hear from you and interact with you. We want your voice to be heard. And all you have to do is grab your phone, turn on your camera, and scan the QR code to participate and share your thoughts through our polling questions. And stay tuned, because later in the broadcast, we will have a digital town hall discussion on all the results. And I will let the speaker take it from here.
I have some questions for the audience. So our first question, and we're going to do this in the poll, is, have you ever been in a women's circle before? Yes or no? Our second question is, on a scale of 1 to 10, how much do you trust other women? So a 1 would be not at all, and a 10 would be I totally trust other women. Number 3, how often do you dim your light around other women in fear of being too much? A is always, B is often, C is sometimes, and D is never.
Tell myself I can't do anything. I'm turning history into her story here tonight. the power of woman. Sisters and queens. We can achieve anything. We're the ones who are gonna make the change. We're the ones who are gonna flip the page. Spread love like rings in the water. Yeah, that's the power. We got 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 the power. Oh, tonight we're gonna ride our names across the sky so they'll know the power of women.
The theme of Power of Women embodies collaboration through edutainment across diasporas through the collectives alliances that support positive global change.
Namaste. Hi, I'm Mahanaaryaman, and as Ashley said, I am the founder of the social NGO Mind Empower Charitable Trust. So if you want to know how we started off, actually it's a foundation by my sister, Srila Menon, and myself. During the lockdown, we were taking care of students, placement opportunities, and that's when we got to know in our interaction with the college students that they were undergoing a lot of mental health issues. And that's what prompted us to start this organization, whereby every Saturday, online or offline, you could get free sessions with psychologists, psychiatrists on various issues which plague the youth of today. And that's how we started understanding their pulse and catering to their needs. That's how Mind Empowered was born 2.5 years back. And we still, with God's grace, have been able to have sessions every Saturday, online or offline, in order to make their mental health better, to create support groups so that anyone out there can reach out free of cost and actually talk about mental health, because there's such a lot of stigma attached to mental health, and we want to break that stigma because it's okay not to be okay. Did you know that nearly 7.9% of women are unemployed in urban India? We believe that if the woman of the family is happy, the entire family is happy. And an important part to this happiness is financial independence. Mind Empowered empowers housewives by helping them take the first step towards this financial independence. Most of our women folk are highly talented, but cannot go for full-time positions in organization, either because they have to take care of younger children or elderly parents. That's why we decided to step in and provide them an opportunity to earn. For every event of ours, rather than using caterers, we encourage housewives to cook food, be it snacks or lunch. This way, they get an opportunity to showcase their skills and earn money, and our participants get to eat healthy home-cooked food. Similarly, rather than using printing shops for ID cards and flexes for the events, we encourage housewives to make friendship bands and do fabric painting for creating event banners on cloth. So in addition to them getting an alternate source of income, we also promote environmentally safe creatives for all our events. It is absolutely amazing to watch how every individual can contribute in their own way, if only given the chance. 26.35%. That is the rise in the percentage of crime committed against young girls in India in the past 6 years. With the increasing number of violence against women, it has dawned upon us at Mind Empower that it is a matter of utmost importance to impart our girls, our daughters, sisters, with the skill to defend ourselves in such dire situations. Hence, we, in collaboration with Vanitha Police, the women wing of Kerala Police, conduct hands-on self-defense workshops in different colleges so as to build the confidence of the college students, as well as physically prepare them for emergency situations and defend themselves in case of unexpected assaults, be it in buses or streets or even at their homes. We encourage them to reach out, and this truly is the need of the hour. Did you know that in hackathons, which are coding competitions conducted throughout the country, the female to male ratio is 1:15 due to lack of self-esteem in girls? To make them understand their potential, we at Mind Empowered started organizing hackathons and ideathons for girls and other gender minorities only, where they not only compete with like-minded individuals from different parts of the country, but also get opportunity to meet successful women entrepreneurs, inspiring them to believe that they too could scale greater heights, just like their male counterparts. It is enriching to watch the young minds become better versions of themselves. Did you know that despite the remarkable advancements in healthcare, a staggering 1 in 3 women continue to grapple with unresolved gynecological problems? We at Mind Empowered conduct heart-to-heart sessions with our in-house gynecologist, Dr. Saroj Menon, where women can ask any questions they have regarding their female bodies. We want to ensure a safe space where one can ask any doubts they have anonymously without the worry of being identified, judged, or shamed. It is also important to openly talk about these issues to remove the stigma that is usually surrounds menstruation, reproduction, puberty, and other such issues. Mental health is a silent pandemic, like I told you. And in addition to the gynecological support, we also have mental health support groups urging the youth to reach out for help. People invest in properties. We invest in people. Women empowerment has always been an integral part of Mind Empowered's journey. Our team, our core team members are all housewives with one thing in common, our passion to transform lives and illuminate minds. We, as a part of the community, have undertaken the responsibility to empower women to stand up for themselves and be who they have always wanted to be their own cheerleaders, and more importantly, their own superheroes. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Maya, for sharing your insights, sharing your story, and your advocacy work through Mind Empowered, working at the grassroots levels, providing a safe space, transforming lives, and ultimately removing the stigma behind psychological well-being and offering support. It was a pleasure, Maya, to have you with us today. And thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Ashwin. Thank you for this opportunity.
Faith is taking the first step. Even when you don't see the whole staircase, I look to a day where people won't be judged by the color of the skin, but by the beauty in their hearts.
I can't live in a world that it doesn't know that we deserve more than equality. We deserve the right to live. We were born free, born free. Hope is climbing, it's our time, and now we're fighting on our knees. The world round our song is rising. Let it start with us. A whole new kind.
be the end of the violence. The solution is to not stay quiet. I know that we can reach out, extend a hand, and build the future we can all be proud of.
60 million refugees, that could easily be you and me. They deserve more than equality, so don't build walls around our hearts, cause we were born free, born free. Hope is coming, it's our time, and now we're fighting on our knees. Hope around our sun is rising. Let it start with us, a whole new kind of love. Stop and hear the cries for grace, for change, 'cause we gotta be the ones to break this world free. It starts with you and me. We can be the generation to come together and see greatness. Good news, good news. It can all start with us. We can be the generation to come together and see greatness. Good news, good news. It can all start with us.
Look, if Martin Luther King could lead the Million Man March, then we could write this song. I hope it leads to your heart. See, I was born free as a bird, no cages. Can't repeat history, we all read those pages. I see the world through different eyes, victims' eyes, set aside and villainized. We all about a dollar, but we need change. Gotta solve the problem just to keep saying,
Hope is coming, it's our time, and now we're fighting on our knees. Hope around our sun is rising. Let it start with us, a whole new kind of love. Stop and hear the cries for grace, for change. We gotta be the ones to break this world free. It starts with you and me. Let it start with us, a whole new kind of love. Stop and hear the cries for grace, for change, 'cause we gotta be the ones to break this world free. It starts with you and me.
Hello, Dr. Renee Mera. Welcome to the Power of Women Digital Conference. Dr. Renee Mera is the president of Rainbow Media, LLC, an advertising, broadcasting, and public relations company. We look forward to hearing what you have to share with us today about a value-based curriculum, developing the next generation of peacemakers. Welcome, Dr. Renee. We are so grateful to have you join us today.
Thank you very much, Ashley. Good day to all of you. I believe very strongly we want to have our next generation as ambassadors of peace, as stewards of peace. We have to start building their identities, shaping their character today so that they become ambassadors of empathy, of values like tolerance and acceptance, and understand inclusion, understand harmony, and are able to live their life with calm and equipoise. So when we cultivate those values of peace and of equipoise in our young children, they now become conflict resolvers, and they're able to value relationships, collaboration, dignity, respect, tolerance, and well-being over and above unhealthy competitions, toxic stress, and violence. So peace education and peace building should be an essential childhood intervention in schools. This will frame new conversations and positive conversations, making the youth to become positive role models, thus creating an exponential transformative impact in their communities, in their neighborhoods, and help to promote inclusion and justice and inner and outer harmony. And this we can see that there is an international impetus from the United Nations as well. The 2060 resolution was adopted by the United Nations and introduced the concept of sustaining peace, which was a focus on preventing conflicts by identifying the factors that foster peace. And this creates new paradigm, a new mindset through which we reinforce peace as opposed to merely attempting to respond to large outbreaks of violence. So when we look at this change in the paradigm, change in our mindset from reactive to proactive to avert conflicts so that we are able to bring resilient societies that embrace inclusion, that embrace peace. So conflict prevention, positive peace, lasting peace leads to many positive outcomes, including thriving economies, better performance on ecological measures, inclusiveness, well-being, and happiness. Moreover, lasting peace helps to create an optimal environment for human potential to flourish. So there are three kinds of peace: peace of mind, peace of heart, and peace of the soul. Peace of mind is when our children are able to understand there are things that are beyond our comprehension, beyond our control, and we're able to then understand and have peace of mind. Peace of heart is when we nourish their hearts with love, with harmony, with empathy, and with acceptance of all, and respect for all creation. And finally, peace of the soul, when we nourish their souls with love that we talked about in peace of heart, but also when they take that inner journey of quietude, of calm, of equipoise, the journey which we call meditation. So when all three kinds of peace are there, we are all at peace to ourselves, and peace when there's inner peace, there's also outer peace. And that brings peace in the planet, a very healthy planet that we're all striving for in our next generation. So we all know that meditation has proven benefits, whether it's anecdotal or whether it's scientific. It helps to lower blood pressure, reduces stress, better sleep, especially for our young children, improve emotional regulation, increase focus and concentration, reduces aggression and their anger, and greater adaptability, healthier aging process, and a greater sense of connectedness with others. So when we're looking at this inner journey of peace, of radiance, of oneness, and of joy, which is not just experiential, but it's also experimental, we see that there have been many, many studies that show that there has been a reduction of anger and chronic illnesses, including diabetes in our children, hypertension, and even cancer. So there have been many studies which show that our youth, that our future ambassadors of a peaceful world, that they bring in those meaningful change in the communities and they address conflict resolution, which behooves us to raise them as good human beings, enhance their spiritual quotient during their formative years. So it should start very young. This will equip them with the skills that they need to be human beings to build healthy relationships, address problems in ways that value inherent dignity of others for a better future. So there have been a lot of studies done by Johns Hopkins University, at Harvard School, and in Melbourne, Australia, that talk about the benefits that children and adults can get from meditation and from going into that inner journey. So for their concentration, for their focus, for their self-efficacy. And we see that even kids with ADHD learn meditation in a clinical setting with their parents twice weekly, practice meditation at home as well, showed better focus, concentration in school, reduction in anxiety, among other benefits. And even in high-risk communities, in high-risk neighborhoods, children felt that change, that transformation when they consistently took those peace-building initiatives and took that inner journey within. So it is very important that they start in their formative years and embrace these values, embrace the value-based curriculum that I've been underscoring throughout my presentation over here. And when we do meditation and yoga over the course of a child's lifespan, we see that there is a major, major transformation in these kids. We want to make them stewards of peace. We've got to start young. And I've been saying this all throughout my presentation because by emphasizing this important trait that we want to see in our children, that's the only way that they are going to be the global citizens of peacemakers of tomorrow. But then a lot of parents and teachers might say that if children are very restless, how do we do that? So you have to start very slowly, especially if they're coming from communities that are high risk and there's restlessness, there's a lot of violence. So you've got to start with some games that calm them, that relax them, and then make them understand that there is a better alternate way of living their lives more productively, meaningfully, and proactively. So it starts very slowly. So maybe 15 minutes every day in the school, and then at home with their parents before going to bed. A little bit of meditation with the children can help a long way to make them global citizens of peace for the next generation. That is so very important. And there is a favorite book of mine, which is Detox the Mind, which is by Rajinder Singh. And it's all about how we can get that inner peace, that inner joy when we dive in and get those treasures that are waiting for us. And these treasures we see are with all of us, but we do not look at it because we are so caught up in the fast track lane that we are not able to detox the mind. But once we're able to detox the mind, we're able to then have a better spiritual growth. We are enhancing the spiritual quotient of our children. And I always say that if you're spiritually healthy, you're mentally and physically healthy as well. So if our children are able to understand and enhance that spiritual quotient in their lives, they will find that inner joy. And they'll become positive role models for a lot of people around the planet. And then teaching them to meditate early on can help them to manage unwanted emotions and make them understand therapeutically that there is a lot more than just competition, blackboard education. There's a lot more when they embrace those values and are able to understand their spiritual growth. They're able to even help their parents, even adults, about how they, all of us, can become peacemakers of tomorrow. So detox the mind is very, very important. And there is also Darshan Education Academy that was started in 1995. And the chairman and the founder is Rajinder Singh. And they have 25 schools, started in 1995, schools in South America and in India. And it's all about value-based curriculum. It's all about how they can get ethics of selfless service, of respect for all creation, get better focus, get a better understanding of the true purpose of their lives, of our lives, and able to help their peers, able to help everybody around them to transform themselves and to transform the world. So there's this program called Teach Peace, Reach Peace. And this is when the hearts of these children are nourished by love, peace of the soul, and peace of the heart, and peace of the mind that I talked about earlier. And spiritual education then becomes the cornerstone of all schools, starting off with Darshan Education Foundation. And we are building these blocks of Teach Peace, Reach Peace program, how to get along with others, creative problem solving, critical thinking skills, decision-making, conflict resolution, a plant-based diet, goal setting, time management, respect for others and life, love for all, and above all, learning how to meditate and taking that journey within for inwards and upwards. There's also a meditation and conscious living course that has been started in India. And there are 26 classes of 60 minutes each that are meticulously designed to help participants recharge and rejuvenate through thoughtful instructions and activities. And this is for older children. This is for college kids. And they do this every class, which is going to be 60 minutes with 15 minutes of meditation. This is spread across 10 modules. And the courses are all free of charge. And this provides a new perspective and helps to deal with life's ups and downs. So we want to fill their hearts with peace and meditation for a better world. We've got to start today. We've got to confront those challenges that our children are facing today so that we can help them to become peacemakers of tomorrow. And they're able to bring balance in their lives. They are healthy mentally, physically, emotionally, and spiritually, so recharged that they can transform not just themselves, but transform the world. Thank you.
Dr. Renee, thank you so much for sharing with us today. Everything that you mentioned, it's so important and crucial to build the next ambassadors of a peaceful world and for conflict resolution. Thank you for sharing with us and for being an exceptional woman working toward peace and for building the next generation of peacemakers. And of course, thank you so much for joining us today at the Power of Women Digital Conference. It was truly a pleasure to hear your insights.
Thank you, Ashley. And I have a question for our audience. The first question is, do you think that shaping the character and I don't want to do this again. So I have a first question from the audience. Do you
Dr. Renee, thank you so much for sharing today. Everything that you shared is so important and so crucial to build the next ambassadors of a peaceful world and for conflict resolution. Thank you for sharing with us and for being an exceptional woman working toward peace and for building the next generation of peacemakers. Thank you for joining us today at the Power of Women Digital Conference. It was truly a pleasure and an honor to have you and for you to share your insights.
Thank you.
We have the pleasure and honor of honoring Dr. Payal Kumar, who is the Principal Academic Advisor at Indian School of Hospitality in India. She will be speaking to us today on spirituality in the workplace, drawing on Eastern spiritual traditions of diversity, equity, and inclusion. Hello, Dr. Kumar. Welcome to the Power of Women Digital Conference. It's so nice to have you with us today.
Hi, Ashley. So nice of you to invite me. I'm really happy to be here. So I'm a D&I scholar, diversity and inclusion scholar. So this is the topic that I thought I'd like to speak about, because what I've seen in my research and also speaking to leaders out there, C-suite leaders, is that very often diversity policies don't necessarily lead to inclusion. So for example, you could hire somebody who's wheelchair bound, but in the canteen, nobody may be sitting with that person, with that particular employee. So while diversity policies are, of course, very important in companies, but doesn't necessarily lead to inclusion of all staff. And this is a point of concern for me. And with the grand resignation, a lot of unrest, people at times people feel they're not being respected, or they may not like their jobs, they may not like their managers. A lot of stuff is going around, but we need to look at how can we ensure psychological safety for all employees? So that's actually going beyond diversity and inclusion, and it's the buzzword these days, psychological safety for all, whoever you are. So why are we talking about diversity and inclusion in the first place? There are many reasons. I mean, of course, there's the justice angle that everybody needs to get equal opportunities, but there's also the business case. There's a lot of research which has shown that bringing in a diverse set of people, leads to much better ideas, more collaboration, and in fact, greater profits, And if we take gender, it's not just like a female issue, because if female employees are not happy about something, then of course it's going to affect everybody around them, the team as well. So a very important topic for us to cover. And when we do speaking of gender diversity in particular, there are, just want to bring it to the attention that there are lots of different types of diversity within women, the group of women itself, so you could be a single parent, you could be a mother returning to the workforce. Again, a lot of research has shown if a woman takes even a small amount of break, she's never really able to catch up. Older workers, ageism, that we call that intersectionality. So you might be discriminated against because you're a woman and because you're older and things like that. So we need to take that into consideration. So I think we all know about the glass ceiling that all over the world, women tend to get the first promotion first and move pretty much up the ladder, mid-manager level, almost arm in arm with the male counterparts, but then something happens and they're not able to go ahead due to certain barriers, prejudices. Many reasons are there. I'm not going to go into that in too much detail. So apart from glass ceiling, there is also something called the glass cliff, where it's been found in some really interesting research that if a company is failing, then the next CEO they hire tends to be a woman. And there's glass escalator phenomena in women-dominated professions like, say, nursing. If a male is there, they tend to get promoted faster. So there seems to be a lot of biases and stereotypes going on. Double bind is the phenomena that the woman is very often the main caregiver at home, and you have to work as well, and especially in Asian countries where that's expected as a role. Paternalistic bosses, sometimes bosses, will think, oh, we're doing a favor to women by not giving them this job, but, why don't you ask the female employee? It might help. And then there's this problem of similarity attraction bias, where we tend to hire and promote people who are like us. So if there's a lot of male leaders around, then, it's difficult for women to break that glass ceiling. So in the recent research that I've done, I've produced 2 books recently, Gender Equity in the Boardroom and Gender Equity in Hospitality Industry, both books by Emerald. It shows all these, stereotypes and prejudices that I'm talking about. And in fact, in spite of there being in India a law which says that you have to bring in a lot of women into the boardroom, it's still not happening in a very healthy manner. And, in the modern age, we talk about AI, we talk about ChatGPT and all this, but don't forget that ChatGPT and Bard, they are picking up data which already exists, isn't it? And a lot of the data has biases and stereotypes. And so this is going to carry forward even, with AI. So just a few examples are here. In a job recruitment system, if historical data shows a higher number of male applicants are being selected, then the AI may favor males in terms of hiring. Racial bias, age bias. For example, in healthcare, if older patients are receiving less aggressive treatment options, then, it may carry on that way. So we need to be careful that this, just because AI has arrived doesn't mean biases and stereotypes are going to stop. In fact, they may just simply continue. So here is what I'm suggesting. We've understood diversity and inclusion is very important, but I'm saying diversity doesn't necessarily lead to inclusion. So your Eastern religions like Hinduism, Buddhism, Jainism, Taoism talk about a oneness hypothesis, which is summed up in these 3 Sanskrit words, Tattvam Asi, which means thou art that. So there's this belief that there is this God spark in everybody around us, that we're all interconnected greatly. And so if you have that kind of lens, then the assumption is there is unity in diversity. There's an automatic respect for diversity, respect for everybody around you. And then obviously in hurting others, you are kind of hurting yourself. You can see this particular quote from Swami Vivekananda. And in the end, he says, in hurting anyone, you hurt yourself. In loving anyone, you love yourself. So, I mean, how do we actually implement this? It's all very fine. It sounds very conceptual and very idealistic, but what can managers actually do on the ground? Understand the interconnectedness of things, respect and include all, even if they are different from you, get away from that similarity attraction paradigm. Empathetic listening is so important, compassionate listening, where you actually, try and stop the thoughts that are flowing around in your mind and listen very carefully. If you can see from this next slide, biology of listening, we listen at the speed of about 400 words plus, but people speak at the speed of about 120. So, we do need to concentrate and focus when somebody's listening. We call it compassionate listening. Leaders need to quieten the mind, which sounds counterintuitive, but as you're rushing through the day and your millions of emails and, video calls and meetings, you need to find some space to quieten down for self-reflection or perhaps journaling or meditation. It doesn't have to be sit-down meditation. It could be walking meditation where you just have one pointed focus on whatever you're doing. In fact, Goldman argues that a leader has a moral responsibility for managing their own inner world. Leaders can also inculcate spiritual practices within the workforce, like meditation. There's a study I did in which it was shown that police officers in India who were taught spiritual practices, they displayed greater compassion towards inmates, jail inmates. And I know some professors who start classes with meditation, and they found students concentration has improved and they're better able to cope with stress. Managers could check in with employees before a meeting. I'm a great believer in the informal conversation. A lot of things can come out of that. And people feel, accepted, wanted, respected, and psychologically safe. Leaders also need to find their own blind spots with expert coaches. So to sum up, I'm arguing that, if a manager, leader puts all this into practice, they themselves can become role models, exemplars, which will hopefully have a trickle-down effect on workers and even reduce kind of deviant behavior. And there will be this feeling of oneness, acceptance, whoever I am. And that's what I'm arguing, that Eastern religion traditions, if we look at the world through that lens, it's quite powerful. So in Hinduism, for example, it goes beyond the human being. So very often you'll see a red sacred thread people tie around a tree. There is sun worship in some states. A driver, even inanimate objects, a driver, before they start driving, they'll just touch the steering wheel and bless it. A chef will bless the instruments that he or she will be using before they start cooking. So this belief of complete interconnectedness amongst all of us can change your way of looking at the world and can change your diversity and inclusion practices. And I argue that, therefore, if you have this kind of lens, you won't need that many rules, that diversity rules and practices. It will come as an inner nature, like a respect for all. So thank you very much. And I'd love it if the audience could also ask some questions. Thank you so much.
Amazing. Dr. Real, wow. You shared such an interesting and unique perspective that offers practical solutions for establishing gender equality in the workplace and just a greater place to work in general. Thank you so much for your insights, and it was such a pleasure to have you.
Thank you. My pleasure. My absolute pleasure. Thank you so much.
The theme of Power of Women embodies collaboration through edutainment across diasporas, through the collectives alliances that support positive global change.
We have the pleasure and honor of honoring. Sorry, can I start again? Messed up a little bit. Sorry. Let's do it one more time. We have the pleasure and honor of having Dr. Hema Reddy, who is a retired medical doctor. She learned transcendental meditation as taught by Maharishi Mahesh Yogi. She was so impressed with the results that she chose to specialize in psychiatry because the mental technique of transcendental meditation was proven to expand consciousness, build up inner strength, and help with many psychological issues. Today, we have Dr. Reddy speaking to us about mindfulness and beyond, transcending psychological stress. Hello, Dr. Reddy. Welcome to the Power of Women Digital Conference. It's so nice to have you with us.
Thank you. Namaste. It is my joy to connect with you all on this program of Power of Women. When I first heard this name, I smiled because there is a pun in here. POW, prisoners of war. Women have been like prisoners of war for ages, suppressed, controlled, no freedom. And I admire the organizers for taking up this sublime project of getting women out of this prison and helping them to be self-sufficient on all levels, physical, mental, and spiritual. There are many organizations helping women on physical level to be financially self-sufficient. And for mental level, there are many mental health professionals providing services. I myself am a psychiatrist, and I have helped many women with mental health issues. What was most fulfilling for me was to use the technique of transcendental meditation to enhance their ability not only to take care of themselves from a psychological point of view, but to rise in higher states of consciousness and experience spiritual freedom, which is inner happiness, and by having which you don't depend on anything outside of yourself for your happiness. You have abundance of inner peace and contentment. This technique had been brought to light by His Holiness Maharishi Mahesh Yogi, who came out of the Himalayas to spread the peace message of his master, His Divinity Swami Brahmananda Saraswati, who was the Shankaracharya of Jyotirmath in North India. His message basically is that life is bliss. There is no need to suffer in life. It is possible to be happy in life in spite of having problems. And this technique had helped millions of people in all parts of the world. And there are transcendental meditation centers in more than 160 countries. Transcendental meditation is a mental technique which is practiced for about 20 minutes twice daily as one sits comfortably in a chair with eyes closed. During this time, you will be repeating a mantra or a sound. It is a mantra meditation. As you repeat the mantra, the mind settles down from the active surface level to the quieter, silent levels and gradually reaches a state of perfect silence. That state is called Atma. Here is an unbounded ocean of energy, intelligence, and happiness. It is called as Sat, Chit, and Ananda. Because you are making a connection with your inner treasure, when you come out of meditation, you bring some of that energy, intelligence, and happiness with you into your daily activity. And then you feel good. And the whole day goes by smoothly and easily. There are many benefits from this practice. Most important is health benefits. With the mind settling down, body gets deep rest and deep-rooted stresses and strains are released. And health improves because 80% of disease is due to stress. So this is on the individual level. On a higher level, those who meditate contribute to world peace because when someone feels peaceful, they radiate peace. It is only the disturbed and agitated individuals that cause unrest and chaos in the world. And the beauty of this very easy and simple transcendental meditation technique is that all those people who are disturbed don't have to meditate. Even if a small percentage of individuals like you and I in our society, say the peace lovers or just normal people, say like 1% of population meditates, world peace can be established. This had been proven scientifically. Now, the question comes, is transcendental meditation going to fix all my problems in life? The answer is yes and no. Yes, eventually. But no, not immediately. You don't learn transcendental meditation now and expect to be cured in a month or even a year, because it is a process. You are on a road to self-recovery. Atma Sakshatkar, we call it Atma Darshan. You experience yourself, Atma, that is your inner self with a capital S. And that takes time to know yourself. But once you start the process, you begin to move towards that goal. Remember, a journey of 1,000 miles starts with the first step. So, what do you do during the meantime? You utilize all the proven techniques that are available to you for dealing with the situations in your life. But what is encouraging is, no matter what other programs you are doing, when you add transcendental meditation to your daily routine, it helps you to deal with any situation in a much better way. Some of you must have heard this saying in Bible, seek the kingdom of heaven within, and all else will be added unto thee. So you go inward to find this kingdom of heaven within. It is like you have discovered a box of gold in your basement that had been forgotten. And now you begin to use it. And the biggest advantage of discovering this real gold, now when you go in and find that treasure, it's real gold. When you discover that in your inner self, that treasure is unbounded. No matter how much you take, it's not gone. It's still there. There is a natural, permanent recharger inside of you that is eternal, always there. So now I will tell you a little bit about our programs. One is, like I just mentioned, when you learn Transcendental Meditation Program, you practice 20 minutes twice daily on your own at your home. So that's one program. Then there are other programs. One is a retreat where You can go away for a weekend or a week and spend the time with a group of other people who are also doing meditation. You will learn yogasanas, breathing exercise, and nice knowledge meetings. So you just get away from this busy life, just relax. So these are short-term programs. And there are long-term programs where you can go and stay with a group permanently for the rest of your life if you wish. This program is called as Mother Divine Program. And that's where my interest is. Mother Divine Program is where a group of women whose goal is to create the nourishing power of stillness and bliss within themselves. And through this sanctuary of silence, create coherence with the aim to create world peace. Why do we call it a Mother Divine Program? In the Vedic tradition of India, the expression Mother Divine refers to Devi, the feminine aspect of what we call God. She has universal, all-loving qualities of nature, such as bliss, peace, and harmony. And these are present in all women. Only sometimes they may be dormant. And when we try to bring it up with meditation, that works. So by joining and participating in the Mother Divine Program, we are able to develop these qualities and we move in the direction of fulfillment. Every aspect of Mother Divine Program is designed to unfold these qualities of the inner fullness of life. Daily routine includes practice of transcendental meditation, yoga asanas, knowledge, and celebrations. Vegetarian food and beautiful scenic locations enhance the group's focus on developing higher states of consciousness and to have the experience of Devi in their own awareness. I would like to stop here and ask if there are any questions.
Dr. Reddy, thank you so much for offering us practical solutions for experiencing happiness, bliss, peace in our lives. Thank you for sharing with us about what the Mother Divine Program is and for your insights and for sharing the benefits of transcendental meditation. It was a pleasure to have you join us today.
Om Asatoma Sadgamaya Tamsoma Jyotirgamaya Mrityorma Amritam Gamaya. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. O Divine Being, lead us from the darkness of ignorance in which we suffer and bring suffering to others. From that darkness of ignorance in which we think that we are separate. Lead us from that to the light of truth in which we know that we are not separate, but we are one, and in which the suffering ends and the healing takes place. Lead us from that false identification as this physical body, the size, the shape, the color, the story. Lead us from that identification into the true identification with the soul, that which was never born and will never die, that infinite, eternal, all-powerful presence. Om peace. Om peace. Om peace. It's such a blessing to be together with you all today, and such deep gratitude to our beloved, most respected, revered Puja Amachi, Puja Mata Amritanand Mayaji, through whose vision, commitment, and Shakti the whole C20 program has come to such a beautiful fruition, and with whose beautiful vision and dedication and blessings we gather together in this Power of Women Summit, while over here, heads of state are discussing policy, governance, security. Over here, we are coming together to re-remember, re-recognize, re-emphasize that without Shakti, without that power of women, nothing is possible. The theme that our Honorable Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi ji, has given to the whole G20 summit is Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam. It means the world is a family. But actually, in Sanskrit, if you look at really what the word means, it means Vasudha. Vasudha is Mother Earth. She's the goddess of the earth, that we are her family. So it's not just the world as a family in some vague, amorphous way, but actually we are the family, the children of Vasudha, the mother goddess, the Shakti. One of the things that I love so much about Indian culture and tradition and the Sanskrit language and all of the languages that have come from that is, if you look at the word creation, Shrishti, it's feminine. There are masculine and feminine nouns. We don't have that in English, but so many languages have that. And Sanskrit does. And if you look at the word for creation, Shrishti, feminine. You look at the word for nature, Prakriti, feminine. You look at the word for that power through which creation is created, through which nature comes into being, that power through which all of the generation, the sustenance, and the dissolution of all of creation takes place. Shakti, also feminine. Shakti is that power of the feminine. So that which is created is feminine. Nature itself, feminine. The energy through which it all happens, feminine. That's the power of Shakti. So as we gather together at this time, we come to really recognize that power. We don't have to be empowered. We have to have the blinders that have been put on our eyes, on our minds, on our hearts, and on our lives. removed so that we can actually see and embody the power of who we are, not just as physical human women, that too, but also as embodiments of, vehicles of, vessels of that infinite, omnipotent power of Shakti. There are what I call 5 C's that are critical for us to truly bring about the sustainable, peaceful, healthy, equal world that we know we need to live in. The world that state heads are coming together to talk about, the world that we talk about, whether it's United Nations, whether it's all of the different gatherings, different summits, different comings together. We come together to talk about how we can bring about a sustainable, healthy, harmonious, peaceful, empowered, equal world. And if we're not talking about that, then there's a problem. But assuming that that's what we are talking about, that takes place when we bring in and embody these 5 C's. Number 1, connection. Deep connection, each of us individually. And of course, this pertains to men as well, because the presence of the divine feminine, the feminine principle, doesn't exist only in the bodies of women, doesn't exist only in the physicality. It exists in that sacred presence. So men have this as well, but that connection to the Shakti within us, connection to that divine presence that is the truth of who we are, whether you call it soul, spirit, consciousness, love, truth, divinity, God, whatever word we use, it doesn't matter. But we need to begin by being deeply connected to it, anchored in it, rooted in it, nourished by it, nurtured by it. And from that connection, we connect to ourselves, to the truth of who we are, that is not the size, the shape, the color of our bodies. Otherwise, far too many people, and especially women's lives, end up ruined and unable to really embody the dharma that we have because we're so busy obsessing over the physical package. I'm too fat, I'm too thin, I'm too tall, I'm too short, I'm too dark, I'm too white. I'm not pretty enough, I'm not smart enough, I'm not successful enough. So connection to that spirit, that soul, that Shakti, that consciousness, that isn't the ever-changing body. That's why I began with that mantra. When we say Mrityorma Amritam Gamaya, it's translated as lead us from death to immortality. But it's not asking God to make our bodies not act according to the law of nature that God has created. It's not saying, God, may this body not decompose according to the natural laws you've created. What it's saying is, let me realize I am not this body. Let me realize I am that which already is, has always been immortal. So connection to that. And connection from that to the truth of who we are, our true self, our higher self, our soul, our spirit. And connection to each other. As women, we need to be connected. I come originally from California. I've now been so blessed to spend the last almost 30 years living in Rishikesh on the banks of Mother Ganga in the lap of the Himalayas at Parmarth Niketan. But originally I come from California. And in California, we have these beautiful redwood trees that are the oldest trees in the world and the tallest trees in the world. And yet California is besieged by earthquakes, fires, floods, landslides. How do these trees live for hundreds and hundreds, even thousands of years at hundreds and hundreds of feet tall? The secret of the redwoods, the secret of their strength and resilience, is that the roots of every single redwood are interlinked and interlocked and connected to the roots of every other redwood. The entire forest sustains each other. And we as women must come together connected, supporting each other, nourishing each other. It's not me or you. It's me and you. Me as you. Together, and only together, can we really be strong and resilient and bring the change in the world that we know is needed. And after connection comes conscious. Through our spiritual practices, whatever religion, whatever faith, whatever language, it doesn't matter. But through that, we become conscious of the power of who we are, conscious of that Shakti in us, conscious that we are here with a Dharma to fulfill, conscious every minute and every moment that I am not my thoughts. I'm not what society tells me women should be. I'm not what the neighbors think of me. So many lives are ruined by obsessing over what the neighbors are going to think. Samne wale kya sochega? What is this other person going to think about me? We become conscious. We realize that's not who I am. And we become conscious in every breath, every minute, every moment of our fullness, our wholeness. And then we bring that into the world. And that leads us to the third C, which is compassion. Women's nature is compassionate. We are the nourishers, we're the nurturers, we are the creators of life. We forget sometimes, though, to bring that compassion to ourselves. And this is the time that we must remember. Compassion also for the self. It's not serve the world, love the world, minus yourself. It's with you. Self-care, self-love, self-compassion. It's critical. And from that, courage. Courage to truly stand up and embody our Dharma, our purpose, to use that Shakti to create the change. Spirituality gives us the power to say no to that which must be said no, just as much as it gives us the power to say yes. And so we have courage in that Shakti to say yes and embrace that which we must embrace, and to say no to that which we must be done with, whether it's oppression, suppression, violence, human rights violations, inequality. That Shakti gives us the power to say no. And lastly, creativity. From the courage, we have access to that creativity to truly bring about, to manifest, to create the ripples in the world of change, and to do it courageously and creatively, because that which the world needs today is different than what it needed when our mothers, our grandmothers, our great-grandmothers were the ones bringing change. The world keeps changing. were faced with so much today that they didn't imagine being faced with, from water shortage and food shortage, climate change, environmental destruction, so much refugee crises. We need that courage that comes from the connection, from consciousness, from compassion, in order to then blossom into the creative expression of Shakti. There's so much more to share, but time is so short, and I am so deeply grateful for this beautiful opportunity to be with you all today. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti.
Hello, Diane Marie Williams. Welcome to the Power of Women Digital Conference. Diane is the founder and president of the Source of Synergy Foundation. She was the co-initiator with Deepak Chopra of one of its main projects, the Evolutionary Leaders Circle, that aims to inspire, support, and serve conscious evolution. Diane, we look forward to hearing about what you have to share about purposeful networks.
Thank you so much, Shenali, Ashley, Peter, Mark, and everyone that put together this amazing event. I'm truly delighted to be part of the Power of Women conference. This conference is so timely because we are at a very critical moment of choice, and feminine power is needed now more than ever. What is required at this present moment is a worldwide effort from every corner of the globe, so dramatic that it will change the very fabric of our reality. This will require all of us that are called to take action to step more fully into our power as evolutionary leaders with a deepened sense of meaning, purpose, and commitment to offer the best of what we each have to offer, not only as an individual, but also as a collective of individuals, organizations, and networks coming together for the social well-being of the whole. Embodying one's evolutionary leadership could mean many things, including leading by setting a good example to others, by the way you live your life, by the conscious choices you make, and by actions that will support humanities to consciously evolve. And we know that evolution is a global imperative right now, especially with our current climate emergency and other serious social issues. What humanity does at this moment of choice will determine the destiny of not only our own species, but countless species on the planet. So there are three very important components that I think are essential for achieving full-scale planetary and social well-being. They are: 1, achieving gender equality in all aspects of society; 2, purposeful living and more fully activating our evolutionary leadership. And that's the third, activating our evolutionary leadership. And according to research from the World Economic Forum, if there's a failure to transform current approaches to women's development and leadership, it will take 117 years to achieve gender equality globally at the current rate we're going. So this is why conferences like yours on the power of women are so significant. There are many essential components to building a new future for women. First and foremost, I think girls and young women need good role models in their communities, institutions, and in our governments. All around the world, we're seeing leaders that are leading with feminine qualities, achieving remarkable results. And bringing positive examples of leaders to girls and young women supports them in seeing their own potential to lead us, whether that's in their family, school, community, workplace, and beyond. Leaders that embody feminine qualities tend to foster collaboration, open communication, a holistic approach to decision-making, and the well-being of the whole. And studies have shown that good leaders have not only visions, strategies, and goals, but when they couple this with meaning-based change that puts the good of the whole in the forefront, as well as an emphasis on teamwork and collaboration, change happens really fast. So let's look at one example. The country of New Zealand is measuring success by the well-being and the quality of life of its people and not economic growth. So how happy are their nation's children? Do they have clean air? Do they feel safe? Is their emotional and social well-being looked after? Are they supported in fulfilling their life's purpose? And if ministers want to spend money in New Zealand, they have to say how it's going to benefit people decades in the future. They have even created a well-being budget that are both economically and responsibly kind, and they prioritize happiness, purpose, and achieving societal well-being over just economic success. And we're seeing that these countries that are doing this, they're really having great results. And it really sends a clear signal that together we can birth a kinder, more caring, thriving, conscious world. And we're all leaders in the sense that we're leading our own lives through the choices we make every day. And sometimes the smallest acts of kindness, like smiling at someone that looks down or giving someone a compliment, buying fair trade products at the grocery store, can have profound, immeasurable effects that we may never see. And these small acts do change our world for the better. So these positive choices allow us to align with our deepest beliefs and values. And the result is often we are more creative, productive, happy, and connected. And when we make positive changes with others as a collective, especially in purposeful networks, the results can be more powerful and change can happen more rapidly. And our Evolutionary Leaders Circle of the Source of Synergy Foundation that Shenali just mentioned is one such network whose mission is to inspire, support, and serve the conscious evolution of humanity. The members of this collective include leading scientists, business experts, social entrepreneurs, spiritual leaders, journalists, educators, and many others that believe that the future is not what happens to us, but rather what we create as a society together. And one of our first initiatives as a network was to issue a call to conscious evolution to explore with other change makers around the globe what we can do together to accelerate the shift in consciousness. And we encourage all of you that are listening in to find this call on either the evolutionaryleaders.net or sourceofsynergyfoundation.org website to share your thoughts and your visions on this question. And our circle recently formed an Evolutionary Partners Network, which is a network of organizations, other networks and movements for cooperation at scale. And the intention of this network is to unleash the collective power of synergy as we consciously evolve a world that works for all. And this effort is just one of the countless networks around the world that are committing to working for the good of the whole. And we also know that every advance, every achievement, every movement in the history of humanity that turned the dial towards our evolution has always been connected to an expansion of self-awareness of who we are, including what our true capacities are. And luckily, we're seeing a great number of people and communities exploring the synergies between their inner and outer realities and using their multidimensional abilities to create new realities. And I want to give an example of the work of somebody in our Evolutionary Leaders Circle, Lynn McTaggart, who I think many of you have heard of. Lynn has been conducting workshops and intention experiments that are showing us what the power of oneness can do when a group of people come together with an intention. And I have personally witnessed people at her workshops healing each other in as little as 10 minutes, leaving scientists and the medical establishment totally astonished. And I just read that Dr. Joe Dispenza recently had a week-long retreat in Denver, Colorado, where the participants created so much coherence, shared purpose, and elevated energy with each other. By the end of the event, they were experiencing a true unified field of collective consciousness. And one of the results was that 7 people who arrived in wheelchairs had stood up and took steps, some of them for the first time in years. So this is just remarkable. And group fields and networks can create possibilities even beyond our normal worldview. These experiments work in part because they crack the code of how energy can inform matter. For instance, these 7 people made a choice that something was possible and made what previously seemed impossible become possible. And once we open the doors to new realities, we can walk through into the new. But in order to usher in the new, we have to have full and complete confidence in ourselves and others that we can do this because it's totally achievable. And research from Harvard University showed that every peaceful social movement from 1900 to 2006 that got active participation from at least 3.5% of the population succeeded within a year of reaching that threshold. So that's very good news for us, because those who are responding to the powerful call of the time, including all of you listening in, and of the organizations and networks around the world uniting in a shared sense of responsibility for the common good, easily can achieve this. There's a powerful movement taking place of millions of people leading this evolution through their everyday choices and actions that are in the best interest of the whole, and as a result, offering real hope for our future. So we are definitely on that threshold of success. A new world is being born. And the message I'd like to offer in closing is that we should never underestimate the power of our everyday choices, as they will determine our future. So let's choose wisely. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for sharing your insight and the wisdom with us. Future is not what happens to us, rather what we create as a society together. I love that, Diane, and really appreciate your work in social well-being. And your segment really offers all of us hope that together we are stronger and we can really accomplish our shared mission for humanity. Thank you for joining us today.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Remember, it only takes 3.5% of the population to make this change.
Let's do it. Thank you.
The theme of Power of Women embodies collaboration through edutainment across diasporas, through the collectives alliances that support positive global change.
We have the pleasure and honor of having Sheva Kaur joining us today. Sheva is the CEO of Heart Ambassadors and the Fiera Foundation and co-director of Heart Math Healthcare. Through her work, Sheva's influence resonates deeply, touching the lives of countless individuals, creating positive change and holistic growth. Sheva today will be speaking to us about emotional well-being and emotional alchemy, how to nurture emotional well-being through heart-centered techniques. Sheva, it's such a pleasure and honor to have you with us today. Welcome to the Power of Women Digital Conference.
It's such a pleasure and an honor to be with you today. Thank you, Ashley. And I'm going to jump right in with you and say, I've got chills. Let's imagine a world together, you and I and our audience, where the power of women, sorry, I wasn't expecting to get emotional and alchemized so quickly, where the power of women in this world is fully realized, fully actualized, with pathways for its power to reach its destination. Then how would you feel? How would other people feel? How would women feel? And how would all those that women impact feel? What do you think?
How I feel is, I feel so deep in my body as a woman that it is this emergence of this energy, this feminine energy rising within me and within the collective of women worldwide. And it's so strong, and I embrace it. And it is my hope and wish that women worldwide start to embrace it as well. And that's what Power of Women is all about.
So and let's honor, you're one of the creators of this, the instigators. And so I'm hearing that the feeling of that hope is giving you strength and power, capacity to create this incredible event.
Yes. And just having all these incredible women come together for the Power of Women Digital Conference. But not only that, but just how critical and important women are to our institutions, to the contributions that we all make to the economy and to the family unit. It's so important to recognize this at this moment in time. And as we are experiencing, in my opinion, a shift in the collective and our systems needing to have a little bit more of a of change, and what better way to do it with the emergence of this energy that's emanating within each and every one of the women all over the world.
Have you always felt that hope and that power in every moment of your life, Ashley?
That's a very interesting question. I think that I am coming to realize that within myself. And it's been a journey to get to this point. And it is now at this point where I welcome everybody else to experience it if they don't already experience it in their lives.
Well, I can say, as a woman who has worked in the realm of violence against women, I haven't always felt hope and strength. So if anyone in this audience is feeling like that's somewhere far away from you, for me, that wore itself as depression and hopelessness and despair. And so I'd love to bring up an image right now and ask you, Ashley, which one of these lines looks like my frustration, despair, and hopelessness when I was an aid worker as a teenager in a war zone where I felt powerless? And which one of these lines, if you had to pick, looks like that hope and strength and capacity and effectiveness that you've embodied launching this conference?
Yeah, right off the back, I go toward the red line, feeling the sense of stress, overwhelmed by so many things, whereas the blue line, calm, serene, collected, composed, just...
And even passionate, I would add.
Yes.
And so if we bring those lines back for just a moment, Ashley, do you know what those lines are a picture of?
No. Please let us know.
Those are heart rhythm patterns.
Wow.
This is a piece of research that put the HeartMath Institute on the map, published in the American Journal of Cardiology in 1995. Now, that could be just like medical talk. What does that mean for me when I'm like helping street kids in a war zone and feeling like the world is hopeless? What it means for me is that what you're looking at is one trace of the same person sitting in a chair just like I am right now, shifting their frustration, their despair into coherent power. We wouldn't feel stressed if we didn't care. And when we alchemize the stress of our care into a coherent heart rhythm pattern of our love, care, and power, this is the Power of Women Conference. It changes over 1,400 things in our physiology, including the part of our brain perceiving what's happening and responding to it. In addition, it produces measurable power. The Power of Women Conference isn't just a metaphor. Did you know that when your heart is coherent, if you look at this slide, it looks like these measurements, which are hertz per millisecond. Imagine it's like the wattage of a light bulb. This is a power measurement. And power, if you remember from like 8th grade physics, is the ability to do work. Well, let me tell you about heart power. Because boy, does that give us the ability to change the world, to do some real meaningful work for the world. When we shift or alchemize our incoherence into coherent feelings, and remember, we wouldn't stress if we didn't care. So if we access the care, the passion, the compassion, the gratitude even, and the love behind our stress, they had to break the graph here. It's almost 7 times more powerful than anger or relaxation. So the women that I have worked with to stop human trafficking, we're going to talk about some G20 policy in just a minute, to write policies that change the trajectory for the future women of the world who are girl children now getting their education or wishing they could. That power to make those changes happens from taking the indignation and rage about the status quo and harnessing it into appreciation that we can do something about it. And this might be, and this is just showing us that that does indeed change how the brain works and empowers us to be effective. So how would it be if we did that right now? Shall we do it, Ashley?
Yes, please.
All right. So I'm going to give everyone an option. You can bring to mind right now something that you're grateful for, if that's easy, or something you feel compassion toward. It could also be, if you want to go for the alchemy, bring to mind and awareness something you feel outrage about. Like I felt toward the sex trafficking of 9-year-old girls. And then shift your focus of attention to the area around the heart. Imagine the breath. This is a technique. This is all heart math science. And this is a technique from heart math called the quick coherence technique. So while you, because it quickly gets the heart rhythm coherent and gets us powerful and effective. So while you're focusing attention in the area around the heart, the chest area, imagine the breath is flowing in through the heart and out through the heart, breathing a little slower and deeper than usual. With that heart-focused breathing, activate that feeling of gratitude or compassion, or take your rage and broadcast it through your heart as care. Your outrage is care for something. Activate the care you have and funnel that rage through coherent effectiveness as you breathe in through the heart and out through the heart. And notice how that affects your body, emotions, and thoughts. This is one of about 45 skills we teach at HeartMath to self-regulate our heart rhythms and through that our entire system. And it also changes our capacity to influence not only our own bodies and minds, but the environment around us. Ashley, as you did the quick coherence technique, did you feel more like the red line on the slide or more like the blue line?
The blue line, definitely. Slow down. Yeah, relaxed.
Now, I've trained the women's Olympic track team in how to do this, and they don't want to slow down. So the good news is it can help to slow down, but we can also do this when we need to go fast. And it still makes us more effective. Now, did you know that you have a brain in your heart? Did you know that, Ashley?
No, I didn't. Can you please elaborate more on that?
The heart has its own complex nervous system with proteins, neurotransmitters, support cells. Maybe you don't care about all that science, but what you do care about is phrases like follow your heart, put your heart into it, trust your heart, listen to your heart. It turns out those have scientific merit. There is an intelligence at the heart level that relates to what we call heart power and feminine power, which is available to people, all people, regardless of their gender, can be accessed by listening to the heart's intuitive guidance. The heart sends neural signals to this brain. So not only do we get more of this, but we get this intelligence for navigating life more effectively. And the heart, by the way, we won't share all of this now, but as a sneak peek for more to come, you also have heart cells in your brain. The brain is eavesdropping on the heart. It wants to know what the heart is trying to tell it, but it's like a bad cell phone signal when we're incoherent. The heart is constantly saying to the brain, can you hear me now? And the brain is like, what's for dinner? And am I late for this deadline? And when are my taxes due? And the heart is trying to tell us, send care to the people in the fires. Because the heart produces an electromagnetic field that is powerful. It extends our personal power beyond our bodies and the ability to do work with our hands. Through this electromagnetic field, which we measure with something called a magnetometer, we can change how other people are experiencing their reality. This is a study from the HeartMath Institute where I'm a collaborator. They had groups of 4 people sitting around a table, 3 of whom knew the technique you just learned. 1 was just sitting at the table like they were waiting for a bus in a normal kind of stressed out day. When the 3 people around the table were instructed to get coherent, the 4th person got coherent without even knowing it was happening. Each of you now has access to the power of your heart as pacemaker cells in the heart of humanity to create this care, this peace, this love, this passion. And this is why my team and I have the enormous privilege to contribute to the C20 process of writing policy. This is a policy from the Gender Equity theme book and official policy pack to the G20. Imagine if this capacity to alchemize our emotional stress into effective care in action, into power, and capacity to change the world for the better for all, was made available to all. That is this policy. Incorporate social emotional learning. That's what we just did. You got some social emotional learning and you got some mental health education. What do I do with my rage and despair? In schools and workplaces, and the Gender Equity Working Group gave it a deadline next year. They want to see this now. So all of you who watch this, you just planted a seed. Maybe we could refocus attention in the heart. You're pioneers, pioneering the possible for every school and workplace by 2025. If we breathe right now in through the heart and out through the heart and radiate this power and capacity to every school and workplace in the world. Imagine the world we would create with that power. Ashley, thank you for this conference. Thank you for having me here.
Sheva, this was a treat for me and for the audience, I'm sure. I have so many questions for you, but I know we're short on time. Where can our audiences learn more about social emotional learning and HeartMath?
Beautiful. You can go to heartmastery.com. And on the Heart Mastery website is a link right on the homepage where you can request a free consult with one of our licensed providers. And we can learn about you and guide you to the right place in the social emotional learning universe for you.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Sheva, for sharing your insights and ultimately leading us toward and educating us toward more coherence that is very simple for us to practice in our daily lives and to incorporate in the workplace and in our schools. Thank you so much, Sheva.
Thank you so much.
We have the pleasure of having Hasina Patel joining us from South Africa. Hasina is the co-founder of Leave No Girl Behind International, a nonprofit organization empowering young women worldwide through leadership programs. Their organization has made a difference in the lives of hundreds of girls to date, and their most recent program, Young Women's Global Leadership Network, is launching in October 2023. Highlighting organizations from around the world, Hasina will be speaking on the work of Leave No Girl Behind. Hasina, welcome to the Power of Women Digital Conference. It's amazing to have you with us.
Thank you so much. It's an honor to be here, Ashley. Well, I'm going to tell a story. I was 3 years old when I committed my first crime, aided and abetted by my mother. So just like any normal 3-year-old shopping with their mother, I suddenly realized that I needed to go to the restroom. Now, let me set the stage for you. It was 1978, apartheid South Africa. There were two restrooms. One was labeled whites only, and the other one labeled non-whites. Now, me being Indian South African, my mother took me to the non-whites restroom. And it was such a mess that she just walked straight out with me and walked into the whites only restroom. Now, I remember snippets of this, but I was washing my hands and a woman came out of the bathroom stall and said to my mom, "You're not supposed to be here." And she turned around and said to the woman, "Who are you, the toilet police?" You know, it was only as an adult that I realized how much courage it must have taken her to actually say that. Living in a world where just doing what you do every day was considered a crime, just wanting to be equal was considered a crime. Now, fortunately for me, my self-worth wasn't eroded because my parents sent me to a multiracial school run by Dominican sisters. And what I saw there was an example of how we can be as a world, coming to the collective table, being equal, respecting each other, and just being in unity where there's inclusivity. Now, for the most part, in our world, racial discrimination is not tolerated anymore. However, that's not the same for gender discrimination. And I guess that's what really inspired my sister and I to start Leave No Girl Behind International. If we look at today's world, there's still inequality in pay. There are women who do the same job as men, but get paid less. And when we look at sports teams, our national sports teams, whichever country you're from, the chances are that if there's a sport where there's a male national team and a female national team, you probably know the names of the male players in that national sports team, as opposed to knowing the same number of female names in the women's team. The male team also probably receives more TV coverage. And as a woman, if you're watching this as a woman and you've been phoned by an institution like a bank, you've probably been asked the question, Miss or Mrs.? Well, my reply is, it's Ms., but you can refer to me by my first name. You don't ask a man his marital status. Why ask me? So we've got to look at what sort of a world are we creating? What kind of table are we setting? What kind of collective table are the young girls and young women in our lives seeing? Well, my sister and I wanted to change that through our organization. And there are 3 challenges that we began to solve. The 3 challenges are that, 1, we don't invite young women to the collective table as a world. The second challenge is that we don't empower girls and young women so that they have the leadership skills to bring their innate individuality to the collective table. And the third challenge is that they don't know where to find the table. And we set out to change that. So, like Ashley said, we're a nonprofit based in South Africa, empowering young women worldwide through leadership programs. Our Young Women's Global Leadership Network connects young women worldwide. And this is our latest program. And it is really wonderful to bring young women together to see that our strength is in our diversity and we are more the same than we are different. Well, why empowerment through leadership and global networking? Because global networking creates a mindset shift. Mentoring and leadership training from a global perspective creates connection beyond borders. Knowledge sharing leads to global solutions. It's only when we come together to the collective table that we can share and build on each other's ideas. And there's strength in our diversity, like I said. For me, leadership is the aligning of your thoughts, words, and actions with your innate individuality. That's what leadership means to us in our organization. This picture that's pictured on the slide is from an annual girls empowerment event that we had a few years ago. And all the different cultures in our country are represented here. Well, there were a number of different cultures, differing belief systems, and yet we can come together and acknowledge and respect and share ideas. All our programs are based on the 6 principles of our organization, Leave No Girl Behind International, which are love, strength, courage, freedom, equality, and unity. Our objectives are to create a mindset shift, to develop global perspective, to provide tools to break barriers and self-imposed limitations, to empower young women to be who they are unapologetically, and to inspire young women to become pioneers, entrepreneurs, and change makers. And how we reach our objectives, just looking at our most recent program, the Young Women's Global Leadership Network, we have content that is unique, practical, and adaptable. We provide a safe online space that supports connection, new ideas, and co-creation. Teachers and mentors who believe in an inclusive world where possibility is the norm. We enroll families in the vision. We enroll global support. And girls and young women become really excited. This program is for girls and young women 12 to 18, and then college age, 18 to 24. And then my dream for what our organization is doing for girls is that girls unbecome who they are not, that they walk in their truth, that they're aligned with what they believe, and they are free from the expectations, opinions, and other white noise that is around them. And they can check in with who they are, so that we don't have another apartheid South Africa created. We don't have another Nazi Germany created, so that young women can unconform, that they can untell their story and nothing limits them, and that they don't have to bow down to a controlled narrative, that they can stand up and say who they are without any fear and bring that to our collective table. We have a saying in South Africa, it's a Zulu proverb, Umuntu gumuntu gabantu. A person is a person because of other people. And yes, it takes a village. So what kind of a world are we creating? What are we bringing to the collective table for our young women? I ask myself that every day. I believe that as adults who are stewarding the world for all our young people, we need to be asking ourselves that. And I can be reached at leavenogirlbehind.org, and information on our program is available at the same website address. Thank you.
Thank you, Hasina, for sharing. And what an amazing, incredible work that you and your organization are doing. Really, really does take a village. It was such a pleasure to have you with us today. Thank you.
Thank you.
The theme of Power of Women embodies collaboration through edutainment across diasporas through the collectives alliances that support positive global change.
Hello, my name is Lynn Curtis. I'm the co-founder and program director of Interweave Solutions. We're a nonprofit organization. We're organized in 2007. We're active in more than 30 countries around the world, and we have a special emphasis right now on India. Our message is that through the Interweave program, it's possible to empower women to economically and emotionally to be self-reliant and to be strong and to be able to achieve the goals and desires they have in their lives. We work with partner organizations around the world, as I mentioned. I'm going to show you a few scenes from the partner organizations that we work with. We're Interweave Solutions. We're located in the United States, but we're active in countries all around the world. I'm going to flash here ahead and show you some of the places we work. This scene, which is in Ethiopia, where we are working with women's groups throughout the country. In Mali, the training that we do enables people to learn how to start and grow their own businesses. You know, if you're in the United States, you might get an MBA, which is a Master's of Business in Business Administration. But here you earn an MBS, and they're holding manuals for an MBS right there. An MBS stands for Masters of Business in the Streets. And in the streets really represents anyone, regardless of their level of education or their training, can learn how to start and grow their own businesses with very, very simple process we call the 6 Ps of business. So you see, here's some scenes where we've had this kinds of training here in Guatemala, and it's naming some of the languages and some of the organizations we've worked with in Mexico, with indigenous people and also with the general population. We have worked in Mozambique, we've worked in Uganda, we've worked in other parts of Uganda noted here. We are gearing up to reach millions, and the way that's going to be done is similar to what we've done in Guyana and in Morocco, in Lebanon and Iraq. And we have a special collaboration pilot that we want to invite you to find out about. And we're very active in Kenya and Ethiopia, but we've just begun our work in India. And we're quite excited about what that will mean. We'll provide literacy, wellness, and business training to be made accessible to non-governmental organizations and governmental agencies, schools, private individual communities, community-based organizations around the world, and particularly we're interested in focusing on India. We started a pilot effort here, you'll see, in Tamil Nadu, involving tribal caste women who are tea leaf pickers, and where they are so excited in this one scene. It's the first time they've graduated from anything. Most of them cannot read and write, but they are starting their own businesses. And it goes beyond caste and goes beyond education, that women have the opportunity to realize their full potential. And these programs help them, not to give them things, not to give them housing or give them money or give them food, but to enable them to access their own desires and their own interest, and to serve each other and work together to create their own solutions. And those solutions will allow them to improve their income. They will allow them to be more resilient in their lives and to enjoy the benefits of realizing their full potential. So I'm going to move here. This is the information about Interweave Solutions, the contact information and things we need to be in touch with Interweave. Right now, I'd like to show you some of the manuals that we use and that we would be able to train your organization with, and particularly those of you in India, if you're working with women or families. These tools can be really, really valuable, and we're willing to come and work with you and help you develop your own application, your own customized work. This one is the MBS Masters of Business in the Streets. This is the facilitator manual. Here's for those who cannot read and write, we have also English for Business Success, the ABCs of Business, and one that is really exciting we call Counseling in the Streets. And that particular one is one that enables people to come together and talk about issues that they don't normally get to talk about, say depression or anxiety, substance abuse, violence in their homes, grief and loss, suicide. A lot of people say, oh, well, people are not willing to talk about those things, but we find through this process that uses discussion and dialogue that people are very happy to participate in a discussion about stories of other people who are dealing with problems of like depression and anxiety and so on. And then they have the chance to tell their own story. And that makes a big difference. Now I'm going to share the screen, and I'd like you to see a scene of what training that we've taken, that has taken place in India, that we just barely completed this. All right, this is a scene of training that we did with the tea leaf pickers, lower caste, tribal caste women in Tamil Nadu. They arrived and they had groups of maybe 5 or 6 from each village, and they didn't know each other. They were very shy at first and having a difficult time sharing some of their feelings. The Counseling in the Street manual shares a story about someone who, let's say, is depressed in this case, and then they discuss what happened in the story and how it affected their lives. We had some difficulty with translation into into Tamil, and there was some misunderstanding. So we did an activity from the manual, and I'm going to show you that. It involves just passing what we call a gratitude ball. I only show this as a sample of what's possible in some of these trainings. As they shared the ball, they would share something in their lives that they were grateful for. And you'll see from the pictures, suddenly they're very animated, they're excited, they want to talk to each other, and that's what they're doing. Well, as they shared that, they felt open and free to talk about other issues in their lives. And you'll see the woman there in tears that she shared something that happened with her. They were so happy and they were so thrilled to have this opportunity. And so as they kept passing the ball, they felt open, and they were able to talk about things they'd not normally be able to talk about at all. In most of these areas, counseling is not available, and the people don't have the tools they need to be able to help each other. Through the Counseling in the Streets program, they share these stories, and they're excited to get up and tell their story. Now, much to our surprise, everyone was so thrilled at that moment, they started coming up front and sharing stories about difficulties they were having in their lives and sadnesses they felt and challenges with their family and their children. And there was one after the other. They were so thrilled to have the chance to share it. And a lot of people were in tears. They were just so thrilled that they could be connected to each other. These women began as strangers, but by the end of the day had formed a kind of permanent support group. This particular woman holding the microphone is standing with her daughter, and her daughter's husband had died just recently, and she was so sad. And then the daughter came up and said, "I want you to know that my mother wrote a song about how we felt with the loss of my husband. And could she sing it to you?" So she did, and here it is. Everybody was so moved by this, and they all said, "We want to go back to our villages and form these wellness groups for our friends with our neighbors." And they're very excited to do that. They were so thrilled. They felt the only thing they could do at that point was to celebrate this great experience they'd had, so they danced. Well, after that, they did an activity where they were guiding each other, a trust walk where they're blindfolded, and they were thrilled with that. And finally, they were so happy to be graduated. Each one of them committed to set up their groups, and they're now in the process of translating all the materials into Tamil and using it with their communities. We'll be returning in January to work with these women and many, many more to enable them to learn the business training and also to learn the wellness training. In some cases, we do original language literacy like Tamil literacy or whatever the Hindi, and that's a possibility. But and certainly the English literacy with the ABCs of business and English for business success. We would like to invite you to join with us, check with us, contact us, and see if there's a way that we can work together to help you advance your own programs of empowerment for women. Okay, now I'd like to invite you to take a look at our contact information. If you'd like more information or like to contact us, certainly check out our website. That would be a real good place to begin. And also feel free to contact us. My name is Lynn Curtis. I am the co-founder and program director. You see here, we're Interweave Solutions, and you can email me at lynn@interweavesolutions.org. You can check our website at interweavesolutions.org, and my WhatsApp number is also listed there. We're really hoping that we have the chance to meet with you, to work with you, to answer your questions, and to join in the efforts to empower women in India. And if you're working in other countries, we're also very active throughout Africa, Asia, Latin America, and the Middle East. Thank you very much. Have a great day, and we'll see you again in the future.
The theme of Power of Women embodies collaboration through edutainment across diasporas through the collectives alliances that support positive global change.
Hello, my name is Kyoko Kimura. I am a certified healing herbalist and also a meditator and practitioner of Raja Yoga meditation with the Brahma Kumaris World Spiritual Organization. Today I'd like to play a medley of 3 of my own compositions, through which I hope to create healing and uplifting sound for your well-being.
The theme of Power of Women embodies collaboration through edutainment across diasporas through the collectives alliances that support positive global change.
Om Shanti. Our most beloved, respected, honorable brother Rajaratnam ji, it gives me an immense pleasure, privilege and honor to participate in your program called the theme, The Power of Women, digital conference, a virtual conference. I am happy to note that our most respected divine sister, she is also additional chief of Brahma Kumaris, Rajogini, Didi Jayanti is also participating, and equally most important, very active and very creative divine sister, Sister Jenna from Washington is also joining in this most memorable event. And I just noted the large number of women leaders from different fields of endeavor are participating in this memorable event. This program is being held simultaneously when our most powerful and leader of the nation, leader of the nation, Sri Narendra Modi, the Honorable Prime Minister of India, is parallelly organizing a program called G20 Summit here in India, Delhi. So at that time, the large number of leaders, including from USA and many parts of the world, are participating. This is the most important topic that we have chosen for deliberating through virtual conference, because you know Brahma Kumaris is the most progressive, successful and fast growing organization or institution or a divine family. In this family, women are the leaders in this organization. The divine constitution of this organization says that women should be the head of the organization, and that was revealed by none but the Supreme Soul himself, because God created the man. Before creating the man, God created the woman. So women, when we respect the woman, that means we respect the humanity. When we love women and we honor them and we adore them, we support them, that means it's a support to the entire humanity that I consider. Because in this modern world, Sangam Yuga also, the large number of sisters are dedicated highly. Why? What is the power of women? Women power is not muscular power or only mental power or physical power or money power or military power or any other kind of power. The woman power is true love, true peace, true happiness, true sharing, true caring and tolerance power. They have got a tremendous tolerance power. And I also believe that most of the women always speak about the truth. And in percentage wise, compared to the men, they are highly peaceful, loveful, blissful, and knowledgeable also. Because we believe that knowledge is power. Knowledge is not only bookwork or bookish knowledge, but they've got a wide experiences in life and tolerance in their life and sacrifice for the humanity, sacrifice for the family, sacrifice for the society. Also we can see nowadays in every endeavor, human endeavor, including space also, women are leaders. And Brahma Kumaris organization is really a wonderful organization. As I know, I am being a member of this organization, student of this university, and also partly participating in a very successful events of this organization. And women have guided us, supported us, helped us, motivated us. And in this process, we have grown so fast. And today, we have got in more than 140 countries centers. These centers are looked after by the women. And that's why within a short period of 87 years, the organization has become worldwide well-known, most disciplined, most organized, most creative institution. Why? It is because of women. So that's why wherever we honor and we help we support the woman means we are supporting the entire humanity. So the world needs the better leaders, better decision makers, and at the same time balancing the power, not balancing of money in the bank, keeping the balance in money in the bank, but mental and moral values are more important. These moral and mental powers always inspires us, always guides us, always help the humanity in growing the right direction. So sometime, somewhere, this gap is missing in the entire society, in the entire global management, whether in the form of government, whether in the form of administration, whether in the form of judiciary, whether in the form of money management. In all these fields, we must start to have a good, morally, highly influential sisters and women in this process of transforming the society to a better world. Because we always think right from the day one of our birth, we always think humanity needs health, wealth, and happiness. At the same time, that moral character should be very high. So, if we wanted to build a morally and spiritually, mentally powerful man, we must have equally powerful women. And we have to help them, support them, respect them, honor them, and follow as a footprint. Because we follow first mother and then father. So, mothers are more powerful in influencing our character, in influencing our health, in influencing our guiding, our motivating towards the health and happiness. So that's why Brahma Kumaris always believe in respecting the woman, and also they are the guardians of human values. In this world, there is a lack of values in the society. It is because we have neglected, relegated, and sidelined of the woman power. The more we honor them, the society will become a peaceful. The society will become a better. The society will become really a very united. Vasudhaiva Kutumbam, we believe. But how can we, without woman, Vasudhaiva Kutumbam? Woman should be the first leader to be a Vasudhaiva Kutumbam. We believe in the concept. So that concept has to clear means we have to have. I once again respect and once again express my sincere thanks to all the Brahma Kumaris family members, and at the same time I express my sincere gratitude to all the women leaders, whether they are in any field, in United Nations and in governance also, in judiciary also, in scientific advancement also. Recently, one of the women leader is responsible in making the Chandrayaan 3rd success. So other men are also there, but equally women were also there. So that means in science, technology, administration, management, judiciary, law, because they bring law and love balancing. Because sometimes we always go only with the law, but without love, without balancing, we cannot achieve, we cannot bring peace, we cannot guarantee law and order. So that's why women should be respected and we should adore them, we should follow footprints of them and be equally supporting them. With this, I say, you are most successful, intelligent brother. You have called, you have organized on this theme, the power of women. So I congratulate you, I respect you, I salute you. I say Om Shanti to each and every participants of this conference. Om Shanti, Om Shanti, Om Shanti.
Hi everyone, it's Sister Jenna from American Meditating Radio. I hope you've been enjoying Wise-ish, which you can get live on Twitter, Facebook, or YouTube from 8:30 a.m. to 8:45. But you can also get it on demand 24/7. It's going to be your power boost for the morning. It's your daily dose for the soul. It's just going to encourage you to make the day that much more valuable. So join us. Looking forward to seeing you.
We find our nation on a precipice, true tipping point. Is this the moment that will finally change our country?
Trying to rain on the thunder. Tell the storm I'm new. I'ma rain on this little love. Tell the tweet I'm new.
It's not a broken system. It was built to function exactly as it is.
We must respond with bold action. This is our country too. We can build new systems that do what they should.
I'm a walk, I'm a march on the regular.
We are united. We are standing.
Follow away.
And we are going to fight this fight.
Freedom, I can't move. Freedom, cut me loose. I break chains all by myself.
There is something happening across this country.
When we work and when we fight and when we march and when we speak up and when we offer solutions, we win.
I'ma keep running cause the winner don't quit on no terrorists.
It's always the right time to celebrate women and Black women in particular.
It is an opportunity to show the nation and the world that we will act. It has been an inspiration.
You have the choice, and it is that choice that gives you power.
Vote. Vote like your life depends on it because it does.
That is what we need next. Action.
I vote cause I know I can change things with the tip of my finger. Down in Washington, D.C., I ask, what can my country do for me? Greed, war, poverty. Somebody tell me, how can this be? This goes out to the people of the nation. Go on and get yourself the voter registration. It's time for some new legislation. I vote, I know I can change things with the tip of my finger. I vote cause I know I can change things with the tip of my finger.
What's the use? Show me some proof. What's the be of me, your minds if I get in this booth? Good question for the ever-rising youth. Show me a politician who's been telling me the truth. So if you got the feeling, rise up and give it. Knowledge is power to the people. No limits, take no givens. Expose lies hidden. Turn off your live vision and make it a good decision. Go.
When the world spins out of control, I think it's time to step up to the pole. Ain't only one way to make a choice. Stand up and you, gonna call the Congress all the time, telling what's on my mind. In the Senate and the House, I want a leader, not a
feeling something could change. But if I do nothing, the things remain same. So I stimulate the brain on what they got to say. And read between the lines to figure the best way. Choose your side if you're gonna ride. Make your claim, take nothing short of the truth. State your name for the record so they know you came. Remind them who you are, strong. You possess no shame.
I vote cause I know I can change things with the tip of my finger. I vote cause I know I can change things with the tip of my finger. From the tip of my finger. Tip of my vote. I know I can change things with the tip of my finger.
I voted.
Hi everyone, I'm Sister Jenna. Welcome to our special Zoom meditation segments. Look, it's no joke. Things are kind of weird. It's just weird. Pandemics, protests, job insecurity, global pause. Everyone's numb, but also everyone's searching. And they might be searching on this little gadget of Zoom in a little box. People from all over the world who don't know each other are coming together in Zoom rooms to figure out who they are, why they're here, and how to meditate. Meditation is something that we've often thought that if we make our minds empty, we've meditated. I don't believe that. I think it's important that we learn how to channel our thoughts in a right way that are connected to our vision, our goal, our spiritual attainments, our mental capacity. Then you're really meditating. Om Shanti everyone. Good evening and welcome to your spiritual vaccine hour. I'm your little sis in service, Sister Jenna. Hope you've had a pretty good day and we're so thrilled about tonight's program. We adjusted tonight's topic because today one of our videos of the Brahma Kumaris was released entitled 8 Postures, which is a story about the soul and God and how we really are journeying together in this relationship with the divine. You know, so many times people ask me, who are the Brahma Kumaris? What are the Brahma Kumaris? And I've never really been ever able to find the right words, because how do you express your intimate experience with God? There are actually no words. You can say it's loving, you can say it's powerful, you can say it's pure, but it never really pierces the heart of somebody. Yes, sometimes your presence does the service, sometimes the moment in time and something that you say hits the heart at a deep level. But in this production, which was really the end of the International Yoga Day week, so to speak, they've really come together and brought some beautiful storytellers from around the world in this clip. And I can invite you right now to sit back really comfortably, take out maybe your pen and paper, call your friends, text them the link, share it on your social media. This is something you're going to want to experience and share with people that you love. And even if you're not getting along with someone and you'd like to cure that relationship, you're going to want to share them this particular footage of tonight's Spiritual Vaccine Hour. So take the next hour, relax, deepen your bond to Source, figure out what's at the depth of your heart in terms of your relationship with God. And hopefully you get a pretty clear window of the heart and the soul too, of all the amazing students of the Brahma Kumaris, and the way they travel in time with their relationship with God. Enjoy.
Greetings of peace and greetings of love to everyone. You know, we were thinking of celebrating the International Day of Yoga, and in the Brahma Kumaris with some good friends and senior yogis, we're reflecting and wondering how can we really present what we do when we practice Raj Yoga. And very often yoga comes as postures of the body, but the heart was speaking, and we felt that there was a story to be told, a big story, a great story. And then the thought came that yoga sometimes is just about connecting the heart with the divine. And I know we all have sometimes fluctuating relationships with God. You know, it works, it doesn't work. But yoga, in the real sense of the true depth of meaning of the yoga, of the word yoga, is about loving the self, loving God, and loving the world. So what we wanted to offer you was really a journey, a great journey of experience. And yoga can be described sometimes as a posture of the heart. So the greatest love story of all time is the story we all are looking for. This is the story we've been living in a way, and this is our story. So in the next hour, you're going to listen to yogis sharing their own personal journey in their relationship with God. And you're going to watch and listen to some artists expressing that love in their own way. 8 postures of the heart. A strange way to look at how yoga can be a connection between the soul and the supreme. But most importantly, it's the greatest love story of all time. And it is our story. Really, we believe that it is each one's story. When we start, seeking, searching for love, then we find God, then we celebrate. But then, watch something happen along the way.
In my experience, life is such an extraordinary journey. From my earliest memories, I seem to be seeking. A part of me as a child was happy, but a part of me was always on this search. It was like I was yearning for something which I wasn't quite sure what it was. Maybe I could even describe it like a deep grief in the soul that something was missing. And in my teens, I embraced religion, but I found I couldn't really connect with a God that was authoritarian, judgmental, and punishing. And so I let go religion, but I didn't let go the yearning or the grief for something that was missing in my life. And at the age of 20, I traveled the world. I went from Australia through Southeast Asia to India, to the Middle East, to Africa, to Europe, and settled in London. And on this journey, without a conscious decision, I spent time with Sikhs in the Gurudwara. The Sikhs have a wonderful practice of taking in travelers. I spent time in a Buddhist monastery. I'd go begging for food with the monks. I lived with Muslims during Ramadan. In India, I bathed in the Ganges. I lived with a yogi in the Himalayas. I went to Dharamsala and spent time in the Dalai Lama's home. The search continued. In Europe, I lived in a Christian monastery for a while and also studied the Jewish religion. The search continued and I settled in London. And this yearning was still there. This sort of feeling of something missing was strongly with me. And one day I was walking the streets of London, absorbed in my own world, absorbed in my own thoughts, thinking about me, who I was, and who I belonged to. And it's like time stopped, and I stepped into an eternal moment, and I felt absolutely, completely loved. It's like love connected to the core of my being and radiated to every part of me. This was a love I hadn't tasted before, and I felt I've come home. This is where I belong.
فحينا ربنا بالسلام.
That was the day everything changed. Nothing would ever be the same. I was the only one who knew it because there was nothing to show on the outside. I had simply been sitting in meditation, going through the preliminary steps as I was a relative novice to meditation. And the thought encouraged, I'm a soul, as distinct from the body. And the aim was to connect with that supreme source of energy. And suddenly, without any lead up, a laser beam of light was touching my forehead. My eyes were open. And this entered my head first, physically, then my mind, my consciousness, my feelings, all of me was absorbed by the power and the beauty and even the love that this energy, which was other than mine, was emanating and communicating with me. And then that same light in the form of almost like wires began shooting out, first from my forehead and then from all parts of me, even while I'm glued to the floor and looking straight ahead. And I knew it was God. God had found a way, finally, to get my attention. His words, his sound didn't do it. But the intensity of the feeling of bliss, joy that's beyond the senses, just overwhelmed me. And I was lost. And in that same instance, I was found.
Yo tenía una vida normal, como la vida de cualquiera. De hecho, tenía también a alguien en mi corazón y de pronto empecé a meditar Cuando empecé a meditar me encontré con un mundo increíble, un mundo nuevo, pero no solamente eso, empecé a enamorarme. Empecé a enamorarme de este ser precioso con una energía increíble, que empezó a voltear mi mirada hacia lo más brillante, lo más positivo, lo más puro. Empecé a sentir que mi corazón empezaba a tomar dimensiones cada vez mayores, que yo no podía ver el mundo más como lo veía antes. Y empecé a enamorarme de Dios. Empecé a sentir cómo este amor inmenso, infinito, llenaba mi corazón de una manera única. Podía sentir que rebosaba en su energía, podía sentir que podía como sumergirse en sus olas, como si fuese un océano de amor, que podía danzar en esta dicha maravillosa de sentir esta conexión que nunca en mi vida yo había experimentado, porque es una conexión de almas. Yo estaba sintiendo que encontré al amor de mi vida, no solamente de una vida, yo siento que encontré al amor de la eternidad. Es una experiencia maravillosa. De hecho, cuando la hablo, cuando te la cuento, estoy sintiendo cómo late todo mi corazón y cómo esta energía tan fuerte me toma, me lleva a experimentar una dicha que va más allá de la experiencia de los sentidos físicos. De hecho, estoy en este cuerpo, estamos en estos cuerpos, pero siento como si no estuviera. Muchas veces siento esta felicidad de poder incluso tener un cuerpo físico para poder expresar lo que siento en forma de danza, en forma de dar, en forma de amar. Es una dicha maravillosa, ha transformado mi vida. Siento que es un momento único en el que yo estoy pudiendo explorar todo este amor infinito para poder también compartirlo, pero sobre todo mantenerme esta conciencia constantemente limpia, constantemente mirando el mundo desde la mirada de Él, pudiendo sentir que está presente para mí, que es mi compañero, que me hace ver la vida desde un lugar completamente nuevo, desde un lugar completamente creativo, desde un lugar puramente silencioso también, desde un lugar lleno de amor. Me siento embelesada, me siento encantada, siento que es un amor mágico que transforma todo mi ser. Me siento feliz.
Para libertar.
watching this beautiful dance and the expression of the heart, filled with that love. I know sometimes it's strange and we think people are they real? Are they connecting really with God? We know when the experience is so strong and we want to hold on to it. We want to keep it. But we know that this is not just love to be experienced as love and just keep dancing all the time. There's some work to be done. Yoga is also about transforming, healing the heart. And this is something that is amazing because when we create that connection and we experience the love of God, the love for God, we know that that love is doing something in the heart. It's a posture of the heart, but it's also a way to transform the heart in such a way that you want to become like the one you love. And this is what relationships is all about, isn't it? That you love someone and you want to just get so close and close to that being that you feel there's an exchange of qualities, an exchange of virtues. So this is the purifying process that takes place in yoga.
On the path of meditation, having started, it was a very beautiful journey. It was the experience of new revelations every single day. As I studied the teachings, I was gaining new insights. As I meditated, I was having new experiences. I was beginning to see the different facets of the personality of God, the aspect of love, the aspect of truth, the aspect of joy, different experiences. And so meditation was never dull. It wasn't a task. It was a joy. It was the experience of moving forward in an adventure and knowing that every single day was going to bring something new, something different. And of course, I had the companionship of Daddy Janki. And that was very, very beautiful because she was explaining in depth different things that I had only understood superficially or I hadn't understood at all. And so that made a huge difference. But also I was seeing transformation happen within my own personality and character. I could see both sides, the dark and the light, and I knew that the power I was receiving from the divine was such that I would be able to deal with all the dark aspects and transform them. And I also knew that the aspects of goodness that were there latent within the soul, but I hadn't actually experienced them or connected with them in such a powerful way, I was able to start connecting with them. And together with that, of course, my own value for myself began to rise. I was experiencing this process of purification and movement forward every single day. But also, I could now see the connection between inner change and the transformation of the world. And I understood that as I removed my own inner negativity, everyone around me would be impacted by this, and those vibrations were changing the quality of interaction and relationships. And I could see that, yes, together we were able to move forward and create a better world for everyone. A world filled with God's love and truth and joy and beauty, a world of justice and harmony.
We all know that in the greatest love stories, there's always some drama happening. Now, what about our relationship with God? Do we have also drama going on? I think most of us will relate to the fact that at some point, that love is bright and shining like pure gold. And then one day you realize that maybe something happened. And we call it sometimes the posture of drifting. When the yoga is not working the way you expect it to be working. And then questions arise. We wonder. We have doubts. So it's natural to sometimes get away. But most of the time it's just to come back even stronger after in the relationship.
And then it finally happened. My greatest nightmare came to life. That early rush of that pure, magnetic, powerful, beautiful love of God came to an end. It started to fade away, and I started to question God's love. Was God's love really like all human love, that inevitably one day it would run out? I started to feel rejected, abandoned, and alone. I started to question myself, and I started to question God. Did I attract all this? Was I the one distancing myself from God? Is it me? Is it him? Does God not love me anymore? Does God not want me by his side? Was I not good enough? Was I ever not good enough? All these thoughts started to capture my mind, and doubts and fears began to fill my mind. And then suddenly, I find myself attracted back to the material and mundane world. That world that is full of quick fixes, false attractions, easy glory. I could feel that I was losing that connection. The connection with God was becoming weaker and weaker. It was becoming fleeting now. The connection that I felt before, that was immediate, that was straight, that was simple, that was clear, that was powerful, that was exhilarating, was not there anymore. And now it felt like I had to labor to connect. It was like an uphill struggle. It was like going to fetch water at the well, but only being able to draw a few drops. And I was getting tired. The soul was getting tired. But what could the soul do? And yet somewhere deep inside I knew that God would not let go of me. I just knew it. I could feel it in my gut. I needed him just as much as he needed me. He was my guiding light in the darkness. He was that support when I needed him most. He was carrying me through all my troubles. He was wiping my tears. I still had hope. So on occasions I would feel that glimmer of light, just like the light that tries to creep through the dark grey clouds. I could feel God's light. I could see that God was trying to win me over again. And I was really rebuilding that trust. But it was I had to gather my strength, and I had to return. It was I that had turned my back onto God, and I had to return back to him. But those were uncertain times, and the fears were overwhelming. And in those moments, I would just sit in silence, and I would feel God's presence.
Hello, greetings from Nairobi, Kenya. My name is Kiori Mburathi. and I'm a practicing architect. But I'd like to tell you a little story about returning to God's love. This is a little section of my whole journey, and after initially making contact and being filled with a connection and love with God, I decided to try an experiment and see if I could replicate that love outside in the world. And so I did. For 2 years, I tried several ventures. I created many relationships, but all of them left me slightly disappointed, left me even hurt sometimes. And I came to the realization that this point in time in the world, unfortunately, is determined and driven by the power of fear, by the power of negativity. As all of this was happening, in the back of my mind, I always felt the gentle pull of God's love, and the memory was always there. But I was determined that I could do it myself. But by the end, I was left drained, exhausted, and actually hurt. And I couldn't help it. I had to return. I had to return to the source. And so I did. And as soon as I did, as soon as I gave in to the power of God, I re-engaged that ocean of love, the ocean of power, the ocean of bliss. And I realized again that the only true relationship that I can have that is unconditional in love, in peace, in support, in wisdom and power is with God. And this is where I belong, with God.
Hello everyone, greetings of peace. Poetry's always been a part of my life, and any beautiful metaphor can play with my heart and mind in a unique way. The expression of love, which is the essence of our relationship with anyone, can be best expressed, at least for me, poetically. The deeper meaning of yoga, of course, is the relationship that I have as a soul with the one who is my beloved, my mother, my father, my teacher, friend, guide. So many relationships are possible. And we've been asked to explore the different postures of the heart in connection with these relationships. I remind myself every day that I'm a spiritual being going through this human experience, not the other way around. And in meditation, I can naturally relate to God, who's similar in form, but not in attributes. Still, it's what I have in common with him that I can use as a bridge for my heart-to-heart conversations. And in this exchange of love, I really feel that I can fly beyond the reaches of the physical world. I feel that the language of God is about love and silence rather than words. Even so, a beautiful image, a beautiful metaphor can bring me closer to a deeper meaning and keep me flying, soaring in the meditation. Early in my meditation experience, I realized that there was nothing to lose and everything to gain by engaging in it. By throwing off the chains that were weighing me down, I started to have the lightness to see who and what I am. And sometimes I feel very inspired, not only to put these feelings into poetry, but also into music. So I'll sing a part of a song that I wrote called Sunlit Space. And I wrote it after a particularly exhilarating experience when I realized for the first time that I was in love with God, that he was there for me through thick and thin. I didn't think too much at the time. It was just a deep exchange of loveful feelings. I was bathing in his light. But after coming back, I put these words on paper and then to music.
The freshest rain could never bring the change of heart that you have brought in me. The sweetest song could never say the words of love I want to say to you. I wait upon this sunlit space, my one. Your voice so gently calling. You wait, your heart is opened up so wide to catch the love that's falling from my eyes. The sea could never fill the empty parts that you have filled in me. The strongest force could never break the link of love that you have showed to me. I wait upon this windswept place, my one. My heart is flying, soaring. You wait upon your golden throne of light. Your voice so gently calling me to your land.
Now we're starting to understand why we call this story the greatest love story of all time. And we know that the magic that happens when the soul and the Supreme Soul are together. And when we were discussing about these postures of the heart, we found that the last one was really the most fascinating, the most intriguing. What if the soul, when it's really in deep connection of love with the Supreme, what happens really when we almost disappear? We say sometimes, you melted my heart, but it's more than that. It's the whole identity, it's the whole I that tends to melt in that love.
Of all the things I treasure in my life, I think the thing I love most is to meet my lover, the lover of the soul, the one who's known as the divine, the supreme God, and much more. And to meet the lover of the soul, I have to prepare myself, because my lover lives beyond in a world of sweet silence, like a radiant jewel of light. And to get there, I need to let go my limitations so I can really resonate on the same frequency. So I love just to sit quietly and withdraw, step back, and let go of all that which is limited in me. And when I do that, I find I start to sit just so lightly in the center of my forehead, the eternal soul. And then I become present in front of my eternal lover. It's like I enter a silent world, but it's a sweet silence, it's a warm silence. And in this beautiful silence, me and my lover, I just feel this divine love emanating from this soul. And this love flowing over me, flowing into me, flowing into the core of my being, to a point where I just feel healed. It's like I feel free. I feel absolutely liberated from something old. It's just like such a sense of closeness and belonging. And in this state, I feel so still, like I'm beyond time. It's just resonating, belonging, experiencing. The quality of this love, I feel you can't find anywhere else. The purity of this divine love can only be experienced from God. It's like I disappear into the love of one.
Eyes, the windows of the soul, the meeting of hearts through the eyes, the journey of seekers over centuries, restless in our human identity, weary of the world and the old self, yearning for higher grounds. The journey begins with one step and then another. A vague memory of something better, more pure, a perfect love, an inner memory that keeps you moving forward until the moment hoped for but still a surprise. You catch the fragrance of what you were looking for. Face to face, heart to heart with love, with the beloved, and it takes your breath away. Through your divine eye, you experience beauty, love, truth, the perfect relationship. The heart is at peace, slipping into the depths of stillness, into light, connected to the One, with a deep attraction of love, like a moth to the flame. Everything falls away. Your vision is on one. You surrender, merged, held in the pure light of love, long lost, eternal love.
Wow, there's so much beauty in those eyes. And, no wonder when we know that the eyes are the window to the soul, if we fill the soul with that divine love, well, no wonder why there's so much light coming out of the eyes. So we've been listening to really touching stories, very personal, very intimate stories. But what about yours? Is this the greatest story of all time that we're living, the one that we've been seeking? We've been trying to share with you what really burns sometimes in our heart when we practice yoga. And yoga is not just a posture, really. It's also something that we live on a daily basis, every day, in our relationships, in the way we think, in the way we connect to the world. So our wish for you is that those stories become a great inspiration so that you keep writing your own story, because these stories of love, they never end.
And I tell myself I can't do anything. I'm turning history into her story here tonight. Oh, if we only got one life, we gotta live it right. We're the mothers and daughters, sisters and queens. If we lift up each other, we can achieve anything. We're the ones who are gonna make the change. We're the ones who are gonna flip the page. Spread love like rings in the water. Yeah, that's the power of a woman. We'll raise our voices until we are heard. We won't stop. Turn up the volume till we change the world. We didn't come this far to not reach the stars. So let's begin by turning history into her story. It's enough. Oh, if we only got one life, we gotta live it right now. We're the mothers and daughters, sisters and queens. If we lift up each other, we can achieve anything. We're the ones who are gonna make a change. We're the ones who are gonna flip the page. Spread love like rings in the water. Yeah, that's the power of women. We got the power, we got the power. We got the power, we got the power, we got the power. Oh, tonight we're gonna ride our names across the sky so they'll know the power of women. Sisters and queens, we can achieve anything. We're the ones who are gonna make the change. We're the ones who are gonna flip the page. Spread love like rings in the water. Yeah, that's the power. We got 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 the power. Oh, tonight we're gonna ride our names across the sky so they'll know the power of women.
Hello, Frederique. Welcome to the Power of Women Digital Conference. And Frederique is the founder of Le Projet Imagine, a nonprofit based out of France. And Frederique, we're so excited to hear what you have to share today and your story.
Thank you so much, Shenali. Thank you for the invitation. Thank you for your trust. And I really want to thank warmly all the persons, the people helping you to organize this amazing event. I consider it a real privilege to be a part of this movement. As days go by, I think we are more and more to ask ourselves how we can contribute to make the world a better place. In order to do that, we have to reconsider our personal lives, but also the way we work. We spend so much time at work that it is now very important for each and every one of us to be quite clear about the meaning of our jobs. This is exactly what happened to me in 2008. I'm a journalist and I love my job. I've been doing it for more than 20 years, mostly on TV, on radio, in France and abroad. In 2008, I've been hit by a double awareness in my professional life and in my personal life. It made the big bang in my heart, and I decided to address my profession in a brand new way. As a journalist, I started to take a fresh look, a critical look at today's media world. and especially on television because it is the most popular media and the one that has the most influence. And when we look carefully at the programs, we quickly realize that violence has invaded the screens. And the way TV describes the world generates more and more anxiety. So when you think about it, it means that TV spends huge means in order to spread out at a very large scale fear. Fear in our minds and in our hearts. The problem is fear is the worst counselor. It causes selfishness, the search for the scapegoat. It makes us stigmatize the others, the ones that are different from us, and ultimately it pushes us to build walls to separate each other. And this is indeed the phenomenon that is observed around the world. By thinking even deeper over this issue, I realized that fear is the real enemy of love. Fear prevents us from loving. Usually we think that hate is the opposite of love, but very often hate is hurt love, a wounded love. So in a way, this is just the other side of the same medal. The true enemy of love is fear. How are you going to share if you are afraid of missing? How are you going to approach your neighbor if you are afraid he will attack you? Fear prevents us from loving. It became obvious to me that I didn't want to give my skills, my energy, my time at the service of fear. It was time for me to revisit my job and its meaning. At the same time that I had this professional awareness, I had all the values of my childhood coming back to my mind. I had a rather special childhood. I've been very lucky to be raised by an amazing couple in a little town in the north of France. So let me introduce you to Marie-Thérèse and Michel. My parents were very simple people, but they had big hearts. So they saved me, but not only me. We were 20 children adopted from all over the world. And all the children my parents adopted were considered unadoptable. It means that the society already condemned all those children because they were too traumatized, too old, too heavily handicapped. And as a matter of fact, very often it was a mix of all this at the same time. So we are in 2008 when I realized that my parents are real heroes. Heroes in the shadow, as nobody ever talks about them, unsung heroes, and humble heroes because they have never done anything to be in the spotlight or for glory. Well, you know what? Men and women, just like them, humble heroes, there are many everywhere in the world. They have not all adopted 20 children, but they tackle different problems, concrete issues that they have identified. They all have decided to roll up their sleeves and take action. And when we see the result of their actions, we are completely amazed. We are deeply moved too, because we see transformed destinies, lives saved. And there is a very powerful mirror effect, because we can identify ourselves with those heroes. They are men and women who look just like us. They do not have the fortune of Bill Gates or Elon Musk, nor the brain of Einstein. We understand then that it is never too late, that everything is always possible, and that it's in our hands. If we dream of a better world, it's up to us to build it, because we are the world. I then decided to create an NGO of information called Le Projet Imagine, namely the Imagine Project. In June 2008, I decided to leave the world of traditional media to found this NGO in order to launch a new way of informing. I thought that more than ever, it's urgent to do journalism, yes, but with hope, and that really makes a difference. It's a journalism that always looks forward to the future in a constructive way. Then journalism is fully useful. It's when it makes the public want to stand up to act. Let's not forget that journalism is a pillar of democracy. It is because a citizen is well informed that he becomes an enlightened citizen and that he will be able to fully play his role in the city. With this unique editorial line, we make films that portray humble heroes from around the world. Those men and women who do exceptional things at the service of the common good and who help to improve our world. We also make documentaries on social issues, and as a matter of fact, this is one of the things that is quite original. This NGO is at the service of all causes. We talk about humanitarian issues, social issues, but we also talk about environment and biodiversity, basically anything that can improve our world. The challenge of the NGO is to take advantage of the power of the media in order to spread out on a large scale messages of hope that make people want to act. So the real goal of the NGO is not only to make beautiful movies, otherwise we would just be a film production company. The goal of the NGO is bring about a large movement of action at the service of a more inclusive, just and sustainable world. It is the Imagine movement. So it's a mechanic. Our films are like icebreakers, let's put it this way. They give the desire to take action, and then it's our programs which help people to concretely take action. We have conceptualized different programs in order to support social actions on the ground. Those programs allow us to meet the citizen where they are, in schools, in universities, in prisons, locally in territories which are in difficulty, in the cities, even now in companies. Our programs are built as real learning pathways that root the values of commitment. They create also new spaces for dialogue. So our mission is not a humanitarian mission, strictly speaking. It is a mission of advocacy, awareness, and mobilization on a real large scale. All our films are distributed internationally, so now we reach tens of millions of viewers. Film after film, the movement grows. Here you can see the poster of our first long feature film. Its title is Women and Men. The topic is gender equality worldwide. How could I prevent myself from mentioning this film in the scope of this conference on power of women? We had a great intuition on this because the film, which required 2 years of work, was released in January 2015, so way before the Me Too movement. This film was selected at the Cannes Film Festival and presented many times at the United Nations in New York and Geneva, and this year in the context of the G20 as part of the Civil Society 20. It has already been seen by 55 million viewers around the world. This is the power of media. You're probably thinking that it's surprising that this film has such a long run of success. It was released almost 10 years ago, but it continues. The explanation probably lies in the fact that it focuses its attention not on current events, but rather on the roots of gender inequality. The film points out the universal nature of this issue. It is particularly disturbing to observe that treating women as second-class citizens or oppressing them in so many ways seems to be the world's most widely shared value. How can this be? Well, I got a personal theory which I don't talk about in the film, but which I'm happy to share with you today. I believe that the difference between men and women is the primary difference. It is at the root of all other forms of differences. So in a way, it is the genesis of all forms of racism. And so if we can eradicate gender inequalities since our very childhood, then maybe all kinds of violence and racism can be eradicated. Of course, it's just a theory. But for sure, improving the situation in the area of gender equality is extremely promising as far as human progress for all is concerned. I could talk to you about Le Projet Imagine for hours and hours, believe me, but I think it's the right moment to show you a short film of presentation. So can you put the show reel, please? Voila. As you can see, we're doing many great things at Le Projet Imagine. But do I have to remind you the roots of this NGO? It is embedded in the history of an extraordinary family. As children, we were saved by our adoptive parents, but also by our brotherly love. One day arrived at the house a little girl of 4 years and a half, my little sister Kathy. This is the pretty little blonde that you see in the picture with her little blue apron. When she arrived in our home, Kathy was all violence. When you approached her, she beat you, scratched you, pulled your hair. Kathy was all violence. But it must be said that until then, she had been raised by her biological parents, and they had violently abused her during all these first years of her life. The social services finally realized the situation, and when they asked the parents why they had been so violent with this little girl, they answered that she was really painful because she did not answer when they called her. Well, it's not surprising since Kathy was born deaf, profoundly deaf. So not only was this child suffering from isolation due to deafness, but the only relationship she had was to be punched. No wonder then that her only language was that of violence. So for months and months, with each act of violence from Kathy, my mom responded with a caress. This gives you an idea of the tenderness and patience of my mom, who of course did not have only Kathy to deal with. And bit by bit, the real nature of Kathy began to appear, and it was sweetness, not violence. A few months after the arrival of Kathy, it's the turn of my brother Gaston to arrive. Gaston was 7 years old when he arrived from Cameroon. In Cameroon, when he was very little, he had fallen into a fire. He totally lost his face. In this picture, Gaston had already several cosmetic surgery operations, but at the time of his arrival, his face was raw. It was a bit like ground beef. So of course, it gave him a scary appearance. In the streets, people screamed, insulted him, changed sidewalks. It was terrible. It was a little boy who was facing the outside world with an incredible courage. When Gaston arrived in our home, Kathy immediately showed with his gestures that she did not want to approach him, that she found him scary. So of course, no one forced her. But for several days, from a distance, Kathy watched Gaston. And Kathy, who was deaf, gradually understood that Gaston was almost blind. Indeed, he had lost an eye in the fire, and the other eye saw only very little. Then Kathy overcame her fear, approached Gaston, and took his hand to show him around the house. And a huge love of brother and sister began to born between Kathy and Gaston. I do like this picture because we see with what look of love and tenderness Kathy broods her brother Gaston. And you know, in the fire, Gaston had lost some of his hair. Behind it was a hole in the hair as for the monks. It had become the favorite place for Kathy to kiss him. So here we have two terribly wounded beings who will succeed in getting up again thanks to the magical encounter. Two children who overcame their fears and discovered the richness and beauty of their differences. And that's what healed them from their wounds. Now we live in a wounded world, my friends. We are all wounded beings, whatever our situations. And that's why it's so difficult to meet each other. A wounded animal, you cannot approach him. He is afraid. And yet, the only way to heal this world from its wounds is to go beyond our fears and try to love each other. We have no choice. If we want to build a better world, we will have to take the risk of learning to love. I'm a journalist, and I dare to speak of love. It is a word less and less easy to use because people can think you're not a serious person when you use it. Thus, for fear of ridicule, we lowered our ambitions, lowered our dreams. And today we are constantly talking about building a world of tolerance. That would be the goal to achieve, building a world of tolerance. So I ask you, my friends, who dreams of being tolerated? Who dreams of being tolerated? One thing is certain, if my adoptive parents would only had tolerated us under their roof, we would not have been saved. They have loved us, and that is what saved us. My brothers, my sisters, and I, we were from every continent, every ethnic group, every culture, every religion, and we suffered from every form of injury. Despite all these differences, we have learned to love each other and live as a human family. So today, my mission with Le Projet Imagine is to hammer this message. It is urgent to learn how to love each other in order to build the great human family. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much for that beautiful story that you shared and for the Le Projet Imagine work that you all do. Frederique, this is her story that you're amplifying, your amazing parents, your mom and your dad coming in, really showing what it is. So thank you for sharing this and thank you for being here today.
This is really what edutainment is all about. This kind of stories that elevates our soul, our heart, our spirit.
Truly, this is the edutainment that we are talking about and the power of media. And you're doing an incredible job and you have been doing, and let's keep doing this. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Shenali.
Thank you.
The theme of Power of Women embodies collaboration through edutainment across diasporas through the collectives alliances that support positive global change.
Hi, everyone. It's so good to be joining about this, this whole digital process and the power of women in this digital conference. It's bringing hearts and minds together to help us to really become one. If we don't communicate and dialogue and try to understand what is sitting in the hearts of each other, we'll never be able to find harmony and balance and equality. Even though I deeply believe equality is a soul thing, but when your soul is in check, you'll be able to get along with anyone, no matter how different they are. Can you imagine sipping tea with the Queen of Baroda? Today, our special guest, Her Royal Highness Radhika. Oh, wow, I tell you, I get your name mixed up all the time. But Her Royal Highness, the Radhika Raj. Isn't that right? Right? I just call you Radhika and I end up with that end part that just turns out to be a mess. But I'll just call you... I got you. Ready? Today we have Her Royal Highness Radhika Raje of Gaikwad of Baroda. She's the Queen of Baroda and has been declared as one of the most beautiful women of the royal dynasty in Forbes magazine. I find that a little bit about who she is, and today our conversation will look into the heart of the role that she plays in supporting various communities. Your Highness, you have played such a significant role in supporting various communities during the COVID-19 pandemic. But I'd like to know, what was it that inspired you to take such a proactive initiative during such a challenging time when people are just so uncertain?
Om Shanti, Sister Jenna. Thank you for having me with you today.
Of course.
About the pandemic, actually, it was something that was a real leveler, the COVID pandemic for all of us around the world. And we all faced similar circumstances, irrespective of where we were or what background we came from or what was our financial standing. I think we were all touched by it in many, many different grave ways. When I started reaching out to different communities through the pandemic to help out, I saw more closely where they were and in what sort of distress they were. It began with the artisans who started reaching out to me desperately, because I've always been in touch with artisans because of working closely in craft sector. But they were desperate because they did not have money to meet their daily needs. They had no food, they had no money to pay for their daily requirements. Their stocks were not getting sold, their orders were cancelled, their basic congregation areas where they would sell their wares were all stopped due to the prohibition of meeting in large numbers. And many of them did not even have stock to sell because it's a day-to-day sustenance. They only make when they get orders, money comes in. With that money, they buy resources and produce. So it was a terrible situation to see the artisans of India, who really are the custodians of our craft and culture and heritage. And craft, as you know, is the second largest revenue generator or employment generator in India after farming. And they were very badly hit. Yeah. So reaching out to them, I got a more closer association with them. And from that stemmed one of my initiatives, which is Urja, where we invite artisans from around the country to come and showcase and sell their wares. The other thing that emerged from this COVID was when we were doing the dry ration drives for COVID families that had been hit by COVID, who had lost their sole earning members, so on and so forth. And that's when we realized that no one had really looked into the conditions of the LGBTQI community. In India, the LGBTQI community is still bears a lot of stigma, and families disassociate themselves from them. They go through a lot of mental, emotional, and even physical abuse at home, at school, by society, by extended family. And because of which many of them do not complete their education, many of them do not have steady jobs. They are completely banished from society. And they were very, very distraught during the lockdown. And we reached out to about 250 members of the community with dry rations. And that's where the association with the community began. It took a little while to build trust.
Yeah.
We started having them as students and as teachers in the organization. Now, to give you a brief about the organization, it's a women's organization started in 1914. So it was a traditional organization, started in the name of Mahanaaryaman Shibnabai. And we took another path of championing a cause which many look at as unconventional, as many reject. And but it just made me more determined to be that voice that they were not able to find within themselves and within the community. So these are some of the things that emerged from the COVID.
It's so important what you're doing. Yeah, no. I just want to come in here because what you are doing now is going to help the generations that will follow behind you. But the fact that you have two daughters, just imagine the tone that you're setting for them. And with what we're witnessing in India, where there's been really a struggle in being able to bring the regard for both genders, for the male and the female. But, for a man to also believe in his worth, he'll also believe in the worth of a woman. For a woman to believe in her worth, she'll believe in the worth of a man. And to be able to bring that together in balance, I find that it's so commendable, Queen Radhika, what you're doing now, especially in these particular times for everyone. But there's one particular project too that I wanted to jump in because the world might not be aware. You might be one of the few members of the royal dynasty in the world that is so passionate. You will get on your hands and knees and get things done. And you will put on your beautiful saris and walk to a great ball. And still in the back of your consciousness, from what I've seen, Queen Radhika, honestly, you care about people and you're very, very sincere about their well-being. there's a project that you've been doing, which I want to know more about, is the Pink Line Project. If you could elaborate a little bit about its inception, but how is it contributing in reducing instances of violence against women?
Thank you for touching upon this project, which is very dear to me. It's the Pink Line Project. It is called in Hindi Nari Ki Savari, which is about women drivers, and the tagline is "Driven Women Drive." And it was really about empowering women to have the steering wheel of their own destiny. This also was something that emerged during the lockdown, because interacting with girls, we realized, and women, that many of them had lost family members. Many of them had vehicles that they were paying off loans and monthly installments, but no one to drive them. I myself have 2 daughters, and I would not send my daughters alone with the driver. I would always either accompany them myself or would have a staff member, a female staff member go. So from my own experience and seeing to the stories that are happening around the world of sexual abuse and violence that happens against children in public vehicles, I felt that if there is a woman as a driver and as an attendant in a vehicle, in a school van or a school bus, it would bring a little bit more safety, more harmony, within that commuting time, because there are long commutes. Children are dropped along the way. Usually the ones who are picked up first and last are most susceptible to sexual abuse. They are very small. They are not able to narrate to their family what is happening by the time they know it's very late. And these are have their lifelong implications to this kind of abuse that children go through. So the idea was to bring in a more safe environment for children by having women drive, and women getting better opportunities to earn by being able to drive as well. So really mobilizing women was the key cause. And I'll tell you something, sister, when I was growing up, I come from a traditional background myself. My father was very reluctant to let me learn how to drive, because he thought if I am able to drive, then he will not be able to know where I am and supervise me as well as he would like to. So this is a very real situation in India, though I speak about myself from about 22, 25 years ago. But in India, the mindset is still there that you would not hand over a vehicle to a girl because, for safety reasons, and that she would get out of hand. So this was very, very a conscious, project which came also from within, as a woman, as a girl, as a mother.
I love it. I love it. It's such an interesting mindset, Queen Radhika. It's like, in one way, there are certain forces that say, we're going to protect our women. Let's not teach them how to drive. But in another way, they're like suppressing their potential by locking them at home. You kind of have to wonder, how do you weigh this out here? In Saudi Arabia, they're now opening up an opportunity for women to drive. We've got two mothers in DC who started their own limousine company called Zen Limo. I mean, women drivers, because that's what they did their whole marriages. They were driving the kids around. And so I think that if we start to look at our mindset and recognize that no gender has limits, no gender has limits. And if you just give them a chance to be educated and give them an opportunity to try, who knows what can happen, and who knows how the world can change into this better space of mind where people just feel like, I can evolve here and you can evolve. We can all evolve. There's a particular community that's been under a lot of duress here in America, there in India, all over the world. And it's a transgender community. I think many of us are still trying to understand what is it? What does it need? How do we support? And the transgender community especially has gone through a lot of trying times. And what is it that's been motivating you to focus on this particular community now? Because now we're moving over to another section. Look at just how vast your scope of work and services. So now you've moved over to the transgender community as well. You're helping to uplift them, to help them to build certain skills. What's behind that? And how are you looking at the long-term effect of your support in the transgender community?
So in India, traditionally, transgenders and, if I may use the word intersex, actually, eunuchs is the word that is used more specifically, technically, for the intersex. Usually it is integrated, the intersex and transgender. People in India get confused. But the conditions for them is very, very stereotypical. The options and opportunities to them are very limited. People see them in very derogatory ways. They do not want to live next to people of the transgender community. They live in segregated ways, in ghettos, literally. They're called akharas or gharanas. I do not speak for all of them, but I speak for the ones that I have seen. Unfortunately, because they have a sort of a hallowed status by Hindu mythology, where they believe that Lord Rama had blessed them with special powers, that whatever blessings they give, whatever they say will come true. And therefore, they attend weddings, they attend auspicious occasions, and bless the family. But what has happened is that they are not able to move out of that role because society is not willing to accept them in roles beyond of that. Wow. And so opportunities shrink and times have changed. Earlier there were many such opportunities because there were these auspicious functions and rituals. All of that has reduced now. So for them, the income generation has greatly gone down. And it's a difficult life for them. So there is a dichotomy in the situation where they are regarded as special and with special powers, but people don't want to have anything to do with them. Yeah. So the attempt was to give them a platform of dignity, of livelihood, where to bring in a sort of normalcy, to interact with them, get to know them better. Only then will those barriers come down. Just now we are so divided about us and them and defining each other in so much in roles that not necessarily need to exist. That fluidity or an exchange of energy is not there between members of all the communities up in India and I suppose abroad too. But India is particularly bad, sister.
Yeah. If I were to ask you, what is one common strength you've observed in the transgender community, what would that be?
Resilience, dignity. I see great creativity in them.
Yeah.
There is innate softness and yet great strength. Because they really funnel the yin and the yang. They are really the epitome of Ardhanarishwar, the Shakti and the Shiva, the male and male. It's and when you meet them, you see them. That energy is there. You just need to acknowledge it and give them a platform to be who they are with dignity.
And I believe that if they did receive that vibration through our eyes, it would bring out even their best self. There's something really challenging when you stand in front of a person who looks at you with no hope or no respect or no love. It can touch those parts of you that make you come out with that too. And I feel that one of the things I love about our digital conference with Power of Women is that we're looking to empower everyone to believe in the goodness. I've been going around sharing that treat people with what God fell in love with that child with. There's got to be something that God has fallen in love with that child. And if you can find what that quality is in that child, can you imagine the power of that relationship and what would actually emerge in our planet? And so that's been something that I've been talking a lot about of late. But now I want to talk about you personally before we come to a close. Could you share something, maybe a moment, a story from the pandemic that deeply touched you and affirmed your belief in the work that you're doing?
Many stories. I think during the lockdown, I think the fact that when we reached out to, say, because we've been talking about the transgender community, just that to discreetly be able to give rations to keep their stoves burning without making it a publicity affair, without trying to make it about social media, just to with dignity to be able to for someone to receive. It's very hard for people to also receive sometimes. It's not just about giving, they're also receiving. And I saw that there was a lot of, they were breaking down while receiving as well. And many painful stories, I think, at that point of time, which resonated especially with the LGBTQI, members of the COVID warriors who had families, families of like this particular girl who had lost her father. Her brother was in depression. Her mother was not there. And she said, I have this vehicle. And she was just, it was like that vehicle was like a stone weighing her down. So for her to be able to drive today and to bring in livelihood from something which she thought was such a liability. There are lots of these stories that touch you and make you believe that a little bit of effort from our end can bring so much of change, and give so much. I think it's a trickle-down effect. We feel it's just a little bit, but it goes down a long way.
What I like is that you're also offering them an opportunity to learn new things, to open up a pathway for them to take advantage of things that they might have thought they could never do. You're saying, well, have you tried? Give it a try. For example, I think I heard the Taliban have now, or I think it was in Afghanistan, or the Taliban have removed education from young girls. I just can't imagine in this particular era that we're in, that anyone would have the mindset that if you disempower a woman, for example, where education was concerned, that the world would be a better place. And we've often seen that education for all people makes the world a better place. And I know that there are so many young, urban, poor girls today who are in need for education. And I'd be curious to hear from you. How do you see education as a key in transforming the lives in the midst of all these challenging times, and especially during the pandemic?
See, what I've observed in my work as a community worker is, sister, that when you educate a woman, you just don't empower her. You educate the entire family. Because if she's educated, she further teaches her children, and it continues. So emancipating one woman is really emancipating a family, a tribe, a generation. And that power of one is extremely important. We feel that, what would make a difference by touching one life. I think if we realize that with women, there is no single life. We are community people. We are social beings. I think we are those who hold hands and carry all of us forward, not push their way out and just be single out there. I think that is the power of empowering a woman.
There's a new movie out called Barbie, and it's about, this woman who's just thinking that woman can do anything. And then Ken is like, just look at me, apparently this is how the show goes. And then Ken starts to realize that he can have control and dominance. But it turns out, and I haven't seen the whole thing, but it turns out that as Ken, the doll, starts to disempower Barbie, she becomes a mess, but the whole world becomes a mess. It doesn't thrive in the way that it could with the nurturing qualities, patience, love, cooperation, all of these things that come with that kind of a feminine potential, a feminine energy. And sometimes I wonder when I look at modern day society and they're creating a movie like a Barbie that is showing you that if both the male and the female can empower themselves, what a better place it would be. I guess I would call it a golden aged world. And I'm hoping that we will continue to move towards that truth and that reality. I can't close without mentioning that I don't know if many people know that you are a part of the Aspen Global Leadership Network, and you're one of the fellows. And I'd be curious to hear what leadership principles have you applied in your efforts to transform communities amidst the COVID-19 crisis. And it seems as if this COVID idea is not moving away. Cases are increasing. And what can we offer now in these times to sort of, I don't know, assist us to be the better angel that we can be?
I think conscious leadership is very important. It's important for us to stay in touch with what is happening around the world. I think if you get buried behind your computers and your own facts and figures of your own company, you lose the opportunity to engage with society in a larger way and actually impact society in a larger way. So we may be very successful in our businesses, perhaps even in our family life, but how does that really establish you as a successful human being? So until you are actually in some way interacting with problems and attempting to, in some way, solve them. It's like how they say, if you're not part of the solution, you're part of the problem. And I think Aspen Leadership consciously brings that to the fore again, that each one of us have agency. We are fortunate enough that if we are watching this session, we have much more than most people in the world, and use that to benefit any aspect that you may like. And I think it's important to feel authentically about what you want to touch, not just because it would be right for me to think of children or environment or climate change. You must feel it from within. Only then would you make the sustained effort to impact it. So I think the world is doing a lot of lip service. It's very fashionable to align yourself with certain causes, but until they really touch your heart, you're just doing lip service. And so I think it's because I don't think we take the time to understand ourselves. None of us perhaps have the luxury to sit with ourselves, enjoy our own company, and be able to hear our own inner voice tell us what we need to do.
I love that. In closing, if there is one thing, I want you to think about this one. If there is one thing you could change in the mindset of humanity, what would that be?
I think the distinction we create, the distances we create amongst ourselves, to judge before we attempt to know or allow the other person to reveal themselves. We are so quick to judge. And I think that creates this greater friction. We're really not that different, sister. I think as human beings, I don't think we are that different. If we just allow ourselves to know each other better, I think a lot of problems in the world would be solved.
Yeah. Thank you so much for joining us for our digital conference. Everything that you've said have touched, I know, my heart. And continue with what you're doing, Queen Radhika. It's making a big difference. And you're opening up prosperity for people, which is what people need to somehow also live a life of dignity. So we thank you very much for all that you're doing. Thanks for joining the Power of Women Digital Conference.
Thank you so much. Thank you, sister.
It is with great delight and an esteemed privilege that we welcome Valeria Altobelli. Valeria is the founder and CEO of the organization Mission NGO that supports women and children worldwide, defending their rights and protecting them from physical, sexual, and psychological abuse through education and activism. Valeria is a multi-talented superwoman whose talents range from singing, hosting international events, to starring on Italian TV, to engaging in philanthropic work, to being the former Miss Italy, and she was also crowned Miss World Italy in 2004. Today we have Valeria speaking to us about education and educating through the arts for violence prevention. Hi, Valeria. Welcome to the Power of Women Digital Conference. It's so nice to have you with us.
Hi, Ashley, and thank you so much for inviting me, for reaching me out. The privilege is all mine, because just to be in this beautiful, in this multi-talented international environment means a lot for me. Because, I will go straight to the topic. And I will tell the story of mission, the story of my life, and what brings me here today to speak to the youngest generations, to speak to the women all over the world, and to tell exactly what it is. It's a story. It's a story of women. It's a story of women like us. And it's a story that can start whatever in this world. We just have to be very careful of getting the signals that we receive from the universe, from God, and we have to keep following our missions, because each step of our life is leading us to something very beautiful. I was telling you that I wanted to tell you my story, and as you perfectly told, Ash, my story started in 2004 with a group of international women that were, let's say, characterized not just by beauty, but by talents, by heart, by deep, deep values that I was very lucky to understand in a very young age. When we were together in China, when we shared the experience of Miss World, I truly understood in my heart that something could lead us together to something bigger, to something more important. And this is why I started thinking about finding a way to keep us together for the rest of our lives. And it took some time. Because in life, when you do your balances, when you reflect on your past to build your future, is always not so easy. So at a certain point of my life, I stopped and I watched my back. I watched behind me, and I told myself, you have a law degree, you studied international relationship, you have this beautiful environment of women all over the world, that maybe is the strength that you have in your life to feel alone. Because, the thing is that the stigma, the sadness in our hearts starts when we feel alone. When I told you I was doing the balance of my life, I was doing the balance of what I studied, of the experiences I had, I received a call one night. I was in Rome and I received the call of a friend of mine that was not from Italy. That was, I don't want to tell the nation for respect of the girl, but that night that I was questioning myself on what I was capable to do to make this world a better place, with a lot of things that I was capable to put in my pocket, I received this call. And it was a very sad call of this friend of mine that was asking for help. She was asking for help because she was a victim of an abuse. She was victim of violence. And this night, when I was questioning myself, the answer arrived by a simple call that was very important. Because, in life, you don't have to be so much abstract. You don't have to go on, let's say, how can I say? I don't want to tell, because I do not explain myself in a good way if I tell the terms abstracts. But you have to go deeply to the people you have around, because the people you have around are the people that somebody put it next to you for a reason. And this night, this girl called me because there was a reason. Because while I was questioning myself on what I was capable to do to make this world a better place, I was asked for help. And this help gave me exactly the exact vision of what I had to do. So a few months later, I was founding Mission, but not to speak about prevention in general, to speak about violence in general, because my mission in that time was to save the girl that called me that night. And thanks to the beautiful environment of ladies that I had all over the world, I was capable to do a network of helping hands. And we started in organizing events. We started in organizing parades. We started in organizing how can I say, visual things that were immediate, showing which was the problem. The problem for children and for women passing violence is to feel and to be alone. Because when you are capable to put your network at disposal of the people who ask for help, you win. But at a certain point, I understood even something else, because I told you I have a degree in law. But I understood that when violence arrives, law cannot do anything, because you have, how can I say, you have various people affected by violence. You have children, you have the person that passed the violence, hoping that she survived. So I understood, even if I was studying law, that was something in which I believed so much, that when violence arrives, it will be too late. So what I started doing was to try to act from the schools, from the universities, from the events, from the public speaking, with the protocols to prevent the stigma, the bad topic of violence. Because, you know, you can just heal yourself with one word, that is love. Because love is exactly the opposite of the term violence. So if you can prevent with the weapon of love, with the weapon of compassion, if you can just speak, and this is why we started from a very, very simple way, Ashley, and all the ladies that are listening to us. We started sharing our personal experiences because, as I told you, the violence become indestroyable when you feel it like something you are passing alone. When you share your personal stories and you understand that everyone can be bullied, even if we are in a very privileged position, everyone can be attacked, everyone can be abused, you understand that you are not alone in this world. And in 2019, after many years, because I told you, we started in 2004 and I was capable to put all my ladies together from 150 nations. Only in 2014, let's say 16, we stated exactly, you know, legally what we have right now in terms of association and foundation. But later on, I had, you know, in my mind, I was searching for something that was even smoother than sharing, even smoother, let's say, than education that you can have in the families, in universities, in school. That is, for me, the weapon to prevent exactly and to give exactly the vision of what a man and a woman are born to do in this life, and which kind of respect each other have to mutually use to really not to be in hunger, to be in bad positions that really can make the topic of violence heavier and heavier. I was telling you, in 2019, I had a very great chance to meet in Los Angeles, California, one of my mentors, because as I told you, I love arts, I love fine arts, and I love music the most. And this is why my topic will end with the music, because this is where my personal road led me. I had the chance to meet in California John Debney, a great composer, an Oscar nominated, and with him I had the chance to meet Diane Warren. And I went to US with this great desire to create an anthem against violence. And I don't know how it happened, but it happened. I found exactly all the elements that I was searching for. And what I can tell you is that at the end of the day, we found each other in a room with 50 girls, 50 amazing women from 50 different countries, singing together and hugging ourselves and crying together, because we truly understand that when you sing together, that when you dance together, when you do something together that is related to the hearts, you can overcome all the, let's say, all the bad things that you have inside. Because, arts is capable to change your heartbeat. Music is capable to change your mood. Music is capable to give you a smile even if you are crying. And this is where, we are at this point. And the next step that our super friend Shenali knows very well is that we are building something internationally, globally, to give the music the possibility to lead all the women by hands with the weapon of music. And this is my ultimate desire, my last, thing that I have into my heart, because with universities, I'm doing good things. But right now, my idea is to put together all the women all over the world to create music to save other women.
Wow, Valeria, thank you so much for sharing with us. Thank you for your advocacy, and especially through the arts as a way to change and impact people's lives. And also for encouraging everyone to share their stories, the power of storytelling. It's so important to know that we are not alone, even when we feel we are. So thank you. Thank you so much for sharing your inspiring story, and your work is so crucial and important. And it was ultimately such a pleasure to have you join us today. Thank you.
Ashley, thank you so much to you. And, when you prepare something to speak to the audience, you never do what you prepared, because it's the power of emotions. So telling the story that is my personal story, I got really emotions. So, I just hope that you got this, that you got the emotions and the sense of what putting women together is. It's to put miracles in front of our eyes, because this is what we exactly can tell. And even my connection with you and with Shenali and with Stephanie, that is part of our beautiful team, it's something that I still cannot explain, but it's something true. Because if we are speaking today, all the people that we met in our life have a purpose in our life. So, thank you today for crossing my path and for giving the attention for this little story that maybe can let someone to speak up and to not feel alone again.
Absolutely. It was such a pleasure, and right on. This is what the power of women is all about, right? How we come together. Thank you, Valeria.
Thank you, my sister. Sorority always together.
Always.
The theme of Power of Women embodies collaboration through edutainment across diasporas, through the collectives alliances that support positive global change.
Hello, Shelley. Welcome to the Power of Women Digital Conference. We're so thrilled to have you here today.
Thanks very much, Shenali. Wonderful to be here to talk about change and impact we all can do together.
Thank you. So let's dive right in. And you, as the founder of She the People, tell us, what does sisterhood economy mean to you?
India's constitution's preamble begins with the three powerful words, we the people. And I would ask myself that how can we have we the people succeed without the power of she the people? A country of 1.4 billion people, 50% are women. By that logic, we should have 50% of the opportunity, 50% of the vote, 50% of the voice. But we don't. And I would always wonder why. And then I started looking for answers. Just look at 750 million Indian women, we are not just a part of India. We're 10% of the world. We're twice the size of United States, 3 times the size of Brazil, 8 times the size of Japan, and I'm still talking about Indian women. Are we a number or are we a force? And therefore, I would ask myself that what holds us back from accessing opportunities, from turning them into, economic ways forward? How do we as women get together and say, hey, you know what, I have your back. Go follow your dream. What's your ambition? Let me help you out. Let's ensure we don't reinvent the wheel ourselves when we have other women to help us get on with the road much faster. So all those questions were literally sort of bustling my mind into getting a book together. And that was the genesis of the book that I recently wrote and called it Sisterhood Economy, saying that if the rest of the world has constantly fed us that idea that women are another woman's worst enemy, can we change this? Can we change the cultural context in which patriarchy has fed us this systemic problem and reverse it and say, I'm going to change the world. I will raise my hand. I will push my way in. I will get that opportunity and I will create change. I think that's how the idea of sisterhood economy came in. And the more I thought about it, I kind of turned around and saw that it wasn't a problem that only a country like India had. We're not just a developing issue, which we're not women as women issues and as women and the economy or the women's internet is not something that belongs to the developing world. It's across the world. Some of the most developed nations today are struggling. Look at the United States. They're still to have their first female president. India India's had 2. Or if you look at just the G20, the way we've seen the issues around women come together on the fore with the global South now, or in the Indian context, is far more phenomenal, nuanced, and carefully brought out and crafted, not just at the conference that I'm speaking with you all, but at the entire presidency of G20 here in India. So I think the entire notion of how a sisterhood economy could work is something we've never really given center stage to. And it's high time that we start seeing that higher labor force participation is no longer an option when it comes to women. If we start turning around the notion of participation into aspiration, you will not need to push dialogue to get women to pick economic reins. They will do it on their own. But we change the narrative, we change the cultural thinking, we reverse the notion that the man puts the bread on the table and the woman keeps the bed and the house and the kitchen clean. We suddenly start changing the idea of possibilities. We open up the sky that we all hope that we can sort of carry half of it on our very, very strong shoulders. So I think the notion of the sisterhood economy to me is one where globally women can empower each other rather than wait for the rest of the world, particularly men and the patriarchal system, to empower them.
What a dynamic answer, Shenali. I love it. Now my next question is, because you have a background in media and She the People TV, how can sisterhood economy be portrayed positively in the media, in your opinion?
I think that's a great question. So She the People is 8 years old, 30 million viewers a month, 6 million in social following. We're not even scratching the surface. And we're the biggest platform around women in this country. The reason I say this is because we have actually forgotten that women need spotlight, access to success, just as much as anyone else has had. And it is the one big missing link. The first impression is perception, and perception drives half the world today. Indian women, Australian women, American women, women from Sri Lanka or Maldives, we're all fighting the same big fight. I've done enough, but not enough people know this. Just to give you a dipstick statistic, just in the context of India, 1,000 stories, let's say a sample of 1,000 stories are looked at. Of that, 80% are dedicated to cricket, government, and Bollywood. Of the 200 stories that are left, we've got everything covered, including a sliver of it on women. And most of the stories around the world haven't been inspirational, not about success, not about spotlight, not about what they're doing and how they're breaking barriers, but often about the crimes against women. So I think one of the things that needed to change drastically was, how do we project the way women are breaking barriers, raising economic intentions, and rolling out initiatives that are profitable, businessy, entrepreneurial, noisy. The more we thought about that, the more we realized that was the gap. And that's why when She the People was formed, and for me personally, as a person who had by then finished 15 years in broadcast television, evening after evening, I would interview CEOs, whether these were sporting CEOs or Warren Buffett or Steve Ballmer of Microsoft. And I would ask myself, where are the women? Of the 500 CEOs that I've interviewed, 467 were men. And it wasn't because there weren't women CEOs around us. They were just not being talked about. They were not talked with. What was a large company or a small company? All of these were predefined by a patriarchal system. Today, we've done 500,000 stories of women. And these 500,000 stories of women in India. I haven't even crossed, my own borders. I imagine the possibilities are many. The ability to tell the stories of how they nurture themselves, how they create profitable businesses, how badass they are, how much at the forefront they are at the G20 or the C20 or at this conference. All that needs to be said and loud.
Thank you so much for what you have been contributing. Tell the audience, how can we be a part of what you're doing, the change you're bringing to the world?
I think 4,000 times, if not a million, we've got to be part of the change we want to see, which means we've also got to hold back, change the narrative, say what must be said, and unsay what must not be said. And I think all of those pieces have to come together for us both as men and women. I often say that while women need other female role models, they need more male champions. And when we start seeing that sort of roll out, it is going to bring together a scenario where we can truly say we are beginning to move towards an equal world. The numbers around us continue to be extremely pessimistic. I mean, it's going to take 235 years before men and women will have equal pay. But if you look at some of the global sporting teams, they are making a change. And that change, when reported across media around the world, is actually helping people move the needle in their head. Because a lot of this inequality is in the head. I always wear a t-shirt on most of my shows called Created Equal. I just want to remind people that when I came in this world, I didn't have the overhang of inequality or discrimination or stereotypes. I was created equal, irrespective of gender, irrespective of caste, irrespective of identity or race. It is just such a simple phrase to reset that brain cell in our head, which has been sort of cultured by society over the years. So I think, to me, one of the biggest shifts that need to happen is that not only do we need to stop looking at a lens that we've been used to and conditioned to, we also need to push women to stop letting this happen to them. They've got to stand up and say, I'm not letting you into that boundary where I reign supreme. It is my space and I am fantastic. And I know what I'm talking about. And I know that I deserve to put my health first. In fact, you introduced me as a founder of She the People in Gayatri.com. Gayatri is focused on putting women's preventative health first. Why? Because around the world, women have been taught how to put yourself last. Last during your conversations, last during the dining table dinner, last during opportunities, last during asking for equal pay, all of it. All of this needs to shift. I think if one were to just look within, I would simply say, remind yourself that if you're not going to take a bet on yourself, don't expect the world to do that. With that, I would urge everyone in this digital conference of Power of Women to say the power of women is not only amazing, but we are the sisterhood that we've missed all these years. Make the most of it.
Wow, thank you so much, Shelly. Thank you. We are truly honored that you were able to share your words of wisdom with all of us. And thank you for joining us today.
Thanks very much, Shenali. It's been a pleasure. All the best.
Our next distinguished speaker, who will be giving us the first keynote speech at the Power of Women Digital Conference on Feminine Leadership, coming from a human perspective and an enlightened male perspective, is Jonathan Grenell. He is the president of the Global Security Institute, a senior advisor and United Nations representative of the Permanent Secretariat of the World Summit of Nobel Peace Laureates. He's also the ambassador for peace, security, and nuclear disarmament of the Parliament of the World Religions, among many accolades. Please welcome this incredible intellect, Jonathan Grenell.
Hello, it's truly an honor for me to address a subject of truly important concern to everybody who cares about justice and who cares about making the world better, which is the importance of women's leadership and the full equality of the genders on the planet. So I want to begin by referencing a particular woman leader who is exemplary, inspiring, and created enormous change in the world. Her name was Bella Abzug. Bella was a congresswoman from New York, a lawyer, an activist, a visionary. And she was one of the leaders who helped create Women's Strike for Peace. And I want to begin with that because that was a movement led by women because they were frustrated by the inadequacy of the male leadership in addressing the extraordinary and present threat of the annihilation of the human species through the misuse of technology and the application of military expenditures and especially nuclear weapons. So in the 1950s, it became clear that because of nuclear testing, strontium-90 was appearing in mother's milk. It was discovered by looking at children's teeth. And a movement began in protest of this called Women's Strike for Peace. And in the autumn of 1961, over 50,000 women, which was quite a lot at that time, demonstrated collectively for an end to the nuclear arms race. They called it, they called for pure milk, not poison. And there was a joining of environmentalists, women's movements, and disarmament advocates, basically the organization SANE. And within a few years, it was enormously successful. It led to the Limited Test Ban Treaty, which ended any nuclear testing in the atmosphere on the planet Earth, dramatically lowering birth defects, cancers, and a whole range of horrible things that happened. And that was really important. The problem was that once the testing went underground, it was sort of out of sight and out of mind. And we haven't had such a powerful joining of forces since then. And that came about because of a very small group of women without the internet, using networks within a few months, put that movement together, and the demand was powerful. Their organizing was intelligent, and it was led by women. Bella Abzug, one of the people that did this, later on helped create an organization called Women's Environmental and Development Organization, We Do. The other leaders that helped create that included the brilliant visionary Vandana Shiva from India, an intellectual and activist leader, and may she rest in peace, one of my very good friends, a Nobel Peace Laureate, Wangari Maathai from Kenya. Let me just say a few words about her leadership. She started the Greenbelt movement, which was a massive tree planting movement. I think they did it in over 6,000 villages in Eastern Africa. But she was a trailblazer of enormous courage, enormous love, enormous power, an enormous vision. And she understood that by organizing women to plant trees in the rural areas of Africa, that it would create a women's empowerment movement that would engage them in activism. She ran for president of Kenya, and the military junta people beat her with lead pipes and left her for dead when she came out of her coma in the hospital and called a press conference. She went public and said, "Well, finally I get a little publicity." She had a spirit that could not be beaten down. She had a strength that came from the roots of the earth and that stretched up to the heavenly blessings of God Almighty. She had no anger, she had courage, and she was incredibly effective. In fact, my son studied with her when she became a professor at Yale and traveled with her to the villages in Kenya, and said she was treated like very much like Gandhi in that part of the world. And she stayed with us, with my wife and I, for a few weeks at one time when we were doing, no, it was about just a week. It was a week in Philadelphia. We organized the conference that had a lot of women leaders at Haverford College. And she explained to me that when she got her PhD, at the time, she was the first woman in East Africa to get a PhD, and the elders and communities threatened her very life. She stood up with unbelievably powerful courage. She was one of the leaders, along with Bella Abzug, who created We Do. And Bella gave a keynote plenary speech at the Women's Summit in Beijing in the early 1990s. In the 90s, there were a number of world summits, a World Summit on Human Habitat, a World Summit on the Environment in Rio, a World Summit on the Rights of the Child, a World Summit, of course, on women in Beijing. Bella was also very instrumental in the work in the World Summit on Social Development in Beijing. It was called the World Summit on Poverty, and out of which the blueprint came that became the Millennium Development Goals of the United Nations, which are now the Sustainable Development Goals, or the Agenda for 2030. And to say that she was powerfully instrumental in the core foundation of that process would be an understatement. I was one of the founders there of the Values Caucus, and every couple of days we would gather. It was one of the most well-attended events, and she was a principal leader in bringing human values into the process of development and ensuring that values would be front and center. And when she meant family values, she meant the whole human family. And I want to quote directly from her speech in Beijing at the Women's Summit, because it is as relevant today as it was then. She said, "We are building a consensus to face life's realities. The affirmation of women's sexual rights is an important and bold step forward. We're creating a better environment, attributing the cause of environmental degradation to unsustainable overconsumption and production and military conflict. We are affirming human rights for all women and girls, acknowledging the full range of diversity that exists and detailing actions to prevent violence. We're generating better opportunities for women who are living at the margins of life, women who are the majority of the world's poor, hungry, and illiterate, women who would transform the lives of themselves and their families with just a 5% slice of the military pie. That would be a banquet for the world's 1.3 billion people who are poor. We are strengthening all families by supporting their economic and social needs. We're fashioning new ways to involve women at all stages of negotiation and decision-making. From kitchen tables to peace tables, women propose to turn the tables on the status quo. We're challenging all corporations to play by the rules and all the governments to ensure that the rules are fair. We're moving a political, social, and economic agenda for equality and democracy. Democracy within homes, markets, and the state. From Beijing, the world will never be the same. She called it a revolution, a new partnership between men and women based on real equality. To say that clarion call has not created change would be foolish. Since that time, the world has changed, and it has changed for the better in that regard. As she said, we are bringing women into politics to change the politics, to change the vision, to change the institutions. Women are not wedded to the policies of the past. We didn't craft them. They didn't let us. Let me give some more quotes from her because they're just so wise and true. All the men on my staff can type. Our struggle today is not to have a female Einstein get appointed as an assistant professor. It is for a woman Schlemiel to get as quickly promoted as a male Schlemiel. Never go back, never apologize, and never forget we're half of the human race. Congress is a middle-aged, middle-class, white male power structure. No wonder it's been so totally unresponsive to the needs of the country. The test for whether or not you can hold a job should not be the arrangement of your chromosomes. I prefer the word homemaker to housewife, because housewife always implies that there may be another wife someplace else. I've always had a decent sense of outrage. I began wearing hats as a young lawyer because it helped me to establish my professional identity. Before that, whenever I was at a meeting, someone would ask me to get coffee. We've done almost everything in pairs since Noah except govern, and the world has suffered for it. She was exemplary in that, like Wangari, she didn't come from a place of anger. She came from a place of love, a place that cared for the suffering of women who today have to decide which child is going to have enough calories to survive to tomorrow. The world has spent over $25 trillion in pursuing security through military expenditures since 2000. Literally trillions of dollars are being pledged to totally renew the nuclear arsenals of the world. The more we perfect the weapons, the less security we obtain. It's totally based on a distorted, imbalanced male model of security through dominance rather than cooperation. In a family, if a father pursues order and harmony in the family through dominance rather than support, protection, and empowerment, or if a mother pursues security out of the use of shame and passive aggression, suffering arises. In a nation and in the world, when the pursuit of security is through domination rather than cooperation, we all suffer. I think of the difference between the wisdom of the Marshall Plan, in which the vanquished after World War II were built up. Germany becomes a democracy and a trading partner, Japan as well. Compare that to the reparations of World War I, where there was just crushing burdens put on the German people, and we received the whirlwind of Nazism. No virtue, whether it's male or female, and identity, has its origin in the great mystery of life itself and the goodness that gives us life. It's expressed differently by men and women because we're different, but virtue and goodness are not. My concern today is that we have a quest for women leadership who to some extent, mirror the mistakes that have gotten us into the current global predicament that we're in. Secretary General of the UN said we're at war with the environment and we are at war amongst nations. I'm going to quote from a Department of Defense recent statement. Department of Defense unveils women, peace, security, and strategy. This is from the Department of Defense of the United States. By recognizing the diverse roles women play across the spectrum of conflict, and by incorporating their perspective throughout plans and operations, the Department of Defense is better equipped to promote our security, confront near-peer competitors, and defeat our adversaries. They call this a new sustainable security approach that meets the unique needs of an entire population. Well, I'm not saying that we shouldn't have a military, and I'm not saying that women shouldn't be able to serve. But we need a far more robust diplomatic corps, and we need a far more robust approach globally to security that is rooted in qualities and characteristics that we identify as women's leadership qualities. So in preparation for this event, I took a sort of a deep dive into the literature on women's leadership to see what scholars and human resource people and people like that are saying about it. For me, I just look at the women leaders that have been an inspiration to the world. And I was, people like Bella Abzug and Wangari Maathai are just perfect examples. I am the president of the Global Security Institute, and I recall in the early 2000s when we gave our Peace Award to Nancy Pelosi, and at the time, no one expected it. And I said, she will be the first female Speaker of the House of Representatives of the United States. And I'm glad I was prescient, because she had all the tools needed to do it. And she highlighted the distinction between being influential and having power. Being influential is valuable, no question about it, but having the actual reins of power is really important. So if you look at the CEOs of currently of the Fortune 500, there's I think it's about 12% of them are women. That's not adequate, because women's leadership changes a culture in a corporation, changes a culture in an organization, and that imbalance that we have now needs to be corrected. So here are some of the characteristics from the literature that I looked at. Strong female leaders find opportunities for improvement. Strong female leaders keep an open mind. This was obviously written as a pep talk, but it's good. Women leaders tend to approach things from both the large and small perspective. Female leaders are more mindful. Strong female leaders take responsibility. Female leaders aren't afraid to step out of their comfort zone. Female leaders conquer their fears. Strong female leaders make equality a reality. Strong female leaders treat others with respect. Strong female leaders trust their instincts. This is one I liked a lot. 17 reasons why women make great leaders. They value life-work balance better. Well, that's obvious because they're more in touch with the cycles of life biologically, and therefore they demand a greater balance, and that's needed desperately. They're more inclusive by nature. That's been proven in numerous psychological studies, that women are more capable of listening to the feelings and needs of others than men are. It's interesting that these characteristics that we're identifying biologically seem to me to be characteristics that biological men have: nurturing, caring, compassion, and love. And the characteristics of courage, self-realization, individuation, and leadership with clarity and accountability are characteristics that women can have as well. These are, I would say that we have to have a balanced psyche to have any sense of inner peace. But the studies show that women are more empathetic. They're more likely to encourage free thinking. But I think that might be to some extent because they've experienced being outsiders from power. Because once women become, what we've seen is that women can become very conservative in their thinking. If you look at some of the current leadership in some countries that are led by women, particularly in South Asia, we haven't seen real progressive thinking there. So I don't know if that's intrinsic to women, but they definitely focus more intently on teamwork and building a sense of collective success rather than individual success, an individual ego-driven success. Women are obviously better at multitasking. They have stronger emotional communication skills as well as intellectual. They can handle crisis situations very well because, if you've ever seen what it is to raise children, it is in the early years are particularly demanding. The CEO of these are all quotes from various women CEOs, all of these 17 characteristics. And this one is, many women, especially moms, are trained caretakers and know how to deal with crisis situations at home with patience and compassion. These attributes become very relevant when a woman leader is dealing with crisis situations, whether this is related to human relations or clients or projects. They can wear many hats. The chief strategy officer of UN's financial advisors. Wearing many hats is often a regular occurrence in a woman's life. They are often balanced careers, households, aging parents, among other things. Women pivot, adjust, and focus on solutions. Resting on the doom and gloom can be time-consuming, so many shift to positive attitudes and solutions to life and work's problems. They keep their egos in check. Ego so often, this is the CEO of a corporation. Egos so often get in the way of good decision-making in the C-suite. Women exhibit ego differently and are good at decision-making with the ego held in check. This is a key advantage in working with boards of directors, partners, and customers. They have higher emotional intelligence, no question. Emotional intelligence, the ability to recognize emotions in yourself and others and relate, is something that has recently gained momentum as an essential leadership behavior. I believe this is something that comes more naturally to women than men, and is something that I personally encountered in my career. Women are more flexible. Women make great leaders because they're flexible and agile. We can see the direction we thought we should take if our company isn't working, and we regroup and change course for the better without much deliberation. I would say without the rigidity of the disproportionate authoritarianism that men tend to exhibit. But those characteristics in men, when they can be, those negative characteristics can be just as exercised by women, as well as these positive characteristics that are identified with women can be exercised by men. And that, to me, is the point, that if we have greater gender equity, the lessons that men need to learn and the lessons that women need to learn to be great leaders are more likely to be shared and developed, and thus we're likely to be more balanced. Women like to lead by example. Women lead by example, and in so many cases, women have climbed the ladder, so they have experienced a variety of roles before they get to the leadership ones, and experience is key. And they defy the odds. One of these psychological studies highlights collaboration versus individual achievement. Individual achievement being more male. They say egalitarian versus hierarchical work structures. Women tend to be more respectful of all the people in their work environment. And women are more transformational rather than transactional. I am concerned that the emphasis on balancing that we have to have never overlook the universal principles of good leadership. And the first principle of good leadership is that a person must be a leader of their own state of being. They must have a deep character richness that allows them to be at peace within themselves. When a person is at peace within themselves, then they can have the capacity for clear thinking, for not being swayed by over emotional attachments. They can have the openness to feel the needs of others. So I'm going to just point out a few characteristics that lead to both inner and outer harmony that are universal. And I'm going to make a truth assertion that these principles that I'm going to lay out are true. They're not just poetic aspirations. I would say that one of the principles that is necessary to have inner harmony and inner strength is found in the principle of the Golden Rule, to treat others as one wants to be treated, and refrain from treating others as one does not want to be treated. Now, this is found in every single philosophy of civilizations and all of the great whys of all civilizations and in all religions. But I just think of going through a thought experiment. Just think of how you would feel if tomorrow you treated everyone as an instrument for your own personal, ego-centered and sense-centered and pleasure-centered gratification, without any concern for their well-being and their peace of mind or dignity. And all you did was just do everything completely selfishly. Now just imagine how you would feel when you put your head on the pillow that night. Now imagine another day in which you treat everyone with as much love and respect and care as you yourself want for yourself. That every single person you meet, you realize is a gift within the short amount of space and time that we share on the planet, a gift from the Creator, another miraculous soul longing to find peace and love, longing to connect, longing to be respected, whether they recognize it or not, that you treat everyone as precious as yourself, as best as you can. In other words, you take your moment of life and fill it with love and expressions of love as best as you can. Not without discrimination, knowing that some people you can't express openly your caring, but in your heart, having a heart that is open and caring and full of a sense of the dignity of all lives. And then think of how you feel when you put your head on the pillow that evening. I think that when the Golden Rule is applied in a family, whether it's male or female applying it, in a nation to other nations, that harmony is achieved, because being human is having the characteristics of being human. And when we apply these characteristics, the consequence, when we put them into action, the consequence is a pillow called a clear conscience. And when there's a clear conscience, there's an openness and a confidence and a strength that comes to a person. And from that, there's a capacity of sharing kindness and love even in a more amplified fashion. And when that happens, that openness increases, that sense of receptivity to the blessing of life itself increases. And then there's a deeper sense of gratitude. And within gratitude, there's grace. And within grace, the most amazing things can happen. Within grace, there's insight. The women leaders that I was talking about, whom I personally worked with and knew very well, evidenced a strength that had grace, not anger, but a strength that had grace, and thus inspired others and were generous in taking joy in the success of others as themselves. Treating other lives as one wants to be treated leads to being able to go to the first principle in depth within oneself, so that it's part of your DNA, part of your own character. And that leads to the second principle, which is separating from oneself that which separates one from other lives. What separates us from other lives? Vanity, pride, arrogance, clear thinking, for not being swayed by over emotional attachments. They can have the openness to feel the needs of others. So I'm going to just point out a few characteristics that lead to both inner and outer harmony that are universal. And I'm going to make a truth assertion that these principles that I'm going to lay out are true. They're not just poetic aspirations. I would say that one of the principles that is necessary to have inner harmony and inner strength is found in the principle of the golden rule, to treat others as one wants to be treated, and refrain from treating others as one does not want to be treated. Now, this is found in every single philosophy of civilizations and all of the great whys of all civilizations and in all religions. But I just think of going through a thought experiment. Just think of how you would feel if tomorrow you treated everyone as an instrument for your own personal, ego-centered and sense-centered and pleasure-centered gratification, without any concern for their well-being and their peace of mind or dignity. And all you did was just do everything completely selfishly. Now just imagine how you would feel when you put your head on the pillow that night. Now imagine another day in which you treat everyone with as much love and respect and care as you yourself want for yourself. That every single person you meet, you realize is a gift within this short amount of space and time that we share on the planet, a gift from the Creator, another miraculous soul longing to find peace and love, longing to connect, longing to be respected, whether they recognize it or not, that you treat everyone as precious as yourself, as best as you can. In other words, you take your moment of life and fill it with love and expressions of love as best as you can. Not without discrimination, knowing that some people you can't express openly your caring, but in your heart, having a heart that is open and caring and full of a sense of the dignity of all lives. And then think of how you feel when you put your head on the pillow that evening. I think that when the golden rule is applied in a family, whether it's male or female applying it, in a nation to other nations, that harmony is achieved, because being human is having the characteristics of being human. And when we apply these characteristics, the consequence, when we put them into action, the consequence is a pillow called a clear conscience. And when there's a clear conscience, there's an openness and a confidence and a strength that comes to a person. And from that, there's a capacity of sharing kindness and love even in a more amplified fashion. And when that happens, that openness increases, that sense of receptivity to the blessing of life itself increases. And then there's a deeper sense of gratitude. And within gratitude, there's grace. And within grace, the most amazing things can happen. Within grace, there's insight. The women leaders that I was talking about, whom I personally worked with and knew very well, evidenced a strength that had grace, not anger, but a strength that had grace, and thus inspired others and were generous in taking joy in the success of others as themselves. Treating other lives as one wants to be treated leads to being able to go to the first principle in depth within oneself, so that it's part of your DNA, part of your own character. And that leads to the second principle, which is separating from oneself that which separates one from other lives. What separates us from other lives? Vanity, pride, arrogance, hastiness, lust, bigotry, prejudice. All of these characteristics separate us from one another. But not only that, they separate us from the harmony within ourselves. Whereas the qualities of compassion, empathy, love, patience, justice, tolerance, peacefulness, receptivity, caring for others, those qualities not only bring us together with others, they bring us together with the deepest roots within ourselves that stretch into the infinite source of our lives, the giver of life itself, the mystery that blesses us, because life is a blessing. And leadership that's connected to the blessing of life will always be positive, will always be nurturing, will always be giving, like a mother. And it will always be protecting and strong and caring for the well-being of others, like a good father. And these qualities can be balanced within any individual, but those qualities associated as female, compassion and love and generosity, if they're called female, then men must develop them as well. I like the way of the Eastern characteristic of yin and yang, because when you see the symbol, you see the symbol of yin in the yang section. But the idea is that these qualities are universally necessary. And the last principle I'd like to say I believe is universal, is easy to remember. Love people, use things. Never love things and use people. The human being is not only part of the web of life, part of the natural world, part of nature, inseparable from it in reality. The air we breathe comes from the phytoplankton. 60% of our oxygen comes from the phytoplankton, which is dependent on the health of the oceans, which is dependent on the climate. So the very breath that we take is part of the whole. The human being, as other living, breathing creatures, is part of the whole. But the human being is unique in that we have the capacity to choose to be a blessing or a curse upon the rest of the living species. We also have the ability to know ourselves and to make a choice to open ourselves to the energy of the blessing of goodness and love. We have a choice to use the wisdom inherent in our inner selves to understand the interconnectedness of all lives and the preciousness of our time together, and to celebrate and know in a way that other creatures can't. So human security is the outcome of this principle. Instead of pursuing the security of things, ideologies, religious dogma, ethnic, and even obsessive gender identity that can separate us, to put that aside and love and make efforts to love each other, to love human beings, and not the things that we create, not things. Use things in order to express that love. Use things in order to ensure that everybody has public health, everybody has a decent health, everybody has a decent opportunity, everyone has a decent education, everyone has freedom. If these principles of the golden rule, separating from ourselves that which separates us from others, and there are things that we do that could be used for bringing us together or separating us, like religion. Religion can bring love and understanding, or it can lead to arrogance and war. Our gender identity can do the same thing. It can either lead to celebrating the diversity of perspectives and capacities, or it can lead to arrogance, pride, and separation. But it all depends on whether we identify with the thing, something that is temporal, comes and goes, like our ideas or objects, or the sacred soul and life within the human being, which is mysterious and, as the faith traditions say, made in the image of the mystery that gives us life itself. Now, it's interesting that wars are often fought invoking love love of religion, love of nation, love of ethnicity. But what if we were to invoke the power of love for harmony and peace within ourselves and in all others? What if we were to invoke the power of love for other nations and families and the entire wondrous web of life of which we are but one thread? Does that mean that we do away with standing up to injustice with force when it's threatening lives? No, in the short term, we can't do that. But we have to have our eye on the compass of success. And the compass of success is bringing these qualities into action in our lives. The entire outcome is beyond our control. I want to end this with a wonderful quote on leadership I want to say that I met a saint from Sri Lanka, who was found in the jungles of Sri Lanka, who had no differences of religion or no differences between himself and any other people. And he loved everyone himself. His name was Bawa, which just means father. But he had a complete, pure balance of the feminine receptivity and nurturing and the strength of a mountain lion.